They rounded a corner at the top of the stairs and came into a long gallery. Through open doors, Tom glimpsed lavishly furnished staterooms. They ran on, choosing their course almost at random. Speed was all that mattered, never pausing to think, always driven on by the chasing pack behind them. The noise of battle grew louder as they entered another room. Tom swore. All their turns had brought them almost back where they began, into the galleries above the courtyard. Smoke drifted through the wooden screens. Looking down, Tom saw grim evidence of the massacre, bodies strewn across the square, some piled upon each other, severed limbs and blood splashed over the cobblestones and halfway up the walls. And in the midst of the carnage stood the man he had last seen on the beach above the wreck of the Kestrel. From this angle his face was hidden, but Tom knew him at once, purely by his bearing. He stood calm amid the dead, directing the guards who moved among the carcasses, finishing off survivors. This was the man who had stolen his cannon and turned them on Tom himself. Tom drew his pistol, but the lattice was too finely wrought to allow him a shot through it. Then, with the instinct of a fox, the man turned quickly and stared straight at Tom, although Tom must have appeared to him only as a shadow through the screen. Once again, Tom experienced the eerie sensation of looking at his own ghost. The man barked an order to one of the guards, who handed him a firelock. He cocked the hammer and aimed the musket at Tom. Tom ducked as he fired. The screen in front of Tom exploded in a cloud of splinters. Tom pushed the muzzle of his pistol through the jagged hole it had left, scanning the courtyard for his enemy. But he had vanished. "Come on!" called Hicks. Tom turned back to follow him, and almost collided with Hicks as he reversed course. "Guards!" Hicks warned. Half a dozen of the gold-helmeted guards, and in their midst, bareheaded so that the scar down his nose was plain to see, was Tunga. The Neptune sword flashed in his hand, the sapphire glinting in its pommel. Tom drew the sabre Hicks had loaned him. The gold-helmeted guards knelt and aimed a volley of musket fire. Their long-barreled firelocks were cumbersome weapons, so heavy that each had a tripod fixed to the end of the barrel. Not the weapons for fighting in a confined space. Tom and the others threw themselves against the walls of the passageway. The volley flew harmlessly past them. Before the guards could reload, Tom and his men charged. The guards dropped their muskets and reached for their swords, but the sepoys were on them before they could clear their blades. The sepoys showed no mercy. They bayoneted them or clubbed them with the butts of their muskets. Tunga would not stand and face Tom. He turned and fled, and the surviving sepoys ran with him. "Now's our chance to get out of this death trap," shouted Hicks. He pointed to an open window that led out onto the tiled roof. "There is a way out." But Tom knew he could not leave without the Neptune sword. The lure of it was a siren song that resounded in his head. "You go ahead. I will follow you." Without waiting for an argument from Hicks, he chased after Tunga down the hall. He rounded the first corner and almost stabbed a terrified servant girl who was fleeing towards him. He shoved her aside and raced on down a short corridor and through a pair of bronze doors, which were standing open. He paused and looked around him. He had come out into a room much larger and grander than any they had seen before. Rich tapestries draped the walls. At one end, a mahogany throne picked out in gold stood on a dais. Opposite, double doors opened onto the balcony from which the enemy marksmen commenced the massacre. A tiger skin was laid out before the throne, its head tipped back and its jaws open in a silent roar. Tom checked the balcony, but it was empty. He was about to run on through the next door when he heard a creaking floorboard behind him. He spun around to see Tunga advancing from behind the throne, with the Neptune sword clasped in his right hand. Tom brought up his sabre, just in time to parry Tunga's lunge. He went on the counter-attack, but the unaccustomed balance of his weapon hampered his movement, giving Tunga time to step back and recover his guard. Tom had won many duels with that blue sword in his hand. Now he was on the other end of it, and he understood fully the advantage it had conferred on him. But now that wicked point was turned towards him, and he felt his courage quail before its glittering menace. Tunga launched a series of swift, cutting attacks that Tom could barely keep pace with. But although he was driven back to the balcony, he had survived. His courage returned to him, but cautiously. He prefers to use the edge rather than the point. Tom knew that he could use this knowledge to his advantage. He edged sideways, trying to turn Tunga towards his left hand. Tunga read the move and forced him back. He was trying to work Tom towards the balcony door, where he would be easy prey for any marksman in the yard below. Tom pirouetted away and regained the centre of the room. It was small advantage. It was like fighting with a leaden blade. Every movement dragged. Every impact came a split second later than he anticipated. These were tiny amounts, but the fractions added up. He feinted left, leaving an infinitesimal opening, but Tunga saw it instantly. The lunge would have been the correct stroke, but instinct induced him into the cut. He lifted his arm, just as Tom had anticipated. Before the blade came down, Tom drove forward, putting his whole weight into the thrust, so that he came inside Tunga's guard. Tunga pivoted. Tom's blade struck his armour a glancing blow and was deflected away, the sword spinning out of Tom's grip. In desperation, Tom wrapped his arms around Tunga's waist and drove him to the floor. They both went down. Tom put both his booted heels in Tunga's chest and shoved him over backwards. On hands and knees, Tom went for his sabre, which was several feet away. He got his hand on the hilt and heaved, but the blade was stuck fast. It had been trapped in the open jaws of the snarling tiger's head. Tom tugged again. It would not budge. Seeing Tom's predicament, Tunga rolled to his feet and lifted the blade of the Neptune sword over Tom's head. Once again, he favoured the edge rather than the point. In the Malayalam language he shouted ugly and evil words that needed no translation. He swung the Neptune sword down with all his strength behind the blow. Tom shot out one booted foot, and it caught Tunga in the kneecap. Tunga's litany of hatred was cut off abruptly and became a cry of pain. The sword blade hissed past Tom's head and hit the floor, but despite the pain of his damaged knee, Tunga retained his grip on the hilt. He staggered back, limping on the damaged leg, while Tom bounded to his feet and rushed at him again. Once more he locked both arms around Tunga, but this time from behind him and under his armpits, so he could not reach back with the blue blade. Tom shoved him forward through the open doors that led onto the balcony, above the courtyard. With his damaged kneecap, Tunga could not resist. Tom slammed him into the wooden guardrail, trying to force him to drop the Neptune sword. However, the guardrail was unable to withstand the impetus of both their muscular bodies. Whether gunfire in the battle had weakened it, or whether it was simply the force of Tom's charge, the rail splintered and gave way. Tunga crashed through. For a moment he seemed to hang on the edge of the balcony, arms flailing for balance. Then he fell. Tom's momentum almost carried him over too, but a firm hand on the scruff of his neck pulled him back from the brink. Tom shook himself free and glanced back. Hicks stood behind him, a musket slung over his shoulder, but Tom hardly registered his salvation. He peered over the shattered edge of the balcony. Tunga lay on a pile of bodies. His right arm was flung out like a broken wing, and still clutched in his fist was the Neptune sword. The resilience of the blade had survived the fall. It was unmarred and unmarked. Tom measured the drop with a calculating eye. Then he changed his stance, positioning himself to make the jump. But Hicks grabbed him again. "Don't be a bloody fool, Tom. You will break both your legs and probably your neck into the bargain. It's just a sword, not the Holy Grail." They grappled for a few moments longer. Then the people who had been looting the bodies of the dead and injured, scattered around the square, came running to cluster around Tungar. Some of them looked up, saw the two of them on the balcony, and started shouting and pointing up at them. A few of them drew pistols and pointed them up at them. Tom capitulated and allowed Hicks to drag him back into the throne room. "I told you not to come back for me," he snarled at him. "It is as well I did," Hicks remarked dryly. "And now we best make a run for home, before the Rani and all her army come after us." Tom realized that he was endangering the lives of all their men, and he acceded to Hicks' entreaties. The two of them ran back down the galleries, while behind them they heard the clamour of the guards who were searching for them. Finally, Hicks led Tom into one of the storerooms with barred windows. One of the grills had been ripped off, and beyond the opening was the tiled roof of an outbuilding. Hicks pushed Tom through the window and vaulted after him. They ran along the roof ridge to the far end. Open ground stretched beyond them to the outer palisade, where Francis and the others were waiting for them. The drop was not too daunting. Tom lowered himself to the full stretch of his arms and then let himself go. He landed in a patch of soft, muddy ground and then beckoned Hicks to follow him. Hicks dropped the musket down to Tom and then crouched to lower himself over the edge. Seemingly out of nowhere, a glistening steel snake shot out and wrapped itself around Hicks' neck. Hicks grabbed for it with both hands and struggled to pull it loose, but it clenched around his throat, dragging him to his knees. His face swelled and turned crimson. He opened his mouth to scream but uttered no sound. The steel band snapped back, pulling him off his feet, and as he fell, Tom saw a ring of blood outline the halter of steel that encircled his neck. As Tom watched helplessly, a figure stepped up behind Hicks. It was the man he had seen on the beach where the Kestrel had foundered, the man who had fired a shot at him minutes ago, and again Tom felt that strange intuition, the sense of destiny being fulfilled. Still watching Tom, the man made another movement with his right hand. The ring of bright steel that encircled Captain Hicks' neck jumped tight. It cut down through skin and flesh, through veins and arteries, and then finally through sinew and vertebrae. Hicks was decapitated completely. His head tumbled from his shoulders, and a bright fountain of blood shot from the stump of his neck. He slumped forward and fell from Tom's view behind the angle of the roof. His killer snapped his wrist again, and the metal snake whipped back upon itself into a tight reel in his right hand. Tom raised the firelock and aimed at him. He pulled the trigger, but the weapon misfired. The killer laughed down at him, and in that instant Tom recognized his features and the sardonic tone of his laughter. This man was the spitting image of his brother, Guy Courtney, or rather, as Guy had been when he last laid eyes on him over 20 years previously. With another snap of his wrist, the killer unleashed the silver steel snake at Tom. It hummed in the air as it uncoiled down towards him, but then it stopped abruptly at its full extension, only a foot in front of Tom's face. Tom jumped back with a startled cry. When he looked up again at the roof, the killer and his infernal steel garrote had disappeared. But Tom knew that he would never forget him. A chorus of shouts sounded from the palace gate. A band of the orange-sashed guards came charging around the corner. With a pang of remorse and the murderer's laughter ringing in his ears, Tom ran. From the top of the outer wall of the palace, Francis and the sepoys urged him on. They reached down and helped him over the wall as a volley of musket balls smacked into the brickwork below them. Then they were all over, but a long, long way from safety. Forcing himself to put Hick's fate out of his mind, Tom made a quick head count. Francis, the hubladar, 5 sepoys, and the young company factor who stared at the ground and fiddled with the buttons on his coat. They had 4 muskets between them. How much powder and shot? Precious few balls, 1 flask of powder. Unlike the British armies, Indian troops had not yet adopted the ball cartridge, which combined the musket ball and the correct amount of powder in a paper wrapper. On the far side of the wall, Tom could hear the sounds of the Rani's army mustering. The gates began to open. He grabbed the young factor by the shoulders. "Look at me!" He shook him. "Look at me! What is your name?"
Kiffin, sir,"
he stammered. "Can you run?" Kiffin nodded. "Then get back to the factory as fast as you like. Tell them—" Tom hesitated as he remembered the force they had left behind them when they left the factory. A handful of old men, women and boys. How could he hope to defend the fort with them? But what was the alternative? They had only 1 small boat, and in the monsoon season it would be folly to trust it to the seas. On the other hand, the fortress's walls were tall and thick. Even with the Centaurus guns, the Rani's men could not have salvaged much ammunition. The defenders might hope to hold out for some time, with luck and good tactics, perhaps long enough for reinforcement to reach them from Madras. Kiffin was still waiting for orders. Tom felt the weighty responsibility of his decision, of the lives that depended on the choices he made now, in the heat of this moment. "Tell them to prepare for a siege. We will delay the Rani's men as long as we can." Kiffin ran as if his feet were on fire. The others followed as far as the trees. Tom divided them into 3 pairs, each pair with a firelock, keeping 1 for himself. "Fire in turns," he ordered them. 1 pair fires, the second reloads, while the third retreats. And aim for the officers as best you can. Their lack of training and discipline is our best hope now. Afterwards, all Tom remembered of the retreat was the terror. Not for himself, but for Sarah and Agnes, the knowledge of what would happen to them if he failed. The journey was a constant blur of running, turning, firing, reloading, and running again. Always too slow, always conscious of their dwindling supply of ammunition, while the Rani's vanguard pursued them remorselessly. Tom fired and ran back. He reached in his pocket for the next musket ball, but it was empty. He found Francis, crouched behind a tree waiting for his partner to reload. "Do you have any more musket balls?" "2," Francis replied with a grin. "I can let you have 1 if you promise not to miss." "Your generosity is overwhelming." Tom tried to grin back at him, but the smile would not stay on his face. They had not covered much more than 2 or 3 miles. With daylight fading and the road a mire, they could not hope to outrun the pursuit. The Rani had cavalry. If she released them, it would all be over before nightfall. "We must give Mr. Kiffin more time." An explosion rent the air, so loud it shook a shower of water droplets from the trees above them. Tom looked back, dreading that the Rani's guards had brought up their big guns, but he could not make out any pursuit. There was another deafening crash. Thunder! Tom and Francis rejoiced together. A fat raindrop stung the back of his hand. Then another, and another. Soon it was a deluge, the rain falling so hard it burst through the forest canopy and soaked the men beneath it. It fell so furiously that they could hardly breathe, and their vision was restricted to a dozen yards. "They cannot fight in this, and neither can we," Tom exulted. "The gunpowder is turned to paste, and the wet flint will not spark." He threw the useless firelock aside, gathered his men, and ran with them, slipping and slithering through the mud back towards the fort. But the Rani's men had not given up the chase entirely. Whenever Tom paused to check his rear, he could make out their dim shapes through the rain. They reached the bridge they'd crossed that morning by the well and the shrine to the monkey god. Since they had last seen the river, it had risen 5 feet or more. The chocolate-coloured water was almost touching the underside of the rickety bamboo span. Their pursuers were pressing them so hard that Tom almost led his band across the bridge without thinking. A few strides beyond, he realized the opportunity he was missing. He turned back and drew his saber. The leading guards had almost reached the bridge when they saw Tom confronting them from the far end. They checked for a moment, suspecting some trap, then grinned when they saw how few men opposed them. They drew their sidearms and charged forward. Tom didn't move until they were more than halfway across. Then he raised his saber and brought the blade down across one of the coir hawsers which anchored the bridge to the bank. It took him 3 blows, and then the hawser parted with a crack like a musket shot, and the bridge skewed around. 5 or 6 of the attackers were catapulted into the racing waters and were whipped away immediately. The survivors clung desperately to the side rope, with their feet dangling into the racing waters. Tom turned his attention to the remaining support rope. With another 4 hacking strokes, the rope gave way. The remainder of the pursuers, who were on the bridge, were dumped into the river, and almost instantly they were drawn under by the weight of their armor. The guards on the far bank, who had not yet reached the bridge, saw their comrades drowned, and they drew back from the water's edge in dismay and confusion. At that moment, a rider on a black horse cantered out of the dense forest. Its rider reined in and stood up in his stirrups, gazing across the turbulent waters at Tom and his men on the opposite bank. Tom scowled as their eyes met. It was the man who had stolen his cannon and turned them upon him, the man who had decapitated Hicks with the steel snake. They stared at each other, and the river was not wide enough to contain or mitigate their mutual hatred. The rider swept his gaze across the turbulent waters, judging whether or not he should attempt the crossing. Then he walked his mount to the very brink of the racing waters. "You can never run far or fast enough," he called. "I will come for you." With surprise, Tom realized he had spoken in English. Not faltering, nor with any trace of an accent, the confident voice of a man born and bred in England. "Who are you?" he shouted across the rushing water. The rider gave him no reply. Circling his horse, he galloped back into the darkness of the forest. Night hurried on before the storm. In the dark and the rain, they could hardly follow the road. More than once they almost plunged into the rising backwaters. Tom didn't dare stop. He knew with cold certainty that the man on the horse would not sleep nor rest in his pursuit. But they were travelling blind. Soon he realized they had lost the path. Even then, he would not let them stop to rest, but urged them on through the forest. Francis eventually accosted Tom when he had paused to catch his breath. "We must stop. At this rate, we will find we have travelled in a great circle and come back right into the Rani's jail." Tom knew the boy was right, but he could not bring himself to accept defeat. "Just a few more minutes. I'm sure—" He paused. The rain and the wind had eased. Further off, he picked up a new sound. "Listen." They both heard it, the low, rhythmic roar of the surf pounding a beach. "The ocean!" they cried in unison. Hacking a path with his sabre, Tom followed the sound through the trees. The jungle fell away abruptly in front of him, and he was out in the open, running along a beach with soft sand under his feet. "Which way?" he shouted at Francis. But before Francis could answer, Tom saw the lights of the fort burning brightly ahead of them, and he realized that Kiffin had delivered his message and the garrison were expecting their arrival. Tom and Francis reached the gates together and hammered upon them. The gates creaked open, and 2 old men stood before them, holding lanterns high and levelling muskets at them. "Where are all the women?" Tom shouted at them, pushing the barrels of their muskets aside. "Where is my wife?" William Kiffin blundered through the forest, slipping and skidding in the mud. He had never been so afraid in all his life. This was not how he had envisaged his career developing. When he had donned the blue coat of an apprentice writer for the first time, he had imagined a glorious future as Consul General to the Orient, riding elephants into the great palace in Delhi, receiving gifts of jewels, any one of which would have been worth more than a year of his father's salary as a curate in Lincolnshire. Instead, he had found himself in this god-forsaken outpost, answering the whims of a governor who treated him no better than the native servants. The storm increased in strength. Every snapping branch and falling nut sounded like a musket shot in his ears. By the time he reached Bryn Joan and saw the reassuring bulk of the fortress on the shore, he could hardly credit that he survived the ordeal. He stumbled to the gates. The whole settlement, all who remained, ran out to meet him. "Where are Tom and Francis? Where is Mr. Foy and Captain Hicks?" "Mr. Foy and Captain Hicks are dead. The men are massacred. I was the only one who escaped." Agnes went deathly pale and swayed on her feet. Anna caught her before she fell. Mrs. Foy took the news of her husband's death with more stoicism. She did not faint or cry out. She did not even shed a tear. "Then we must make good our escape," she declared at once. Kiffin had bent over, trying to squeeze out the pain that racked his side. "Mr. Weald said we should prepare the fort for a siege." "Tom is alive, then?" Anna asked. "But what of Francis?" "They were both alive when I left them." "They will surely be dead by now," said Mrs. Foy brusquely. "We cannot delay. Every minute we wait is a minute those terrible savages draw closer. Can you conceive what they will do with 4 gentlewomen such as ourselves?" Kiffin's imagination balked at the thought. Still he hesitated. "Mr. Weald said—" Mrs. Foy's face changed, as if the full import of his news had only just sunk in, and she suddenly dropped to her knees. She threw her arms around Mr. Kiffin's waist and stared up at him, wide-eyed. "My husband is lost," she wailed. "Dear Mr. Kiffin, only you can save us now." Kiffin looked down at the woman clinging to him, and blushed as he realized he was looking straight down the neck of her dress. Her breasts swelled against the fabric as she gasped in her shock. For the first time in his life, Kiffin felt the responsibility of having a lovely woman beseech him for anything, let alone her life. Mrs. Foy needed his protection, and, like the gallant knights of old, he would risk all to save her. She was a widow now, an extremely wealthy widow, and she would need a man's firm hand to guide her in her grief. In time, perhaps, her gratitude— but he would not allow himself to imagine such things. He put his hand on her shoulder, amazed by his own daring. "Do not worry," he said stoutly. "I will be your protector from now onwards." "We must flee," Mrs. Foy said. "Prepare the boat." "Mr. Weald said—" "Mr. Weald is not in charge here." "You are." She stared up at him, eyes imploring, and despite everything, he felt the thrill of command. "We rely on you to save us." Kiffin turned to the assembled men and cleared his throat. "Prepare the boat for sea. Lay in stores, provisions, powder, and shot. We must leave within the hour." The old men and boys moved to his command. But at the far corner of the courtyard, Alf, Wilson, and the rest of Tom's men stood aloof, with arms folded. Kiffin eyed them nervously. He did not like the look of the mate from the Kestrel. If there was one man in the settlement who might challenge his authority, it was him. "Jump to it," he barked. "The Rani's men will have your guts for garters if they catch us here." Ignoring him, Alf went to Agnes and Anna. "What would you have me do?" Could Tom and Francis have survived? Agnes could not look at him for weeping. Anna spoke with a confidence she did not feel. "Go with half your men and look for survivors. Take no risks. If you meet the Rani's guards, fly at once. The rest of your men can help prepare the boat. Whether Tom and Francis are alive or no, I fear we will need it soon enough." Anna led Agnes back to her house. She wondered how she would break the news to Sarah, still confined to her bed by her sickness. Could Francis and Tom really be dead? They had seemed so strong, so full of life, it was hard to believe. In the fort, Lydia Foy still knelt beside Kiffin, clinging to him and weeping. She opened one eye a little and saw that the men had gone about their tasks. "I hope you will not neglect to bring some of the goods from the go-down." Kiffin looked startled. "Is this the time to think of commerce? My dear late husband gave his life for that commerce. It was all that mattered to him. It would blacken his memory to let his goods fall into the hands of his murderers." She rose and wiped the tears from her face. She stood a good 3 inches taller than Kiffin. She looked down at him with wide blue eyes that made his head swim. "If we are to make good our escape, we must have the means to support ourselves when we reach safety. I do not intend to live out my dowager days in penury." "It will not come to that, ma'am. I personally guarantee it." She stroked his arm. "Dear Mr. Kiffin, you are too kind. But we have no time to lose." Kiffin ordered 4 of the stronger men to accompany her to the warehouse, and was gratified when they went without demur. He was unused to giving orders, less still to having them obeyed. Until that day, he had been the most junior factor in the settlement, clinging to the bottom rung of the company ladder while other men trampled on him. Now, suddenly thrust into command, he found he rather enjoyed the sensation. Soon enough the boat was filled with the pick of the cotton cloth, some of the worked goods that had been sent from England, and the best of the wine and brandy casks. Mrs. Foy oversaw the loading with a keen eye, making sure the goods were well stowed. When she was satisfied, she found Kiffin again. "Come with me," she said. "There is something I must show you." Kiffin followed her willingly into the governor's house. Despite their predicament, his imagination conjured all manner of intriguing possibilities, but she took him without ado into her late husband's office. Kiffin hesitated at the doorway. Mr. Foy might be dead, but the habits of deference died hard. Mrs. Foy had no such scruples. She strode to the desk, gathered up a pile of leather-bound account books, and deposited them in his arms. "Are you certain we need these?" he asked in surprise. "You can be sure that the East India Company will seek to blame us for what has transpired. We must ensure that we have the evidence to refute their allegations." Kiffin could only admire her mental fortitude to think so clearly in this intolerable situation. "Also, there is this." She unlocked a small cupboard in the corner, built of solid teak. As the heavy doors swung out, Kiffin saw it was a deceit. The cupboard opened into a small brick vault built into the wall. 4 iron-bound chests, each fastened with stout locks, stood stacked within. Mr. Kiffin's admiration for Mrs. Foy swelled still further. "We will need men to carry those," he ventured. "Watch them carefully. Each of these chests contains 1,000 pounds in gold." Kiffin began to wonder if the catastrophe that had befallen them might not offer some benefits after all. "We must take to the boat," said Mrs. Foy. "If we are not away soon, we will be trapped here." By now, Kiffin had all but forgotten Tom's instructions. Indeed, in his mind, Tom was already dead, or at best a prisoner of the Rani. Still, he paused. "The boat is so heavily laden, if we all go aboard, we will sink her." "Indeed," said Mrs. Foy. "You must decide who should crew in the boat. The rest will stay here and defend the fort as best they can until we can bring relief." By the time they had loaded the chests of gold into the galivat, the boat rode so low in the water, Kiffin wondered if anyone at all could go in her. All the men and women assembled on the seafront, already soaked by the rain. Alf Wilson and his party still had not returned. Anna stared at the vessel. "Is this your plan? To take what you can and abandon the rest, while Tom and Francis may still be out there?" "I have made my decision," said Kiffin importantly. He felt the reassuring weight of the pistol in his belt, though the rain had probably rendered it useless. "We will send away the women and the youngest children. The others will stay here to defend the company's honour and await any survivors." "A wise plan," said Mrs. Foy. "At least wait for Alf Wilson and his men to see if they have any word of Tom and Francis," pleaded Anna. Kiffin glanced at Mrs. Foy. "If they have not come back by now, they are surely dead," she pointed out. "And so will we be if we do not escape now. Mr. Kiffin is treating you more than generously, Miss Duarte. You arrived at our factory unwanted and uninvited. Probably you meant to injure our commerce. Yet now Mr. Kiffin offers you an escape, and all the thanks he receives is carping and ingratitude." Agnes stepped forward. "I will go. But Sarah is weak. I will need men to carry her aboard." Anna grabbed her sleeve. "Wait," she said. "Surely you cannot go without the others." "Mr. Hicks is dead," said Agnes bitterly. "I have no reason to stay here." "What about Tom and Francis?" Agnes stared at her dully. "Tom is not my husband. Most likely he is dead too. I must care for my sister, Sarah." Anna was about to argue when she realized Mrs. Foy was lingering behind Agnes, paying more attention than she pretended. Even now, Anna feared to give away Tom's secret. With so much upheaval, she did not dare imagine where their fortunes might lead them next. So it was that Agnes boarded the lifeboat. 3 men carried Sarah aboard and laid her in the bow, resting on bales of cloth with a spare sail tented above her. Of the others, Kiffin chose 2 boys and 8 of the strongest and most likely-looking to man the oars, including all the men who remained from the Kestrel's crew. The most senior of them, a boatswain named Hale, looked questioningly at Anna. "We should be staying here waiting for the captain and Mr. Wilson," he protested. "Leave 2 of your stoutest men here," Anna replied. "If Francis and Tom return, God willing, they will need all the help they can get. But if Tom were here, he would not want Sarah abandoned to the mercy of strangers." She lowered her voice. "I do not trust Mrs. Foy and Mr. Kiffin. At least, if you and a few of the Kestrel's crew are in the lifeboat, you can protect her." "Would we not be better keeping Mrs. Courtney here?" "Agnes is her sister," said Anna. "By rights, she must decide what is best for Sarah. And perhaps she is right. If there is to be a siege, it will be no place for a woman in her condition." "I thought she was getting better." Her sickness is passing, but I think that may only be a symptom of—" She broke off. The men in the lifeboat were already raising the sail, urged on by Lydia Foy. "Go, Godspeed, and take good care of Sarah." Hale knuckled his forehead. "We'll treat her like one of our own, miss." All the crew had served the Courtneys many years, some going back to Tom's first voyage on the Seraph. They knew Sarah better than their own mothers. When they had wounds or injuries that needed tending, when they had trouble with their womenfolk ashore, or difficulties with money, it was always her they went to. They loved her, and would die to protect her. Even the few weeks that Anna had spent with the Courtneys had left her in no doubt of that. "Will you not join us?" called Agnes. Anna shook her head. "I will wait for Francis." "Leave her," said Mrs. Foy. "If the silly thing cannot look to her own best interests, I most certainly will not." The boat slipped away into the gathering gloom. Watching from the shore, Anna could hardly breathe for all the doubts and foreboding roiling inside her. She prayed she would see them safe again. She saw movement at the edge of the forest. Could the Ranie's men have arrived already? Alf Wilson and his men emerged from the forest. Covered in mud, hunched over with exhaustion, she barely recognized them. "No sign of Tom and Francis," he reported. "We went as far as we dared." "Thank you." "That doesn't mean they aren't alive." "I know. Thank you." Alf Wilson peered out to sea and pursed his lips. He took in the situation. "Suppose we're planning on staying here, then?" His calm acceptance was the most comforting thing Anna had heard all that terrible day. Again she marvelled at the Courtneys, that they could surround themselves with such loyal men. "I think we may be here some time." "Then we best make ready for visitors." By the time Tom had heard the story of the boat's departure, Anna and Alf had come to see what the commotion was about. Anna had been sleeping in the governor's house. Alf had lain down for a brief nap, and was furious with the defenders who had abandoned their posts. "If we were aboard the old Seraph, I'd have the skin off their backs," he growled. "Leave them be," said Tom. Inside, he shared Alf's anger, but when he looked at the men in the fort, he could see that there was no use undermining them further. Their superiors had abandoned them. No wonder they lacked the discipline to keep watch. If they were to defend the fort against the army that was surely coming, he would need to give them every shred of self-belief they could summon. He had been awake a day and a night, had fought through the hell of the palace and the jungle, only to find Sarah gone. If there had been a boat, even the ship's jolly boat, he would have taken it in a trice, he was so worried. His body craved rest, warmth, and food, while with all his soul he longed to be with Sarah. Tom forced himself to ignore it, and mustered the men in the fortress yard. He could hardly hide his dismay at the tally. 21 company men, of whom roughly 2/3 were above 50, and the rest under 14. Add to them the Hubladar and the 4 sepoys who had escaped the Ranie's palace, Alf Wilson and 4 more men from the Kestrel, and Francis. That made 32 men, including himself. "How are you equipped for weapons?" "We won't want for powder and shot, sir," said Alf, who had made an inventory as soon as he realized their predicament. "The company gave 'em plenty, for they knew they might go months without supply." "How about muskets?" "Not so many, but more than we need. Also a fair number of pikes and swords. Captain Hicks kept his armory well stocked, rest his soul. And of course we're not short of cannon." If only we had the men to serve them, Tom thought. He tried not to let his misgivings show as he surveyed the rag-bag army he had inherited. The irony that he had become the unlikely defender of the East India Company was not lost on him. They looked back at him, and he realized they were waiting. They expected him to speak. They needed him to speak. What do you say to men who are almost certainly doomed to die and want reassurance? He stepped up on a mounting block. "I know you did not come here to fight," he told them. "But our enemies are coming, and so a fight we will give them. We have stout walls, provisions, and no shortage of weapons. Most of all, we have ourselves. Rely on each other, defend each other to the death, and we will make the Rani wish she had never dared defy us. Her attack was cowardly and unprovoked. Now, you have the chance to make her pay for her treachery." The men gave a ragged cheer, the best he could have hoped for under the circumstances. At least they did not look defeated. Yet. Tom divided the men into teams, mixing the young, the old, the sepoys, and the able-bodied men from the Kestrel. Alf Wilson commanded one team, Francis another, and the Hubladar the third. His greatest concern was water. "Fetch every cask, butt and bucket you can find, and fill them from the river," he ordered Francis. "Hunger and thirst have ended more sieges than gunpowder ever did." A second group fetched in sacks of rice and salt fish from the stores. Tom sent the rest of the men to man the defences. They cut loopholes in the gates, low and wide enough to accept the mouths of cannon. One of the men had been a carpenter, and he fitted them with lids like gun ports to disguise them from the outside. They rigged tarpaulin awnings over the guns to keep off the rain. When that was done, he had them strip the palm thatch from the roofs of the governor's house and the other storehouses inside the fort. The moment they dried out, they would be tinder, waiting to burn. He went up on the walls and inspected the fort, studying the angles of fire and lines of attack. With the roofs off, the buildings were nothing more than shells. Sand had started to blow into them, as if the beach had already begun to reclaim this spit of land that the East India Company had presumed to call its own. Not for the last time, he cursed the company for their carelessness, a symptom of their casual arrogance, the sense of entitlement that allowed them to monopolize the trade of an entire subcontinent. The go-downs were too close to the fort. They would make perfect gun emplacements for the enemy besiegers. Worse, there was a cottage standing almost in the shadow of the north wall, from where marksmen could cover an assault. He would have to get the men to demolish it. Movement at the edge of the forest caught his eye. A dozen of the Rani's cavalrymen rode out from among the trees. They cantered along the beach, kicking spray from the surf, and reined in a little over 200 yards away from the front of the fort. One pulled out a brass telescope and studied the fort through the lens. "Bring me a musket," Tom called, and was pleased to see how quickly the boy brought it to him, already loaded. He sighted it on the nearest rider and fired. He knew they were out of range. He saw the ball kick up a plume of sand as it struck the beach a few paces in front of the men. The horses skittered back. One reared up, nearly throwing its rider. The others retreated. Tom lowered the musket. He hadn't expected to hit them, but at least now they knew they wouldn't take the fort without a fight. He tossed the musket back to the boy who'd brought it. "Get that reloaded. We will need it again before long." Two of the horsemen galloped off, no doubt to warn the army that must be following them. The others began riding a lazy circle around the fort towards the settlement, careful to keep safely out of musket range. "Are all the men inside?" Tom called. "Water party's still out." "Francis." He ran around to the landward side of the walls. Francis and his men were straggling back from the river, bent double under the weight of the casks they carried. Blocked by the go-down, they had not seen the Rani's riders approaching. Down by the river, Francis tried to maintain a bold face. In the last 24 hours, he had witnessed more brutality than he could possibly have imagined. He had gone without food or water, but he could feel the men's eyes on him, craving his leadership. He knew he had done little to deserve it, yet he was determined to prove worthy of their trust. He waded knee-deep into the stream with them, fending off the floating logs and branches that the storm had washed down, helping steady the casks against the current, encouraging and cajoling the men. He had made a point of learning all their names, and he noticed how their faces glowed with pride when he used them. They had taken one load of water back to the fort, and were filling a new set of casks, when one of the men pointed upstream. A log was floating towards them. "What is that?" Francis stared in horror. It was not a log, but a raft, 3 long planks fixed together in parallel. But they were not bound with ropes. They were joined by a naked human body, nailed across them in a crude representation of a crucifix. "It's Mr. Foy," cried one of the men, a bookkeeper named Ilkley. Or it had been, before the Rani's people captured him, thought Francis. Foy's body bore the marks of the horrific tortures they had inflicted upon him. His mouth gaped open, an empty hole in his face. His executioners had cut out his tongue and nailed it to his chest. "I reckon they didn't like how he talked to them," said Ilkley. The crude raft floated by, almost within arm's reach. No one tried to take hold of it. The current carried the body on. It rounded a bend and washed up on a small sandbar near the mouth of the river. "We should bury him," one of the sepoys said. Francis forced the horror from his mind. He had to take control of himself. "Leave him," he said brusquely. "If we have time, we may bury him later. For now, we must secure the living." No one challenged his decision. They knew Foy had authored this disaster, and that their hopes for salvation hung by a thread. "Are all our casks filled?" Francis asked, and when his men confirmed this, he called them back to the fort. The men carried the casks slung between poles. Even with 2 men apiece, the weight was immense. Legs buckled, shoulders ached. They paused often. The 2 boys followed with smaller casks, rolling them across the sand. They reminded Francis of children he'd seen in the village playing hoop and stick. A musket shot broke the sultry silence that hung over the settlement. One of the men dropped his pole, spilling water from the open bung. Francis looked at the fort, then back at the tree line, but saw nothing. "Hurry," he told the men. He tried to force the pace, but the weight of the casks made it impossible. The sand dragged on their footsteps, while the poles were slippery with their sweat in the humid air. He felt a tremor in the ground beneath his feet. He looked up and saw the gates of the fort opening. Someone was standing atop the gatehouse, waving and shouting. Was it Tom? Just then, 6 riders swept around the corner of the godown. When they saw Francis and his men, they wheeled about, drew their sabres, and charged. The men threw down their barrels, careless of the way the precious cargo spilled across the sand. They turned to flee. "Stand fast!" Francis shouted. He knew that if the men scattered, they would be ridden down like animals. "On me!" 2 of the biggest casks had fallen side by side. Francis gathered the men behind them. They had 5 muskets, but only 2 were loaded. "Give those to me." He almost snatched the muskets out of their hands, took one himself, and passed the other to the sepoy. There was no time to load the others. "Fix bayonets," he ordered. The cavalry bore down on them at terrifying speed. Francis levelled the musket, aimed into the chest of the leading horse, and fired. The beast was so close he could see its nostrils flaring. He felt a twinge of sympathy for the dumb animal, but it did not spoil his aim. The ball struck the point of the animal's shoulder, dead in line with the heart. Its 4 legs buckled, and it went down, throwing up a cloud of sand. The rider screamed as one of his legs was trapped beneath his mount, and his fibula and tibia bones shattered at the impact. The other riders swerved to avoid him, but one of them was too close behind the leader, could not change course in time. He went down as well. The remaining 4 riders reined in their mounts and sawed their heads around until they were facing Francis and his sepoys. At that moment, the sepoy standing beside Francis threw up the second loaded musket and fired without dwelling on his aim. His ball struck the Rani's cavalry subaltern squarely on the bridge of his nose. He threw his arms wide and slid backwards over his horse's rump. One foot caught in his stirrup when his horse bolted and dragged him down the beach, with his head bumping over the stones that littered his path. Francis slotted the bayonet over the musket muzzle and twisted it into position. 3 of the riders were down, but the remaining 3 still presented formidable odds. One of them was loading a pistol, and then, without firing, he tucked it back in his waistband. He said something to his companions and twitched the reins. Then all 3 of them wheeled their horses away, forded the river, and galloped into the jungle. Only when they had vanished did Francis think to turn around. The fort gate stood open, and a dozen men with muskets were running towards him. Tom was at their head. When he saw Francis and the others safe, he gave a great whoop of joy. He had not dared order his troops to fire, for fear they would hit Francis and his men. He did not trust their aim. He ran to Francis and hugged him as he would his own son. "Thank God you're alive." Francis' face had gone white, as the surge of battle fever left him. Tom felt him shaking in his arms. He held him a moment longer to steady him. "You did well," he murmured, so the other men wouldn't hear. Many men with more experience would have broken, fled, and died. Francis pointed to the casks strewn about them. "We lost more than half the water. It matters little. We can refill them. It is you who are irreplaceable." "Let's hear 3 cheers for England," he called. "3 cheers for the red, white, and blue, hip, hip." The hussars died on their lips. Across the river, the cavalry had reappeared, except where there had been 3 riders before. Now there were 100, spread out in a long screen trotting out of the forest. "Back to the fort," Tom cried. "No point in lingering here." Abandoning the casks, they ran for the gates. The Rani's cavalry rode back across the river. However, they pulled up their horses long before coming in range of the fort's guns. Perhaps if they had known how few men remained, they would have risked it. But for now they were ignorant. Tom reached the gate and waited there until the last of the stragglers was inside. Francis stayed with him, urging the men to hurry. When all were in, the Courtneys slipped through. Alf Wilson slammed the gate and barred it. The enemy's army spread itself in a loose cordon, sealing off the sandy spit upon which the fortress stood. Some of the soldiers went into the settlement and emerged with furniture and valuables. The defenders in the fort had to watch impotently while their homes were ransacked and looted. Later in the day, the artillery trains arrived, teams of 12 bullocks, each hauling one of the guns salvaged from the kestrel. There were other guns, too, but they were feeble weapons, merely bamboo tubes bound with iron hoops. "Those will be more danger to their own gunners than to us," Tom said, watching the Rani's men maneuver them into position. He cursed the fate that had allowed his cannon to fall into the enemy's hands, along with his Neptune sword. "If they did not have our guns, we could withstand a siege until the next monsoon." "But they do not have your powder," said Anna, standing beside him. "They have their own. Indian gunpowder is not nearly as potent as English. Your guns will have a greater range." "Good heavens, madam, you are a useful woman to have in a tight spot." He called for the hubladar. "Miss Duarte believes that our guns enjoy a greater range than those of the enemy. Perhaps you can have your crews demonstrate that fact." The hubladar saluted and called his men. Tom looked approvingly at the way they sprang to their task, though with more enthusiasm than skill. It took them a full 10 minutes to load and train the gun, while his gun crews on the Centaurus or the Kestrel would have done it in 2. The men stood back. The hubladar put his taper to the touch-hole, and the gun roared, and the carriage sprang back against its restraining tackle. Through the smoke, Tom saw the ball fly well past the enemy guns, then skipping over the sand dunes and into a platoon of infantry who were coming up to support the guns, throwing them about like rag dolls and tearing at least one man's leg from his body. It finally came to rest, half buried in the side of one of the dunes, where it lay streaming and crackling in the heat generated by its own trajectory. Soon afterwards, Tom was gratified to see the Rani's troops returning with their bullet teams to haul their ordnance away to a safer distance. Tom had never endured a siege before, not from the inside. In the cut and thrust of a sea battle or an ambush, he could act. Here, the hours and days of waiting sapped his strength. He became irritable. If Sarah had been there, she would have known how to soothe him, but she was far away, and that only added to his cares. "What sort of man am I?" he mused to himself. An army 1,000 strong surrounded him, and he lived every minute of every day knowing they intended to murder him. Yet the primary emotion he felt was not fear or anger. It was boredom. After that first skirmish on the beach, the besiegers did not mount an assault. Each day they would fire a few desultory shots with their cannon, and the defenders would answer with their own, but none did much damage. The Rani's men were content to delay their assault. Soon Tom positively yearned for it. Anything to break the stalemate. But he did not sit idle. He could see the same lassitude he felt creeping in among his men, and he knew he had to fight it. He put them to work digging cistern pits to catch rainwater, which he lined with timbers from Foy's dismantled house, and oakum from the stores. With no prospect of an assault by sea, he brought down one of the seaward-facing guns into the courtyard and drilled the men in servicing it until they could clean, load, bring it to bear, and fire in 2 minutes. He was pleased to see how the teams he had established in those desperate first few hours had taken root. These men ate together, stood watch together, gossiped and laughed together. He raced them against each other on the guns, and delighted in the pride they took in each other's achievements. If I had 100 more like them, I could overrun the Rani's camp and chase them all the way back to the palace, he thought. In the first weeks, their greatest trouble was the weather. Storms rolled in from the ocean, day after day, and the open fort offered no protection. The men huddled in the lee of the walls, shivering and soaking. If the Rani's army had attacked then, they would have carried the fort without a shot being fired. Later, the storms gave way to a gentler, more constant rain that lasted longer than Tom thought possible. When the clouds finally parted and the sun emerged, he stared at the blue sky like a prisoner getting his first glimpse of freedom. But it was scant respite. No sooner had they dried their clothes and their powder than they found that the sun was a worse enemy than the rain. Through long hours in the middle of the day, the fort became an oven. Men pressed themselves against the searing stones to find the merest fragment of shade. The cisterns, which previously had overflowed, now dried up. The dry spell reinvigorated the besiegers. They burned the nearest go-down and used the rubble to make a platform for their guns. Tom tried to blast them out, but they brought up their cannon in the night, and by morning were able to commence a sustained bombardment that kept his men pinned down. "They mean to come for us," he told Francis some weeks after the siege had started. "Load every musket and ready your weapons." Under cover of their artillery, the Rani's troops had begun to advance, digging an entrenchment in the soft sand. Tom watched them through the loophole in the gate, paying special attention to their commander. It was Tungar. No doubt about it. The telescope brought him so close he could almost touch the scar down the middle of his face. He limped along the battle lines, shouting orders at his men. The fall from the palace balcony had hurt him, but not killed him, and he still wore the Neptune sword. He often consulted with the tall man beside him, who Tom recognized as the man who had killed Hicks with his strange steel whip, the man who had spoken perfect English. Tom wondered how an Englishman had found his way into the Rani's service. Perhaps another castaway. Tom longed to take a shot, but the East India Company's muskets were inferior weapons, without rifling to spin the ball and make it fly accurately. It would be a waste of powder. Behind Tungar, the army was forming up into lines. "They mean to throw their full strength at us," Tom announced. He surveyed his men, paraded in the courtyard. Burned red by the sun, gaunt from short rations, they did not look like warriors, and they were so few. "Keep low, and do not give them easy targets." He was about to say, "Sell your lives dearly," but thought better of it. They did not want to sell their lives for this scrap of the East India Company's vanity. They wanted to save themselves. "Fight for each other, and we will come through this together." He assigned the men their stations. He took the east wall, facing the enemy. The Hubladar and Alf Wilson took the north and south, respectively. "You stay in the courtyard and man the gate guns," he told Francis. He saw disappointment on his face. "If you're trying to protect me, Uncle, I am trying to protect us all. Your platoon is our reserve." He shook his head ruefully, filled with admiration and anxiety. Had he been any different at that age? "You will get your fight, I promise you that." The enemy cannon had fallen silent. The men ran to the defences. Looking through the loopholes, Tom saw the Rani's men had come under the fort's guns, so near that the defenders could not depress the barrels far enough to aim at them. Thinking they were safe, they charged forward, bunching together on the neck of the spit of sand. "Run out your guns and fire at will," he called to Francis. The attackers had not seen the gun ports built into the gate. The first they knew of it was the hatches lifting open and the barrels of the two long 9-pounders rolling out. "Fire!" Francis shouted. Tom had prepared for this. Anna had sewn old rice sacks into small bags, which they had filled with musket balls. Fired from the muzzle of a cannon, the bags disintegrated, fanning the balls out in a lethal arc. The front rank of the men on the beach went down. The second rank, pushed on by the men behind, tripped on their corpses and fell, slowing the attack still more. "Reload!" Francis ordered, but his men needed no encouragement. All the weeks of suffering and waiting were over, all their training, working the scorching hot guns until their hands blistered, came into its own. "Worm and sponge, ram the cartridge, home, wadding, shot, prick the cartridge and prime the hole." No need to aim, because the target was vast and everywhere in front of them. "Fire!" The second volley did more damage than the first. The targets had spread out, giving the balls more space to work their havoc. At the fringes, some of the attackers had waded out into the shallows to get away from the guns. It did not save them. The gentle waves turned red with their blood. Some died, drowned by the weight of dead men above them. But still they came. From the walls, Tom could see Tungar on horseback, his face hidden by the cheek pieces of his helmet. He urged his men forward, stabbing the Neptune sword towards the fort. A soldier, panicking, tried to flee. He leaned down from the saddle and opened the man's chest from his shoulder to his hip, then trampled him with his horse. No wonder the men were more frightened of him than the fort's guns. Smoke blew over and hid the commander from view before Tom could attempt a shot, and now he had trouble nearer at hand. Even with all their training, Francis's men could not reload fast enough. The Rani's men had almost reached the walls, and the closer they came, the narrower the cannon's field of fire. They did not approach the gate, but spread around the walls like waves breaking on a rock. Among them, Tom saw men carrying long bamboo scaling ladders. "Stay with the guns," he called to Francis. Though the big guns could not touch the men around the walls, they still commanded the little isthmus, which any reinforcements would have to cross. The attacking army surged around the walls on 3 sides of the fort. The top of a ladder appeared at one of the embrasures. Tom reached out, fired his pistol blind, straight down, then pushed the ladder back. Screams sounded as the ladder toppled, and as it landed in the mass of besiegers, Tom and his platoon rose from behind the battlements and fired down into their midst. He threw the spent musket to one of the boys and took a fresh one. But when he stood to fire, a hail of shot came back at him, chipping the parapet and flying about his ears. He ducked quickly back. "They will not give up easily," he muttered. As if to prove his words, another ladder rose up and slammed against the top of the wall. This time Tom let the attackers come. A bare head appeared. 2 dark hands reached for the parapet. Before the man could get a purchase, Tom grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the ladder, holding him up as a human shield. The body twitched as musket fire from below struck him. Tom's platoon rose and fired a volley down among the attackers. Tom threw the riddled corpse to the ground. The next man on the ladder tried to gain the walls, but one of the boys reached through with a pike and stabbed him through the heart. Tom pushed the ladder back again, but could not move it. This time, the men at the bottom threw themselves against it to weight it in place. Along the inside of the parapet, together with the piles of weapons and powder and shot, stood a dozen of Foy's wine bottles. They had been emptied, then refilled with powder, nails, and all the scrap metal that could be scavenged in the fort. A rag, soaked in spirits, protruded from the neck. Tom cocked his empty pistol, held it next to the bottle, and pulled the trigger. The flint struck sparks from the frizzen, which showered onto the rag and set it alight. Tom lobbed the bottle over the wall. It landed at the foot of the ladder and exploded among the men holding it. A cloud of steel splinters tore through them, ripping off eyes and ears and fingers. The ladder fell. The attackers retreated from the walls. That made them easier targets for the men at the top, who poured volley after volley into them, driving them still further back to where they came in range of the cannon at the gate. Tom looked about. Through the clouds of smoke that gusted about the fort, he saw the Hubladar's men on the south wall. They seemed to be holding their own, but on the north wall Alf Wilson was waving frantically, shouting for help. Crouched low, Tom ran around the rampart. Without having to ask, he saw the danger at once. A small stone cottage stood opposite, about 20 yards from the fort, and from its windows there came an unremitting fusillade of musket fire, peppering the wall. "We must dislodge them," Tom shouted. "If they hold that house, they will have perfect cover for an assault." With their greater accuracy and range, the Indian muskets would be able to sweep the walls clear, allowing the besiegers to raise their scaling ladders unopposed. This was what he had feared. His men were stretched so thin there was nowhere he could take reinforcements without risking disaster. He yelled down to the courtyard to get Francis' attention. He raised 4 fingers, indicating 4 men, and beckoned Francis to him. That left enough men to serve one of the guns, enough, he hoped, to make the attackers think twice before trying the gate. Francis and his men came up to the rampart and crouched beside him. Musket balls rattled on the stonework and whistled overhead. Tom explained what was needed. "But how can we get down?" Francis asked. "Ropes. And up again? I will solve that problem when I face it." "You mean we." "Not you," said Tom. "You will stay on the wall to provide covering fire." He saw the hurt on Francis' face, the refusal coming to his lips. "There is no time. If anything happens to me, the men will look to you for leadership." For an instant he remembered another siege at another fort, on the far side of this same ocean. Tom had taken command when his father's legs were blown off by the force of an exploding mine. "Dear God, let that not be my fate," he prayed. They fetched ropes and fastened them to the iron rings which studded the parapet. Tom carried 2 pistols in holsters in his crossbelts, 2 more on his belt, and a musket slung over his shoulder. He gathered up 6 of the wine-bottle grenados and put them in a sack. "Ready your men," he called to Francis. "Now!" The men fired in unison, a sharp volley that deafened his ears and almost blinded him. The smoke was more protection than the musket balls. Clouding the parapet, it hid them for those vital seconds when they stood exposed atop the rampart. Then they leapt. The men he had picked were all sailors from the Kestrel. They could burn a backstay in their sleep. They slid down the ropes before the attackers even saw them. Tom landed in the sand, rolled away and scrambled to his feet. A furious fusillade erupted over his head as Francis' men fired another volley, pinning the attackers down. Tom drew his sword and started cutting his way towards the house. Alf Wilson fought beside him, wielding an axe he had fashioned by cutting down one of the sepoys' halberds. The Rani's troops, surprised by this sudden counter-attack, fell back. But the marksmen lodged in the building held their nerve. Through the melee, Tom saw smoke blossoming from the windows as they fired, without care for their own men. Tom saw a tall Indian swordsman felled when a musket ball took off the back of his head. But not all the shots went awry. One of Tom's men was hit in the arm, another was dropped by a clean shot between the eyes. In front of them, the beach sank into a low gully, where the wind had been funneled between the fort and the house and scoured away the sand. Tom threw himself down into it and gestured his men to do likewise. If they pressed themselves into the ground, the rise offered just enough cover to protect them against the musket balls whistling over their heads. Behind, Francis' men maintained a steady fire from the walls, keeping the enemy at bay. Tom pulled 3 of the wine bottles from the sack. He pointed to one of the sailors, a Cornishman named Penrose. "As soon as these grenadoes go off, you follow me. Alf, maintain a steady fire." He handed him 2 of his pistols. "Ready?" He struck a spark. The cloth fuses in the bottlenecks flared into life. Keeping as low as he could, Tom lobbed them towards the house. One landed short and went out on the sand. The second struck the cottage wall and shattered. He cursed. No alternative. He would have to risk it. Alf saw what he intended and nodded. He raised his musket and fired. At the same instant, Tom popped his head up from the shelter of the gully, sighted himself on the nearest window, and hurled the bottle. He threw himself back to the ground as 6 musket balls tore the air where his head had been. The bottle sailed through the open window. Lying in the gully, he did not see it enter, but he knew he had aimed true by the muffled sound of the explosion. In fact, he had timed it perfectly. It exploded just before it struck the floor, spraying its lethal contents around the small room. A heavy weight struck Tom's shoulder. For a moment he feared he'd been hit, but it was Alf Wilson. He had been a fraction of a second slower than Tom getting down, and had paid the price. He lolled against Tom, blood flowing from a wound on his collarbone. Tom had no time to tend him. The Rani's men would already be regrouping. He cut a sleeve off Alf's shirt and stuffed it into the bullet hole to staunch the bleeding. That was all he could afford. They could not defend the gully for long. If they got trapped there, they would all die. Tom rose and ran forward. Penrose followed, while the last of the Kestrel's men stayed with Alf and kept up rapid fire. Again, the smoke hid them from their enemies. Tom weaved across the beach, cutting down any man who resisted, judging his course through the fog by the steady report of musket fire ahead and to his right. His grenado had not emptied all the defenders from the house. The smoke cloud around the house was so thick, Tom almost ran straight into it. He had come around its end, where an oak door opened inside. 6 of the Rani's guards were gathered there. Tom shot 2 of them with his pistols. A third ran at him with his musket. Tom sidestepped, wrestled the weapon from his hands, and clubbed him over the head with it. As the man dropped, he reversed his grip and swung the musket like a bat into the next man's throat, breaking his neck. Penrose had dispatched the other 2. Tom kicked in the door and leapt through, sword in hand. This was where the grenado had done its work. 3 men lay dead on the floor. Their gore splashed high up the walls. A second doorway led through to another, longer room, which echoed with gunfire, the rattle of ramrods, and the thud of the butts as they reloaded. If he had brought 1 more grenado, he might have cleared them out in a single blast, but he only had his sword and the empty musket he had taken. The fire coming from the fort had slackened. Francis' men must have been picked off, or else run out of ammunition. If the attackers could make themselves secure here and regroup, they would overrun the fort in minutes. More men than he could count were squeezed into the room, some firing, others reloading, others bringing fresh powder and shot. Impossible odds, but he had no choice. He nodded to Penrose. The two of them burst into the room, closing so fast none of the marksmen had space to bring a musket to bear. Tom slashed and thrust with his sabre, while Penrose swung Alf Wilson's boarding axe to bloody effect in the confined space. Soon, even those proved too unwieldy. The press of bodies became a scrum, nothing more than men grappling and pushing each other. This was a fight they could not hope to win. Tom was wrestled back. Penrose took a knife to his belly, fell, and was trampled beneath the Rani's soldiers' feet. Before Tom could help him, the surge of battle pushed him away. He took another step backwards and felt hard stone against his back. He was trapped. The Rani's troops made a semicircle around him. Their captain, a huge man with a black turban, stepped forward. He took a long-barreled pistol from his orange sash and aimed it at Tom's face. Tom flinched as he heard the shot, but he kept his eyes open. The cock on the pistol had not moved, but the captain's face dissolved in a mask of blood and bone. Francis stood in the doorway, a pistol in each hand, with two men from the fort flanking him with bayonet-tipped muskets. Before the Rani's stunned soldiers could respond, Francis' men charged in, stabbing with the well-practiced movements Tom had drilled into them over the past weeks. Stunned by the reversal, the soldiers hardly resisted. They fled the building, diving out through the windows and abandoning their arms in their haste. "I told you not to come," Tom said to Francis. "But thank God you did. Now let us finish our business. We are not safe yet." The Rani's troops had prepared the house for a long siege. Around the back, Tom and Francis found a hoard of powder kegs. "This is more than any musketeer would need," said Tom. "They meant to bring their big guns up. Now we shall use their arms against them." They piled the kegs inside the house and laid a fuse. From the east side of the fort, Tom could hear blasts of gunfire, but here on the north side, the Rani's men had given up the fight. Tom lit the powder trail, and they all ran for the walls. Crossing the little gully, Tom saw the impressions in the sand where he had taken cover, and the blood where Alf Wilson had fallen. Now the gully was empty. "Did you rescue Alf?" Tom asked Francis. "I left him here." Francis shook his head. "There were none here when I came." Before Tom could think any more of it, the house exploded. Stone debris rained down on the beach. Some travelled as far as the fort, rattling off the walls. When the smoke cleared, Tom saw the house had been flattened to its foundations. "They will not lodge any guns there again," said Tom, with grim satisfaction. The explosion had broken the attackers' last will to fight. Beyond the corner of the fort, Tom saw them streaming back across the narrow isthmus towards their camp on the mainland. A couple of parting shots from their guns at the gate hastened them on their way. The men in the fort had not lost their taste for battle. Tom leaned on the musket he was carrying. He ached. He was not as young as he had once been. He looked at Francis, hair tousled, face black as a powder monkey, shirt torn and drenched with sweat. He felt as proud as if he had been the boy's father. "You should not have come to rescue me," he muttered. "I didn't," retorted Francis. "I thought you were dead. I was going to finish the job you had started." Tom put his arm around the boy, and together they picked their way among the corpses to the gate. "You did well," he said. "But we have only won a single battle. No doubt they will try again soon. We had best be ready for them. Now, where is Alf Wilson?" But no one in the fort had seen him. "He was wounded," Tom said urgently. "Someone must have brought him back." "I have not had him in my care," said Anna. She wore a dirty apron over her dress, her arms wet with blood from the wounds she had already bound that day. "They would have brought him to me." "Then where?" A sick dread churned Tom's stomach. He ran to the walls and shielded his eyes, scanning the bodies around the fort for any sign of his friend. Clouds of flies buzzed about the fallen. "Look!" cried Francis. "They've raised the white flag." 4 horsemen rode across the blood-soaked sand towards the fort. One carried an upright lance with a white cloth hanging limp from the tip. Tungar rode beside him. Behind them, 2 riders trotted forward with a prisoner stumbling between them. Taut ropes around his wrists fastened him to his captors' saddles, so that if he tripped he was dragged through the sand. They reined in before the gate. The prisoner collapsed to his knees. "That's Alf Wilson," cried Francis. "Quiet," Tom hissed. But down on the beach, Tungar had heard. He gave an evil smile. "This man is your friend," he called up. "A member of my crew." Tom tried to sound unconcerned, and hoped Alf would understand why he had to be so callous. Tungar was not fooled. "I offer you a bargain. Surrender the fort, and I will let the prisoners go." "And where will we go if we surrender the fort?" "I will give you safe conduct to a nearby village. From there you may make your way down to the coast to the English settlement at Travancore or Cochin." "The same safe conduct you gave to Mr. Foy when he brought his diplomatic mission to the Rani's palace?" Tungar did his best to sound regretful. "The Rani laments that there is war between our peoples and wishes only for peace." Tom could guess what sort of peace he meant, the peace that came at the point of a sword. He tried not to look at Alf, but couldn't help himself. Alf raised his head and shook it imperceptibly, wounded, beaten, and captive, his face still burned with pride. He could see the lie for what it was. He would not want to be the cause of their downfall. Tom gripped the hilt of his sword so hard the wire grip left welts in his skin. Only the deep-rooted habits of honor, learned over so many years from his father, kept him from breaking the truce and loosing a shot at Tungar. "We will not surrender the fort," Tom declared. "And if you harm so much as one hair on his head, I will come to your camp and visit such tortures on you as you cannot imagine." Tungar gave an unpleasant laugh. "You do not know what I can imagine, but you will soon find out if you refuse my offer." "Go," shouted Tom, "before my patience expires. But heed my warning, not one hair on his head." Tungar grinned. "I swear I will not touch him." He turned and left. Alf Wilson gave one last plaintive look at the fort before the guards dragged him away. Tom went down into the courtyard, profoundly troubled by what he had had to do. He had not gone far when Francis, who had stayed on the walls, called out, "What are they doing to Alf?" Tom raced back up the steps. At the edge of the beach, beyond the enemy camp, the guards had stripped Alf Wilson naked and were tying him to a palm tree. When he was made fast, one of the guards took a clay bowl and seemed to daub him all over with a liquid that glistened in the sun. What devilry is this? Tom wondered. "He's coming back," said Francis. Tungar had mounted his horse and was cantering across the beach, the white flag fluttering from his lance. This time he came alone. "What have you done?" shouted Tom angrily. "You swore you would not touch him." "Nor have I. I am merely letting nature take her course." He swung the horse around and pointed the spear at the tree where Alf was bound. "The coconut palms produce a sweet liquor called toddy. The natives cannot resist it, but nor can wasps or the red ants. When the liquor is running, early in the morning, those insects swarm over the trees in their thousands. As the sun rises high and the day grows hot, they retreat to shelter. The ants descend the trees and bore their burrows into the soft roots." He smiled. "Unless, of course, on their way down they find something sweeter. The soft, yielding flesh of a man, They will burrow inside him, and I assure you their bite is every bit as painful as the stinging of the wasps, who will be drawn to the honey I have painted on his skin." "Fetch me a musket," Tom whispered to Francis. "Go." "It can take a man 3 days to die that way," Tunga continued. Most of the fort's defenders had come up on the walls to listen, but he pretended not to see them. He raised his voice. "Give your men this message. The first man who opens the gate to me I will reward with lands and gold. The others will die, but not before they have wished 100 times over they were dead already." "I will make you wish that, and then I will make you wish it 1,000 times more." Tom grabbed the musket Francis had brought and aimed it through the embrasure. But Tunga had read his intention. He kicked the horse and galloped away across the sand. Tom's shot fell harmlessly behind him. Tom reloaded and trained the gun on Alf Wilson. Alf kept still, either bound too tight or not yet aware of the terrible fate that awaited him. But Tunga's torture was complete. Even the Indian matchlocks, with their superior range, could not cover that distance. In sheer anger, Tom pulled the trigger. The musket recoiled, and the ball flew into the sea, the little splash invisible among the little whitecaps. "What now?" asked Francis, his face as white as the sand. "He dies," said Tom. It took Alf Wilson 3 days to die, 3 terrible days that dragged like a nightmare. No one spoke. None of the defenders would meet Tom's eye. In the evenings, when the breeze came off the land and blew the screams to them, Tom thought about slipping out in the dark and cutting Alf free. But Tunga had posted a double line of pickets, and at night they lit huge bonfires so that no one could approach unseen. Even after Alf was dead, they left the corpse bound to the tree until it was unrecognizable as the man he had been. Tom longed for the next assault. He craved the release of battle, the chance to seek out Tunga and avenge Alf. But it did not come. Days passed with only the most desultory exchanges of cannon fire to remind each other they were still there. "They're trying to starve us out," Tom guessed. He had cut the rice ration again that morning, and now that the rains had stopped, they were down to their last half-cask of water. He had already heard men complaining. Soon they would be desperate. "The enemy are losing heart," said the Hubladar. "In this country armies do not fight sieges to the death. No one is so loyal to his lord that he would die for him. If a castle falls, it is because it is betrayed." Francis looked appalled. "Are men so fickle here? No Englishman would ever disgrace himself that way." "Peace," said Tom, surprised by his nephew's idealism. "No race is immune from cowardice and self-interest. If you look back through the annals of old England, how many of our own castles were taken by treachery or deceit?" "My guess is that the Rani is troubled," said Anna. "She needed a complete victory before the monsoon ended. Soon the new trading season will be open. If she is at war with us, her merchants will have nowhere to sell their pepper and cloth. They will blame the Queen for losing their livelihoods, and she will lose her revenues from the customs. The whole kingdom will be impoverished. She knows this." Tom gave her an admiring look. Even in the extremes of hardship, she had a cool head for business. He glanced at Francis. He had seen how the boy followed her about, sitting long hours talking with her when he was not on duty, saving little portions of his rice ration to give her. He marvelled that he could carry on his courtship in such circumstances. "The monsoon will turn soon." Tom had already felt the change in the air, a new coolness as the prevailing winds shifted. Perhaps then the Rani will reconsider her policy. A quarter of a mile away, Christopher sat in Tunga's tent. Through the open flap he could see his battery of 9-pounders sitting impotent in their emplacements. The sight enraged him. They ought to have reduced the fortress to rubble by now and buried all the defenders beneath it. But the Rani's powder was feeble, and instead of iron balls she only had stones, which shattered against the well-engineered walls. "The Rani is most displeased with your lack of progress," said Pula. He had arrived unannounced that evening with a retinue of 50 of the Rani's bodyguards. According to Christopher's spies, he had been spending more and more time in the Rani's council chambers. Perhaps that explained the glittering profusion of gold rings that had sprouted from his fingers like fresh shoots in spring. "I should have cut off your fingers when I had the chance," Christopher thought sourly, "and your tongue." He gave a blank smile and poured his guest another cup of toddy. "We would have carried the fort weeks ago were it not for the accursed hat-wearers who were shipwrecked," Tunga protested. "Their leader is a jinn, a devil." Pula nodded to the Neptune sword that hung from a peg on the tent pole. Light from the lamps smouldered in the depths of the great sapphire. "Perhaps if you had not taken his sword, he might have joined our cause, instead of thwarting us." "Why have you come here?" said Tunga brusquely. A beetle flew down and landed on the plate of dates he had laid out for his guest. It crawled over the fruit, antennae twitching. "The monsoon is nearly over. Soon the seas will open, and the hat-wearers' ships will return. If our weavers and pepper farmers have no one to buy their goods, they will starve." "You mean they will not pay the Rani's taxes?" retorted Tunga. "And who do you think pays for your army?" said Pula. He coughed. Christopher smelled the sickly sweetness of the toddy on his breath. "I counselled against this war, but you prevailed with the Rani. Now that you have had your way, you had better see it to a favourable conclusion. If you fail, do not think you will be welcome in the palace at Chittatinkara. This ill-advised war has cost the Rani a year's revenues." "No doubt it cost you a pretty penny too," said Christopher. "The Rani is a river, and all wealth flows from her," said Pula unctuously. "I would not expect you to understand." He looked at Tunga. "This is what comes of waging war with pirates and bandits." The beetle was still clambering over the fruit plate. Suddenly, Tunga slammed down his fist to kill it. The plate shattered, spilling dates over the floor. The beetle flew away, buzzing around the lamp in the corner. Tunga picked up a fragment of the broken plate and crushed it to dust in his fist. "We will win this war," he promised. "I will mount the hat-wearers' heads on spikes every mile from here to Chittatinkara, and when we reach the palace I will mount yours right above the gate, to warn all those who would speak treason to the Rani." Christopher stayed silent. He knew it was only the stalemate between Tunga and Pula that kept him alive. If the war was lost, Tunga would surely lose his head, and Christopher with him. Pula stood to go. "I do not think we have anything more to discuss. I bid you good night." He lifted the flap of the tent. The beetle, drawn by the sudden brightness of the watch-fire outside, fluttered out. It flew into the flames and vanished in a puff of smoke. Pula smiled. "You see, there is more than one way to destroy your enemies." After he had gone, Christopher sat by the fire in thought. The safest course, he knew, would be to vanish into the forest, for this could not end well for him. Tunga would send men to hunt him, but Christopher could evade them. But there was the sword, always the sword, with its fathomless blue sapphire, promising him his inheritance. How many times in those past months had he contemplated murdering Tunga, seizing the sword and fleeing? But Tunga had many enemies, and guarded himself well. In all those months, Christopher had never once caught him alone, and he never let the sword out of his sight. A challenge rang out in the darkness beyond the fire. He heard an urgent exchange of words. Then 3 guards appeared with a prisoner between them. The prisoner's sandy hair betrayed him as a white man. Though months of exposure had tanned his skin as dark as a native, his cheeks had sunk in, his legs were thin as matchsticks, and bony ribs pressed against his tattered shirt. "How have we let these men defy us so long?" Christopher thought angrily. He wondered again about the English captain, the man who had staggered out of the sea with the Neptune sword and thwarted all their plans. If the fort fell, there were many questions he would ask him before he died. "We found this man trying to infiltrate our lines," said the guard captain. "He says he wants to speak to you." "To me?" said Christopher, surprised. "He has heard that you speak the language of the hat-wearers." Christopher considered the prisoner. Was he a spy? He considered whether he should torture him to find out what he knew. There would be time for that later, if necessary. "Speak," he said in English, "before you suffer the same fate as the last man I captured." The prisoner fell to his knees, pleading in a wheedling voice. "Bless you, sir, there's no need to talk that way. I saw what you did there, and I don't want that happening to me. I come here of my own free will to make you a proposition." "What is it?" "My name is Ilkley, sir. I kept Mr. Foy's accounts. I did hear, sir, that the man who gave you the fort might expect some gratitude, a reward, so to speak." "Yes." "I can be that man, sir. I can open the gates for you." He stared hungrily at Christopher, and Christopher stared back. He wondered if this might be a trap. Again, he considered torturing Ilkley, to be sure of his sincerity. But the fort commander had so few men. He would not have risked one on this errand, not when he knew what fate awaited them. "When will you do it?" "Tomorrow night, sir. Dark of the moon. They won't see you approach." He clasped his hands. "There will be a reward, won't there?" "You will get your due," Christopher assured him, hiding his smile. Ilkley nodded gratefully. "I'd best be getting back, sir. It's my shift on guard, and if I'm not there when the relief comes, the captain will give me a buttock stirring about it. He's a hard bastard. Has us drilling our guns till our arms drop off. Me, sir." He looked affronted. "An accountant." Christopher had stopped paying attention to the man's complaints, but the mention of the captain got his attention. "Tell me," he said, "what is your commander's name?" "Tom Weald. He was shipwrecked just at the start of the monsoon season." "Why, sir? You know him?" "No, but he seemed familiar." Christopher had revealed more than he intended. He straightened. "If that gate is open tomorrow night, you will have your weight in gold." He stared into the man's dull eyes and liked what he saw: avarice, hunger, and fear. "If not, so help me, I will melt the gold and pour it down your throat." Francis woke without knowing why. He'd been dozing in the corner of the fort, body pressed against the warm sand. Automatically, he reached out and felt the musket lying beside him. With the new moon, the night was black as pitch. They had long since run out of candles and oil for their lamps. Soft footsteps approached. He sat up. "Francis?" Anna's voice came out of the dark, soft and cool as night. She sat down beside him, smoothing her skirts under her. Francis could hardly see her, but he felt the heat coming off her bare arm, an inch from his own. "I couldn't sleep," she said. "I had a dream. I was running through a great fortress, looking for you, but I could not find you anywhere. Men were chasing me, always on my heels, and I knew that if I did not find you, they would kill you." Without even thinking, Francis reached out and cradled her to him. He stroked her hair. "It was only a dream." She gathered herself. "I am sick of this terrible place. Soon we will go." Just before sunset, I saw a sail out on the ocean. The seas are open again. If Sarah and Agnes got word of our situation to Madras, the governor there will send help as soon as he possibly can. I wish a ship would come here and carry us far away." She stared into the night, then straightened. Francis, embarrassed, lifted his arm, but she had only moved to bring her face level with his. She leaned in, her mouth searching his in the dark. Her lips were paper dry. She brushed his mouth, parting his lips with her tongue. Francis wrapped his arms around her, feeling her breasts firm through the thin fabric of her dress. He ran his fingers through her hair, and he broke away. Anna sat up, wounded. "I thought—" He hushed her. "Do you smell that?" She wrinkled her nose. "It smells like sulphur." "It is matchcord." Francis rose, all thoughts of romance driven from his mind. "But we do not use it for our guns. We have flintlocks. Only the Indians use matchlocks." Anna understood the gravity of the situation at once. "Who is on watch?" "Ilkley." Francis felt his way along the wall until he found the steps. "Wake my uncle," he told Anna. "It may be nothing, but—" By now he knew the fort so well he could run up the steps in perfect darkness. He stepped out onto the rampart and stopped dead. The night was not so dark as he'd thought. In the west, beyond the clouds, he could see stars shining through. On the eastern horizon, a dim smudge gave the first hint of dawn. But that was not what made him stare. Below him, clustered in front of the fort like sparks around a forge, 100 orange pricks of light glowed on the beach. He knew what they were, the smouldering cords of the enemy matchlocks. He ran back down and almost collided with Tom at the foot of the stairs. "They're here," he gasped. "Scores of them, maybe hundreds, just outside the gate." "How did they get there unseen? Where is Ilkley?" "I don't know. I did not see him on the walls." A creak sounded by the gate. Tom and Francis turned. Dawn was coming quickly, as it does in the tropics. The gatehouse was now visible as a shadow against the lightening sky. Something moved at its base. Ilkley did not hear them approach. At the beginning of the siege, Tom had buttressed the gates with beams taken from Foy's dismantled house. Now Ilkley strained to pull the heavy timbers away, sweating even in the cool pre-dawn air. He had not allowed enough time for this, and the Rani's men had lit their matches too soon. He worked with feverish haste, his mind clouded with thoughts of what the enemy captain would do to him if he reached the gates and found them barred. After 3 months in the fort, wasting from hunger and thirst, Ilkley had lost all hope. The fort would fall. It was only a question of time. He intended to survive it. The last of the beams came free. Ilkley's slippery hands lost control. It fell away and landed with a thud. Ilkley did not have time to wonder who might have heard. The enemy captain was waiting on the other side of the gate. The moment he saw it open, he would launch his attack. He lifted the bar that locked it and let it fall on the sand. He put his shoulder against the gate and heaved. Rusted by rain, jammed with grit and disuse, the hinges resisted. He pushed harder, drawing on a desperate strength he did not know he had. A hand on his shoulder spun him around. Tom and Francis stood behind him, both with drawn swords. Beyond, he saw the rest of the garrison stirring to life, repeating Tom's orders in whispers to keep silent and grab their weapons. "What have you done?" said Tom, in anguish. Ilkley wanted to answer, but the words wouldn't come. He stuttered and stammered, "I just—" It was too late. His last frantic shove had finally shifted the gate. Only a foot or so, but it was the signal the enemy had been watching for. Through the opening, Tom saw a host of glowing sparks rise from the ground like fireflies taking wing. They ran for the gate. "They are coming!" shouted the Hubladar, who had gone up to the walls. Tom threw Ilkley aside and hauled on the iron bracket to close the gates. The day was light enough now that the attackers saw him. A musket fired, a ball whistled through the opening just over Tom's head. Francis dragged him back as a second ball hit the gate. A 6-inch splinter tore through the space where Tom's eyes had been a second earlier. Tom looked at the 2 cannon. They were kept loaded, but there was no powder in their touch holes. He grabbed a powder flask hanging from a nail in the wall and poured it in, spilling it in his haste. Francis brought a match. The attackers were already scrabbling at the gates, heaving them open. Tom touched the match to the first cannon and leapt out of the way as it thundered back. The blast blew the gate off its hinges, scattering the attackers backwards. The second wave poured into the breach, but only in time for Tom to reach the second cannon. They died on the bodies of the fallen. But there were more behind, and no time to reload the cannon. Tom's men grabbed the timbers that had buttressed the gate and piled them in the gateway. With the corpses that choked the entryway, the cannons, and the broken remains of the gate, it made a rough barricade they could crouch behind. Even woken from sleep, the discipline Tom had instilled over the past months repaid itself now. The men knew what to do, and the cannon blasts had bought them just enough time. Half the men knelt behind the barricade, keeping up a steady fire, while the others reloaded the muskets. Behind them, 2 of the boys crouched in the sand, digging out a hollow trench where Tom had ordered. But as fast as the men could shoot, the enemy kept coming. Clambering over the corpses of their comrades that choked the gateway, they were now so close that the men on the barricade had no time to reload. They fixed bayonets. The battle became a close-up, savage slaughter, hand-to-hand combat that left every man covered in blood. The boys had finished their trench and filled it as Tom directed. They brushed sand over to conceal what they had buried. Then they took up cudgels to join the fray. Tom waved them away. He could see how the tide of the battle was running. Now that the 2 sides were face to face, the enemy commander could bring his weight of numbers to bear. He was forcing his men forward, driving them through the gate like a nail into a hole. However hard the defenders fought, they could not resist the sheer pressure of so many men. Soon they would be overwhelmed. "Back to the redoubt," he ordered. From the beginning of the siege, he had feared it might end this way. He had prepared a redoubt, a last refuge they could retreat to. He had fortified the northwest bastion, furthest from the gate, and provided it with a supply of powder and shot. He was under no illusions. He knew he could not last long. On the tower, they would be vulnerable to enemy musket fire. As soon as the enemy gained the walls, they would be finished. All he could hope for was to make their attackers pay so dearly they gave up the fight. "Back!" he shouted. "Back!" His bellowing voice penetrated even the chaos of battle. The men on the barricade disengaged, leapt back and ran so fast that their assailants lost their footing and fell. Those in the front rank of the attackers, who had fought most bravely, were crushed under the weight of men pushing in behind. Tom was the last to go. He stooped and fired the fuse that led into the shallow trench the boys had dug. Then he ran. Men poured into the courtyard behind him. They might have caught Tom, but their numbers worked against them. Pressed together, they hindered each other from running or from levelling their muskets, and they did not see the fuse. The flame reached the powder kegs the boys had buried in the trench just as Tom reached the stairs. The powder exploded in a cloud of flame, sand, and blood, as if a giant fist had reached out of the ground. Such was its force, even the bones of the dead men became lethal projectiles. The attackers were eviscerated. The explosion echoed around the courtyard. Through the screams, Tom heard a new sound, a gathering roar that shook the earth with even more force than the original explosion. It rose to a crescendo like a thunderclap, then slowly rolled away in the rumble of settling stones. Tom gained the top of the tower and looked down into the courtyard. Smoke and dust choked the air, but from that height he could see enough to make out what had happened. The gatehouse had disappeared. Battered by the enemy's artillery over the last 3 months, the explosion almost directly beneath it had been the final straw. It had collapsed, burying the bodies of living and dead alike. Instinctively, he looked around for Francis and Anna. Both were there. Anna knelt beside one of the men, dressing his wounds, while Francis had come up right beside him. He was shouting something, but Tom's ears were still ringing from the explosion, and he could not understand. The dust had started to settle in the courtyard. With a sinking heart, Tom saw that his last gambit had failed. The explosion had not deterred the attackers. They were still coming on, scrambling over the debris where the gate had been, and charging towards his last redoubt. It would not be long now before they overran the walls, and all was lost. He reached for the pistol he carried, but it was gone. It must have been knocked out of his belt in the melee. He raised his sword and steeled himself for the end. Still he refused to give up. He would not surrender, for while he breathed, he could hope he would see Sarah again. But it would not be long now. Francis was still trying to tell him something. Making no impression, he grabbed Tom's arm and turned him, pointing him out to sea. For some unaccountable reason, he seemed to be grinning like a madman. Then Tom saw, and no pain or battle-weariness could keep the joy off his face. A ship had appeared in the bay, her furled sails bunched like clouds from her yards. A row of cannon gleamed from her gun-ports. From her stern hung the red and white striped ensign of the East India Company. She had lowered her longboat, which pulled through the surf towards the beach filled with red-coated marines. One of her guns bellowed. Tom saw the ball skim over the water and carve a bloody gap in the Rani's army. The beach erupted in a fountain of sand. Another gun fired, and another, staggered shots that gave the Rani's men no respite. In an instant, victory turned to a rout. They ran headlong through their camp and into the jungle, abandoning their weapons, their stores, and their big guns. Even their officers joined in, making no attempt to rally the men. The only man who resisted was Tungar, standing up in his stirrups, shouting at his army to stay and fight. When words did no good, he used the Neptune sword, laying about his men with the flat of the blade. But the fleeing soldiers simply ignored him, abandoning all discipline as they melted away into the jungle. One of the men grabbed his stirrups and tried to unhorse him, but Tungar fended him off with a cut that left him clutching his eyes. The ship fired again. One of the balls passed so close to Tungar's mount it almost took its head off. The beast reared up, teeth bared, and only Tungar's superb horsemanship kept him from being pitched onto the sand. With a final roar of rage, he circled the horse and spurred it away. Tom saw the Neptune sword waving above the fray as he used it to cut a path through the fleeing throng. This was his last chance, Tom realized. If Tungar reached the jungle, let alone the palace, Tom might never have another chance to retrieve the sword, or to avenge Alf Wilson and all the men who had died because of Tungar. He ran down the stairs across the courtyard and clambered to the top of the rubble pile that blocked the gate. The stones were still warm from the heat of the blast. He scanned the battlefield. Where was Tungar? Christopher staggered away from the fort. Dust and sand choked his mouth. His ears were still ringing from the sound of the blast. When he touched his hand to his scalp, he felt only blood and bare skin. The explosion had burned his hair off. He had been at the gate. Tungar had insisted he lead the assault, no doubt because he did not trust Ilkley's story and hoped to rid himself of his inconvenient ally. If so, the plan had almost worked to perfection. Christopher had seen Tom wield on the far side of the gate, had been ready to charge in and capture him before the Rani's soldiers butchered every man alive. Just in time, some instinct had stayed him. The devil takes care of its own, his mother would have said. Christopher knew it was fate, saving him to reclaim the sword. He had held back long enough to see his men blown to pieces by the mine, the survivors crushed under the falling arch, and Tom wheeled, out of reach again, on the tower. Thrown down by the force of the blast, he had not even risen when suddenly he became aware that the tide of the battle had turned decisively. His men were in full retreat, and as a cannonball tore one man's head off, he saw the ship in the bay, and understood why. He felt no disappointment. He owed no allegiance to this army, and this was a moment he had long planned for. Instantly he sought out Tungar. Tungar stood on his horse a little distance away, screaming at the men to stand their ground. He might as well have shouted at the waves. Even in the chaos of battle, Christopher felt a chill blast of triumph. Tunga was finished. If the English did not kill him, the Rani certainly would. Now all that mattered was getting the sword. He ran for Tunga, pushing past the wounded who limped and struggled too slowly. He saw one of the soldiers trying to commandeer Tunga's horse, but a blow from the Neptune sword put paid to that insolence. Watching, Christopher did not see the fallen firelock on the sand. His boot caught it, tripping him on his face. Two men rushed past him, and as he got to his feet he saw a cannonball shatter their bodies right in front of him. If he had not tripped, again, he thanked the dark fate that protected him. But even now Tunga had seen it was hopeless. He turned to flee, swinging the golden sword like a scythe to cut through the mass of men who choked the neck of land that led back to the river and to safety. Even if he could not force a path, the horse, terrified by the crowd and the roar of the ship's broadsides, refused to move. Christopher slipped through the crowd, moving closer to his target. He uncoiled the urumi that he had prudently worn around his waist. In the press of men, he had little space to wield it. He waited for an opening, then let fly, unspooling it over the heads of the men in front. The steel blade closed around Tunga's wrist. Christopher snapped it tight and yanked it back. The force cut Tunga's hand clean from his arm. It dropped to the ground, still clutching the Neptune sword, while a jet of blood fountained from the stump. Tunga screamed. He let go the reins to staunch the flow, but the horse was already too close to panic. It felt the bridle loosen and reared up on its hind legs. Tunga fell and landed hard on the sand. The horse bolted, trampling men beneath its hooves in its haste to be away. The crowds around them were thinning. Most of the men had already reached the trees or died in the attempt. Christopher could see the Indiaman's boat approaching the beach, filled with red-coated Marines. If they caught him here. The Neptune sword lay in the sand, glittering like buried treasure. Christopher reached for it. Even among all the wreckage of defeat, he felt the sweet thrill of victory. All the horrors he had suffered, the terrible things he had seen and done, were justified in that moment. The sword was his, inches from his grasp. A hand closed around his ankle and hauled him back. Christopher overbalanced and fell onto his knees. He lunged for the sword, but the hand gripped him with a ferocious strength and dragged him away. It was Tunga. Christopher twisted around and saw him, his severed stump pressed against the sand to staunch the bleeding, while his left hand held Christopher fast. He clenched the skull-handled dagger in his teeth, so tight the blade cut the corners of his mouth. "Traitor!" he hissed through the blade. "You may have defeated me, but I will send you to Shiva the Destroyer before I go myself." With a howl of pain and hate, he pushed himself up on the stump of his right arm. At the same time, he let go Christopher's foot, grabbed the knife from his mouth, and plunged it into Christopher's leg in a single motion. Once again, the skills he had learned in the Kalari saved his life. The moment Tunga let go, Christopher used all his strength to leap onto his feet. When the knife came down, he was already standing. The blade struck a glancing blow, drawing blood but missing the muscles beneath. Now Tunga was helpless. He tried to stand, but Christopher knocked him back down. He pried the knife from his grip and tossed it aside. Straggling Tunga, he put his hands around his throat and squeezed. Tunga flailed and kicked. He reached for Christopher's face to gouge out his eyes, but his arm was not long enough. Christopher caught his hand in his mouth and bit down on his fingers until he felt the bone crack. Tunga opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came. Christopher's chokehold was unrelenting. He pressed his thumbs against Tunga's windpipe. Tunga's eyes bulged, his face went red, so bright Christopher thought it might split down the seam of its scar and spill out his brains on the sand. His tongue pressed through his black, beetle-stained teeth, gasping for air that would not come. His windpipe snapped. His eyes rolled back. His head lolled, and his mouth hung slack. Christopher gave the body one last squeeze to be sure he was dead, then stood. Ignoring the wound on his leg, he gathered up the sword and ran for the safety of the trees. The Marines had come ashore. They shouted at Christopher, but he did not listen. He only knew they were firing at him by the blooms of sand that erupted on the beach around him. He glanced back. Uncertain of the situation, the Marines were not giving chase. Beyond them, he saw a figure standing on the rubble at the fort's gate, and he knew instinctively it was Tom Weald. He had defeated Christopher, but Christopher had the sword, and that gave him new strength. He reached the trees and vanished from sight. A little way inside the forest, he found Tunga's mare. The fleeing army had given no thought to taking her. She stood in a glade, spattered with blood and grime, chewing on grass. Christopher caught the bridle and murmured soothing words in her ear until she allowed him to mount. He knew pursuit would not be far behind. He rode hard, fording the backwaters and following twisting paths until he was sure he was alone. The horse was breathing hard, her wet flanks steaming in the heat. He slipped out of the saddle to give her some respite and walked a while, leading her by the bridle. He thought furiously. He could not go back to the Rani. With her army routed and the fortress relieved by the East India Company, her stratagem had failed. She would have to sue for peace, and the company would be in no mood for leniency. They might even demand she hand over Christopher for exemplary punishment. The thought of being taken back to Bombay in chains, of being thrown down before his father and having to beg for his life, made him shake with rage and fear. Walking had brought him to a crossroads. A few shabby huts stood among the trees, though the villagers had heard his horse and made themselves invisible. They knew nothing good happened when powerful men came to their village. Christopher ducked into the huts and took the food he found, a few balls of rice and some dried fish. He didn't bother looking for money. The villagers lived little better than animals. He could feel their eyes on him, watching from the undergrowth, but he was unconcerned. The Neptune sword would deter them from mischief. He pulled it from its scabbard, thrilling to the balance of the weapon. He turned it in his hand so that the gold inlay on the blade caught the sunlight coming through the trees. The sapphire in the pommel glowed like a single blue eye looking into his soul. He had lost nearly everything, but so long as he had this, he felt invincible. He stood there for a time, pondering what he should do. A fragment of that last conversation with Tamana came into his head. Where could we go if we were free? If we wanted to be together somewhere nobody knew our past? Tiracolo, she had answered. A land without laws or constraint, a place you and I could be truly free. Perhaps one day we will find ourselves there, he had said. He remounted the horse and turned her head north. Tom found Tunga's body lying on the blood-soaked sand. His right hand had been cut off, but he saw no mortal wound. Tom approached carefully, wondering if he might yet be alive. A fly crawled out of Tunga's mouth, along his lolling tongue, and Tom saw he had nothing to fear. He found the severed hand a few paces away, where the ground was thick with hoof marks. But of the sword it had carried, he saw no sign. The last of the Rani's troops had reached the edge of the beach and were disappearing into the jungle. One caught his eye, a tall, bald-headed man who seemed familiar. At that distance, shaded by the palm trees, Tom could not see the sword in his hand. Disappointment seized him, only for a moment. One of the soldiers must have looted a sword from the battlefield, but Tom did not give up hope. Such a prize could not be kept hidden. Men would talk, and when they did, he would make sure he heard of it. If the Rani tried to withhold it, he would burn her palace to the ground. "Put down your weapon!" Tom turned and saw 24 muskets all trained on him. The Marines had come ashore. They stood formed up in a line. the sun behind them, their stockings still wet from the surf. Tom raised his weary arms. "Peace," he called. "I am a friend." His voice was little more than a croak, but the Marines recognized the words. Their sergeant ordered them to lower their weapons. "My apologies," said a new voice. A blue-coated man wearing the uniform of a captain in the East India Company strode out from among the Marines. "When word of your plight reached Madras, we feared we would find no Englishmen left alive," he halted. "Good God! Can it be?" Tom shaded his eyes against the sun. After everything he had endured, he needed a moment to place the captain's face. The weather-beaten cheeks and stern blue eyes, the russet hair streaked with grey. "Captain Inchbird? We meet again, and this time I am able to repay the debt I owe you." Inchbird eyed him keenly. "How the deuce did you come to be here?" "A long story. I cannot conceive of what you have suffered." Inchbird gestured to the fort. "To have held out so long against such odds, your name will be the toast of Leadenhall Street." "I do not need their gratitude. I did it to save myself and family. If it were not for the company's high-handed avarice, the Rani would never have been provoked to war." "None the less," said Inchbird wryly, "there is nothing the merchants in London love quite so much as a hero, especially one who saves their dignity and their profits. All that matters is my wife and Agnes, Mrs. Hicks. Were they well when you left them?" Inchbird's face clouded. "I do not take your meaning." "You sailed from Madras, yes?" Inchbird nodded. "Then surely you saw them. How else did you have intelligence of our plight here?" "No survivors reached Madras. We had our news from Tamil traders coming overland." "But Sarah and Agnes sailed months ago," cried Tom. "They must have arrived by now." "It is possible they arrived after we sailed." Inchbird saw Tom's stricken face and softened his tone. "The seas have not been easy this monsoon season. Very likely they put into some safe harbour to wait for kinder weather." But Tom heard his reassurances for what they were, empty words without real hope. Despair gripped him. He almost wept. What use was surviving the siege if he could not find Sarah? Terrible fears for what might have befallen her crowded his mind, each more dreadful than the last. Yet against the darkness, one glimmer of hope held out. If Sarah had died, he would surely have felt it in his heart. She had to be alive. "I must find them." Tom looked into Inchbird's eyes and saw his sympathy. "You spoke of the company's gratitude to me. If that means anything at all, take us to Madras." Tom, Francis, and Anna anchored in the Madras roadstead 3 weeks after leaving Bryn Joan. It reminded Tom of pictures he'd seen in books of medieval cities. Hard stone walls the colour of rusty iron ringed the town, engineered with many batteries and half-moon bastions for protection. A great variety of fine buildings rose within the walls, while to north and south stretched the low, ramshackle towns where the native merchants who had flocked to the company's trade lived. The anchor had barely touched bottom when a great flotilla of small boats and catamarans rushed out from the shore, offering coconuts, rum, fruit, and fish. Some of the women who thrust them up to the waiting sailors were almost naked. Tom guessed they were for sale too. "They have marked you as Oromboros," said Inchbird, "men who are strangers to the town. They will expect to make a good penny from you." "Then they will be disappointed, for I do not have a penny to my name," said Tom. "When will you send the cargo ashore?" "We will wait until the morrow to unload," said Inchbird. "I must secure the ship and procure refreshment for the men, but the governor will expect me to send my packet ashore forthwith. I should be obliged if you would deliver it for me." Tom understood what he was saying and was grateful. He clambered into one of the small boats with Francis and Anna. The planks, tied together with ropes rather than nails, shifted and squirmed under their weight. Water oozed through. "Will we even make it ashore?" Francis wondered. "This boat seems designed to tip us into the sea." "They know what they're doing," Tom countered. "Unlike our longboats, these craft are made to flex in the surf. You may get wet, but they will not overturn." And so it was. The boat brought them damp but safe to the jetty by the sea gate. They had no difficulty gaining admittance, with the ship's papers to deliver. Directly inside the gate, they stepped straight into a market. The sandy street was thronged with traders, standing around and shouting bids at each other, while bills posted on the wall advertised when the next ships were due. Some of the merchants broke away when they saw Anna and embraced her warmly. Tom was pleased to see the affection they had for her. Francis stood back, frowning. Anna spoke to them rapidly in their own language. Her face was grave. "They have had no news of Sarah or Agnes, but they say a ship brought a man from Brynjoen last week, an Englishman. He is at the citadel." "Then I will go there," said Tom. "You and Francis see what else you may discover on the docks." In the centre of the walled town, the citadel was like a larger model of the fort at Brynjoen, though twice the size and with an imposing 3-story house in its centre. Tom felt a pang of memory as he passed under the archway, an echo of those last desperate moments in the fort when he had feared all was lost. Inchbird's correspondence got him as far as a waiting room. He handed the packet to a servant and waited as he disappeared into the large first-floor office. The minutes passed. The grandfather clock in the hall struck the hour. Tom stared at the door with furious concentration, willing it to open. He gripped the arms of his chair to keep from launching himself at the door. When he thought he could not wait one more second, the door opened. The footman beckoned him through, into an airy room with high windows. The walls were decorated with antique weapons, fixed in patterns, a rosette of muskets, a fan of swords and crossed pikes. It reminded Tom of the weapons in the library at High Weald, which he had not seen in so many years. A man strode to meet him, arm outstretched. "William Fraser," he introduced himself. "I am the governor of Fort St. George. You are Thomas Weald?" Tom nodded. Fraser clasped his hand firmly. "Then I and the whole company owe you a great debt of gratitude. Captain Inchbird's report leaves no doubt that, but for your gallant intervention, the fort would have been lost and all her garrison enslaved or slaughtered. The damage to the company's prestige, to say nothing of her commerce, would have been incalculable. If the blacks had got it in their heads they could bloody our noses with impunity." Tom went uncharacteristically quiet. He had not expected to become the East India Company's champion. The irony was not lost on him, nor the danger. In these comfortable surroundings, after months of suffering, fated as a hero, it would be too easy to drop his guard. If anyone recognized him, or if Guy got to hear of it. "I'm sorry more of your men did not survive," he muttered. "Mr. Foy did not leave many to save. He has paid the price for his recklessness. So did a great many others, and they had no choice in the matter." Tom felt all the frustrations of the past months boiling up inside him. He wanted to tear down the heavy curtains, smash the pictures on the wall, and sweep all the paperwork off Fraser's desk. He forced himself to keep his temper. "Before we were besieged, one of the factors escaped in a boat with the women from the settlement. Foy's wife, Captain Hick's wife, and my own. They were making for Madras." Fraser's face grew solemn. "Until last week, I would have counselled you to fear the worst, for I had heard no intelligence of them. Now I can tell you more, though whether you think it is better news I cannot say." Tom's ribs seemed to crush against his heart. He gripped the rim on Fraser's desk, knuckles white. "What is it?" "Sit." Fraser gestured him to a chair. "You may hear it from the horse's mouth, as it were." He rang a bell. Tom slumped into a high-backed chair. He heard the door open, tentative footsteps approaching. "Mr. Kiffin," the footman announced. He closed the door. Kiffin was halfway into the room before he glimpsed Tom in the chair. He recoiled. His head jerked around, and he darted a furtive look at the exit. "Mr. Weald," he exclaimed, with no warmth at all, when he saw he could not escape. "Thank God, sir, that you have survived. I dared not hope I would live to see you again." The last time Tom had seen him, they had been running for their lives from the Rani's palace. The intervening months had been kind to neither of them, but Kiffin had come off worse. His nose was heavily scabbed where the sun had burned it raw. His eyes seemed to bulge from their shrunken sockets, and his fingers trembled. There were many things Tom could ask him, but only one he cared about. "Where's my wife?" Kiffin shuddered. He sank into a chair, angling it so he would not have to look Tom in the eye. "I fear, sir, you will not like what I have to tell you." The boat barely moved on the flat sea. 8 men and 3 women sprawled in her heavy, laden hull. The men were stripped to the waist. The women's dresses were torn to the very limits of modesty. 4 oars dipped and pulled with little conviction on the glassy water. Soon they would stop, for they had long since learned there was little point trying to row through the heat of the day. The sun shone from a cloudless sky. The monsoon had been feeble that year. The storms that heralded it had come on schedule, but not the rain that usually followed. Inland, peasants would be scratching the dry earth and praying they would survive to the next season. In the boat, they did not know if they would see the next week. Since the age of 10, Agnes had lived her whole life in India. The soft hills and gentle rain of her native Yorkshire were memories so distant they might have been dreams. She had survived more than 20 years, 20 feverish monsoons, 20 parched summers, where the heat seemed to set her bones on fire. She had borne 5 children and buried each one before the age of 3. She had known hardship. But nothing in her life compared to this. She had spent 3 weeks crammed with 10 other people in a 30-foot boat, so heavy-laden the gunwales barely broke the water. There was no shelter and no privacy. After the first monsoon storms had passed, Lee, the Kestrel's boatswain, had rigged a piece of canvas in a modesty screen at the stern, and another as an awning. But another storm had blown up out of nowhere and torn them away, together with the mast and the sail. After that, they had had no choice but to put in long days on the oars. Agnes took her turn, when she was not nursing Sarah, until her hands were as calloused as any tars. "I should help row," Sarah protested that morning. Her fever had passed, and she could sit up, though she was still very frail. "Nonsense," said Agnes. "In your condition you would not be able to lift the oar. But it would show the men I value what they do. Everyone else takes his turn." "Not everyone," said Agnes. She shot a dark look at Lydia Foy, who sat in the bow of the boat with the company's strong-boxes. Kiffin sat beside her, affecting an air of command. Even by the cramped standards of the boat, they were inseparable, squeezed together under the parasol which Lydia refused to share. "The men know how much you care for them," Agnes told Sarah. "All they want to do is bring you to safe harbour." Sarah smiled weakly. "Then, I suppose—" She broke off with a cough that became a retching. She just got her head over the side before the small portion of rice and salt pork she had eaten for breakfast came up and was vomited over the side. Agnes sighed and held her sister until she had finished. This happened every morning. "We should not waste food on her if she cannot hold it down," said Lydia Foy tartly. "Not when the rest of us are starving." "Sarah gets her share like all the rest," Agnes insisted. Of all the people in the boat, Lydia seemed to have suffered least from the meagre rations they shared. Her complexion was healthy, and her breasts filled her bodice as amply as ever. Agnes suspected Kiffin had been slipping her extra morsels, and perhaps more. Some nights she had heard strange noises coming from the bow of the boat. "I do not wish to be a burden," said Sarah. She lay back, her stomach still heaving with its exertions. Agnes sat beside her, positioning herself so that she shaded Sarah's face. She tipped a cup of water to her sister's lips. It was a fine porcelain cup, painted with willow leaves, the most incongruous vessel to have in their circumstances. Agnes had been shocked when she discovered that Mrs. Foy had managed to stow her entire dinner service in the boat. "Careful," said Lydia. "Unless it rains again, we will run short before long." It was one of the many cruel ironies of their predicament. When the rain came, it fell so hard it almost filled the boat. All hands had to abandon their oars and bail furiously to keep from being swamped, literally throwing water away. But they had no casks to store it in, so when the rain ceased and the sun came out, they were soon parched with thirst. Agnes stared at the nearby coast, the dense forests broken by golden beaches. After the storms, they had kept close to land for fear of drowning. "We should go ashore," she said. "We might find water or a village. Perhaps we could get food from the natives." "Food?" said Lydia, with a withering look. "Why should they help us? More like they would cut our throats and steal all our possessions. We have gold enough. We could buy it from them." "You are touched by the sun. I would not give these natives 1 fanam of my gold." "It is the company's gold," Agnes pointed out. "It was my husband's," Lydia insisted. "And it will do you no good if you are dead." In all her years in India, Agnes had learned to play the dutiful wife, to ignore Guy's snubs and the slurs from her sister Caroline that only became more barbed as Caroline grew older, fatter, and unhappier, to bite her tongue for the sake of her husband's career. Now she could feel those old restraints falling away. If it was the loss of her husband, or the heat of the sun, or merely the extremity of her situation, she did not care. The anger rose inside her, and she did not try to check it. "My sister needs sleep and a place to lie," she said hotly. "All the men want food, shelter, and rest. I will not let you sit smug on that chest of gold and deny them what they need to survive." The men on the oars paused their rowing and looked up. Lydia glared down the length of the boat. "You forget yourself, Mrs. Hicks." Agnes turned to Lee, sitting in the stern at the tiller. "Alter course to larboard, if you please. We're going ashore." "To be robbed and enslaved by natives?" Lydia tugged at Kiffin, who had fixed his gaze elsewhere to keep out of the argument. "Mr. Kiffin, you are in command here." Kiffin looked uncertainly between the two women. "Mrs. Foy is correct," he mumbled. "Hold your course. We cannot risk going ashore." "Begging your pardon, ma'am, but wearing the company's blue coat don't make you a captain," said Lee. He put the tiller over. The men on the oars started to row. Lydia blazed with fury. "This is mutiny. When we reach Madras, I will inform the governor of this, and he will have you strung from the nearest gibbet." Lee stared her down. "I'll take me chances, if we make Madras." "Mr. Kiffin!" screeched Lydia. "Will you permit this insolence?" "I am sure he will not," said Agnes coldly. "Seeing as you have been so free with your favours, you have him by his privies." Agnes heard the words come out of her mouth, and hardly believed she dared say them. Lydia's face went white with anger. She looked at Kiffin, but he simply gaped at Agnes in astonishment. With a squeal, Lydia reached under her skirt. Her hands emerged, clutching a small, ivory-handled pistol. She trained it on Agnes. "Mr. Lee, return to your previous course, if you please," she ordered. The pistol did not waver. No one moved. Lee looked beseechingly at Agnes. The men on the oars stared between the two women. The only sound was the soft slap of waves against the hull, and water dripping from the raised oars. "Sail!" Sarah's voice shattered the false calm. Unnoticed by all, she had sat up and now pointed out to sea, her mouth open in wonder. Her voice was so hoarse it barely registered, but it cut through the tense silence that gripped the boat. In an instant, the quarrel was forgotten. They all turned where she pointed, shading their eyes as they took in the white sails that broke the horizon. "Thank the Lord we are saved!" cried Kiffin, mopping his brow. Beside him, Lydia Foy cast a keen eye at the approaching ship. "Is she English?" "A grab, by the looks of her," said Lee. A grab was an Indian style of ship, named from the Arabic word for raven. Like the birds, they could fly in the lightest of winds, with 2 square-rigged masts that made them formidable sailors. The most distinctive feature was the prow, which was cut away to leave a low, flat foredeck, affording her bow-chasers an unimpeded field of fire. "Could she be a country trader?" asked Agnes. The country trade was how the English termed the internal commerce of the Indian Ocean. "Not many merchants would risk their cargoes this time of year," said Lee doubtfully. Their euphoria subsided. They stared anxiously as the ship closed with them, suspended between hope of salvation and the excruciating fear of a yet worse fate. "She's raising a flag." A red pennant ran up to her main topmast. A gust of wind caught it, stretching it out so they could see the serpent design rippling on the crimson cloth. Agnes had never seen the flag before, but she knew its fearsome reputation. Many nights in Brinjone at the company table, talk had turned to the pirate Angria, the scourge of the Malabar coast. Every trader and sailor had a story of a shipmate killed in a battle, or captured and made to suffer unspeakable torments in his dungeons. "Make for the shore!" cried Kiffin. "Flight is our only hope." The men bent to the oars, but they were few and weak. The grab bore down on them, gliding effortlessly across the flat sea. "They've got the devil himself blowing them along," gasped one of the men. "Quiet," ordered Lee. "Don't waste your breath." "If we get closer to shore, perhaps she will not be able to follow us without ripping out her keel," said Kiffin hopefully. Agnes shook her head. "I have seen ships like this moored in Brinjone. They are built with a shallow draught." A flame flashed from the grab's bow. A second later, they heard the flat boom of a cannon. The ball skimmed across the water and splashed down about 30 yards off their beam. "Those savages cannot even aim aright," said Lydia Foy. She still held the ivory-handled pistol. "That was a warning shot," said Lee. "The next will be closer." As if the pirates had heard him, the grab fired again. This time the ball landed so close that they felt the touch of its spray. "We are overloaded," said Lee urgently. "One hit and we will all go under. Can you swim, Mrs. Hicks?" "A little, but we would never get Sarah ashore." They stared at the onrushing ship. She was so close Agnes could see the sun gleaming on the muzzles of her guns, and the crew massed in her bow. They jabbed their weapons in the air, uttering shrill battle cries that spoke of terror and torment. "What shall we do?" Slumped in the chair in the governor's house, Kiffin stared at his lap. The tropical sunset pouring through the high windows cast him in an almost crimson light. Naturally I resisted the pirates as best I could, but we were famished and wasted by so many days at sea. The pirates soon overpowered us. They took the women hostage and set me adrift in a small boat. They averred, in their savage way, that they wished me to deliver a message to Madras. A random demand for the prisoners, and that is how, after much drifting and facing death more than once, I came here. While he told his tale, Tom had risen from his chair, pacing the room. He paused now, leaning on the window-sill and staring out at the sun setting over the lagoon that lay to the west of the town. "How much?" he asked. Kiffin shifted uneasily in his seat. "I beg your pardon?" "How much is the ransom they demanded?" Kiffin's jaw flapped like a fish. 5,000 rupees. "And how is it to be paid? Where are they holding the women?" Kiffin twisted his fingers together until Tom thought they might snap. "I do not recall. The situation, everything was so terrible, you understand. I barely escaped with my life." "Angria's lair is the fortress at Tiracolo, south of Bombay," put in the governor. "He will almost certainly have taken them there." Tom ignored him. He turned from the window and advanced on Kiffin until he completely overshadowed him. The little man cringed into the chair. "You're lying." Without warning, Tom grabbed him by his coat lapels and jerked him to his feet. He spun him round, carried him kicking across the floor like a recalcitrant child, and slammed him into the wall. Fraser started to protest, but the strength of Tom's fury held him back. "Tell me the truth," Tom demanded. Kiffin had sunk so far down inside his shirt, he was almost buried in it. He babbled, flailing his arms and legs. "Let me go," he squealed. Tom let him go. He dropped to the floor with a thump and a cry. "You are a coward and a wretch," Tom told him. "If you had obeyed my orders and not simply thought of saving your own skin, we might all have escaped in the boat. A good many men who are now dead would be alive, and I would have my wife." Rage overtook him. The final word came accompanied by a kick in the ribs that had Kiffin squealing anew. "Mr. Wheeld," said Fraser, appalled. "I will call my guards." Tom stepped back, breathing hard. He stared at the wall, for he knew if he looked at Kiffin again, he would do him more violence. "The pirates did not let you go, and they did not give you a message, did they?" He raised his fist. Kiffin whimpered and cowered into the skirting board. "Mr. Wheeld," Fraser cautioned. "I was fighting pirates in these oceans when you were fighting toy soldiers. To them every prisoner is merchandise. They would no more let one go than they would a sack of gold. So I ask you again, what happened?" Kiffin sat up. Blood dribbled from his nose. He gave Fraser an imploring look. "Will you allow him to treat me this way? Call your guards, lock him in prison. He's a villain and a lunatic." "Answer his question," said Fraser. Kiffin stared between the governor and Tom. Defeat dawned on his face as he realized he had no friend in that room. "I did not fight the pirates," he whispered. "And they never captured you?" pressed Tom. "I jumped overboard," Kiffin said, miserably. "We were close enough to land. I was able to swim. The pirates were too busy securing their prize to concern themselves with me." "You abandoned the women," said the governor. "Yes," Kiffin hung his head. "What could I have done against 100 pirates? I thought I might find help, raise the alarm." "You thought no such thing," said Tom, struggling to control his anger. "You thought only to save yourself." Kiffin did not deny it. "I found a village and threw myself upon their kindness. When the pirates had gone, fishermen brought me down the coast, village to village, week by week, until I came here. And you must believe me," he added piously, "that not a single day has passed since then that I did not pray God to spare those poor women. If I could have exchanged my situation for theirs, I would gladly have done so." Tom cut him short with a fierce glare. He stared at the man snivelling on the floor, remembering how his own father, Hal, had dealt with one of the company's servants who had betrayed the family to pirates. He had forced a confession from him at the point of his sword, and then hung him naked from his own window. But even if Fraser would have permitted it, Tom did not have the heart to make Kiffin suffer more. Kiffin was a coward, no worse. He had not asked for the responsibility that had been thrust upon him. Blood and snot had crusted on his upper lip, like a bawling child who had been pushed over by bigger boys. "Get out of my sight," he hissed. Kiffin crawled away, trembling in fear of another blow, and fled through the door. Tom turned to Fraser. "How can I get Sarah and Agnes back?" Fraser looked uneasy. "If Angria has them, he will have sent his ransom demands to Bombay." "And what will happen then?" "Governor Courtney does not believe in treating with pirates. He says it merely serves to encourage them." "Then what? Will he attack the fortress?" Fraser hesitated. "Angria is the most powerful pirate on the Malabar coast, and Guy Courtney's forces are limited." "Do you mean to say he will let them rot?" "One of the women is Agnes Hicks," Guy Courtney's sister-in-law." "I cannot speak for him." Fraser saw the anguish in Tom's face. "But I will give you passage on a ship to Bombay. You may plead the case with Governor Courtney yourself. If he will not put up the ransom, there may be merchants there or at Surat who will advance you the money." "Against what?" said Tom bleakly. "I have no collateral and no prospects. I risked my life saving your company's precious property. And what is my reward? To have my wife left to rot in some pirate's dungeon." Fraser spread his hands. "I wish I could do more. As you know yourself, these pirates are men of business, and hostages are their stock in trade. Find the ransom Angria asks for, and he will treat fairly with you. And if I cannot, then he will cut his losses, and make an example of his prisoners to those who would not pay." They had to wait a week in Madras. Every day Anna took Tom and Francis down to the markets to talk with merchants she knew. All offered sympathy, but none had money to lend. "It is the wrong time," said Anna. "Until this year's ships arrive from England, all their capital is tied up in their merchandise." They sailed at last, slow weeks beating around Cape Comorin and up the Malabar coast to the rhythm of the winds. In the mornings, the air came off the land, pushing them out to sea. In the afternoons, a sea breeze would get up and drive them back inshore. They passed Bryn Joan, a speck on the horizon. From the seaward side, it showed no sign of the devastation it had suffered. Tom was glad to see the back of it. Further north, Anna pointed out Kidd's Island, where the notorious pirate captain had once paused to refit his ships. "I wonder if he buried any treasure there," Francis wondered. "We could certainly use it." The palm-fringed beaches gave way to a more jagged, rockier coastline. Thickly wooded promontories shot out one after another all the way to the horizon, split by hidden coves and river estuaries. Stone castles guarded many of them, and often Tom glimpsed boats in the secluded anchorages at their feet. "This is a contested country," Anna explained. "Some 30 years ago, the Maratha people rebelled against the Mughal emperor and carved out their own kingdom, but now they are locked in a civil war among themselves. The Dowager Queen has rebelled against her stepson. Angria flourishes in the chaos, playing one side against the other." As the ship slipped past a headland, a new promontory came into sight at the end of the next bay. White waves foamed around its base, while high above gulls circled around a black stone fortress that covered the entire summit. "There," said Anna. "That is Tiracolo, Angria's stronghold." Tom seized a telescope. He stared at the slit windows, in the vain hope Sarah might be looking out. His soul ached. He could hardly bear the anguish of being so close and so impossibly far. On the other side of those unforgiving walls, Sarah and Agnes would be lying in God knew what condition, waiting for him to rescue them. In a wild moment he thought of diving overboard, hauling himself up the rocks and climbing the sheer cliff into the castle. "It looks impregnable," said Francis in a small voice. The vessel's master had joined them. "Those walls are 18 foot thick. The last governor but one, Sir Nicholas Waite, had a mind to bring Angria to heel. He gathered a fleet of bomb vessels and brought them down here. The walls are too high to bring regular cannon to bear from the ships, so he fitted them out with cohorn mortars, to lob exploding shells inside. It did him no good. The shells just cracked like eggs on the rocks, spilled their powder, and lost their fuses." Tom scanned the fortress and its surroundings. High towers guarded every corner. The walls' lower reaches had been carved from solid rock, while the masonry above fitted as neat and tight as anything he'd seen in Europe. He saw few guns, but that hardly mattered. The position was unassailable. Past the promontory, the coast receded into a deep cove at the mouth of a river. Tom counted a dozen ships, including several of the larger grabs that were nearly the size of frigates. They sat beside a long boom made of tree trunks chained together. "Make more sail," the master ordered, anxious at being so close to the pirates' lair. But the boom stayed down, and none of the ships ventured forth. Today, evidently, Angria had other business to distract him. Tom watched the fort recede behind them. "I will come back for you," he promised. The wind whipped his words away. Deep in the bowels of the castle, Sarah Courtney stirred. She sat up, feeling the iron fetters bite her wrists, and stared out into the gloom. Water dripped like a ticking clock. Some of the other prisoners moaned or wept. She ignored them all, listening through the rock, hoping against all reason it had not been a dream. A tremor went through her body, like the flicker of a candle in the gust of a passing servant. "What is it?" said Agnes, alert to any change in her sister's condition. The vomiting had passed. Sarah had no trouble keeping down the meagre rations their captors allowed them. In fact, she had put on weight. But now Agnes had other concerns. "Is it the fever again?" Sarah shook her head. "I thought I heard Tom's voice. I dreamed he had come to rescue us, that he stood in that doorway with the Neptune sword in his hand and cut through our chains." She sighed, resting her hand on her stomach. "It must have been a dream. Even the sword is lost, after all." She had no concept of the time they had spent in the dungeon, though by now it must be weeks. No daylight penetrated this far down, not even a crack by which they might count the days. They were in a cave, a network of caverns so deep in the promontory, Sarah sometimes fancied she could hear the waves beating outside. The dank walls were hewn from raw stone that ran with water whenever it rained. The only light came from a single lamp in the adjoining cave. When the oil ran out, it sometimes took days for the guards to replenish it. "He will come," said Agnes. "If he were snatched up by the winds and driven to the far side of the world, and though all the hosts of the great Mogul himself stood between you, still he would come for you." "What if he is dead? We do not even know if he escaped the massacre at Chitatinkara." Agnes placed her hand over Sarah's heart. "If he had died, you would know it here." Even in the few days she had lived with Tom and Sarah at Brinjone, she had seen how profoundly they loved each other. She knew Tom would not abandon them. From the opposite corner of the cave, she heard a derisive hiss of breath. "Do not rely on your husband. If he is alive, most like he has already forgotten he was married." "I have faith in him." "I had faith in Mr. Kiffin," Lydia retorted, "until the coward hurled himself overboard. He would have thought a gentleman would abandon 3 ladies and all their worldly possessions to those pirates." "Tom is different," said Sarah softly. Though she thought of Tom constantly, she tried not to speak of him too often. It would be cruel to dwell overmuch on her husband when Agnes had not even had a chance to grieve the loss of Captain Hicks. "If we are to be saved, it can only come from Guy Courtney," said Lydia. "Though I cannot comprehend the delay." She pointed to Agnes. "You are Guy's sister-in-law. Why has he not ransomed us already?" "If you rely on Guy's love for me to save us, you will be disappointed," said Agnes. "I committed the worst crime in his book. I passed up an opportunity to advance his career. He wanted me betrothed to some high eminence in the East India Company. Instead, I married Captain Hicks, a humble soldier. He has never forgiven me. That is why he exiled us to Brinjone." She sank back against the cold wall. This was not a new conversation. They had debated it every day since the pirates seized them. But this time Lydia did not let it pass. She sat up straight, wriggling her wrists in the manacles, and fixed Agnes and Sarah with a sly look. "Why do you pretend that you are not sisters?" Lydia laughed at the shock on their faces. "Did you think you had hidden it from me? I have discerning eyes. I watch and I listen. Even before we left Bryn Joan, I had my suspicions. In our current confinement, you could hardly hope to conceal it. Your care for each other, the words you whisper when you think I'm asleep, I know your secret. And the other matter you do not discuss." She raised her head, so her sharp chin jutted towards them. "Can you deny it?" Though it hardly mattered, Agnes felt a stab of betrayal. In their prison, all they owned were their secrets. Now she had lost even that, and she did not trust Lydia. "It is true," said Sarah flatly. "Agnes and I are sisters. I had not seen her for near 20 years before we landed, unlooked for, in Bryn Joan." "So you must also be a sister of Caroline Courtney, the governor's wife?" Sarah nodded. Lydia raised her manacled arms. "Then tell our captors who you really are. If Guy Courtney knew they held both his wife's sisters, to say nothing of the widow of his loyal friend, Mr. Foy, he would pay whatever ransom they demand." "You are mistaken," said Sarah. "If Guy knew my real identity, he would pay Angria to keep us here the rest of our lives. Or if he did ransom me, it would only be to inflict worse punishment than ever Angria would visit on me." Lydia leaned in, like a bloodhound catching the scent. "Why?" Too late, Sarah realized she had said too much. Fatigue and despair had lowered her defences. "It does not signify." "If it is the reason I am left rotting in this dungeon, it signifies everything." Lydia crawled forward. "What does Guy hold against you?" "Nothing." "Did he love you?" Sarah shuddered. "Never." Lydia considered this. "He did not forgive Agnes for marrying beneath her station. Perhaps you committed the same offence." Sarah did not trust herself to speak. "But that would not explain the hatred," Lydia mused. "There must be more. Your husband, perhaps. Some enmity between your husband and Governor Courtney." Her nose twitched. "But what would provoke him so? An interloper? A rival?" "He was an interloper," said Agnes. "You know how Guy despises the men who steal the India trade from him. That is the reason." But she had spoken too hastily. Lydia heard the lie. "No, I do not think that can be it." A triumphant smile parted her lips. "When we were holding the boat at Bryn Joan, I heard one of the men call you Mrs. Courtney. Now, why should they do that? And the boy who travelled with you, Guy's nephew, Francis Courtney. A remarkable coincidence, is it not?" "You misheard," said Sarah. "I fear I did not. And if you are Mrs. Courtney, then your husband must be—" She thought for a moment. "Tom Courtney." She saw the stricken looks on their faces and laughed. "You are Mrs. Tom Courtney, not only Guy's wife's sister, but also his brother's wife. Now I begin to understand. I have heard of Tom Courtney during my days in Bombay. It was said he and Guy had become such enemies that they tried to kill each other. I heard Guy once threw a man from the roof of the governor's house, merely for mentioning his name." "I do not pay attention to gossip," said Agnes. But Lydia had not finished. "There was another story I recollect now, a veritable scandal. I had it from a friend, who had it from Caroline Courtney's maid that came with her from England. According to the serving girl, Caroline was no maiden when she married Guy. In fact, she was already ripe with child." Lydia's face loomed out of the gloom. The privations of the past weeks had only sharpened the lines of her angular face, giving her a terrifying appearance. "They said the child, young Christopher Courtney, was not Guy's at all. They said Caroline had been rather free with her charms on the voyage from England, and that though it was Guy who drank the nuptial wine, he was not the first to pop the cork. His brother Tom, they said, had that pleasure." Even in the darkness, her eyes shone with triumph. "That is why Guy hates you. Though I wonder," she added spitefully to Sarah, "that you are so loyal to your husband after he made so free with your sister. I am sure I would not content myself with being any man's deserts." "Please," begged Agnes, "now you understand why Guy cannot know who Sarah is. You must not reveal this to anyone." Lydia sank back into her corner, her cheeks flushed dark with the thrill of the hunt. "You may rely on me," she said. "Your secret is safe, and the other matter of which you do not speak." "What do you mean?" said Sarah dully. "You are with child. You never say it, but it is as plain as the bulge in your belly, the way you could not keep your meals down in the boat, and now how you grow fat even on the thin fare the pirates allow us. And there are other signs which any woman would notice." Sarah clenched her fists. "Why do you not tell the pirates?" Lydia asked. "Tom and I have wanted a baby these last 15 years, said Sarah sadly. "In all that time, only once did I conceive, and that child I lost. That it should happen now, in these surroundings—" She trailed off. "If the pirates knew, they would surely find some way to exploit her vulnerability," said Agnes. "That is why we do not talk of it, and why I implore you, Mrs. Foy, to say nothing to the pirates." "As you wish," said Lydia. She curled into a ball and smiled to herself, though in the dim light the others could not see it. "Besides, whom could I ever have to tell?" Far above them, through many levels of rocks and into the parts of the castle built of stone, the pirate Angria sat in his hall. He had a slight, lithe build, but no man who saw him could mistake the intensity that glowed in his eyes. A knotted turban covered his head, and a long moustache turned across his cheeks and almost joined his sideburns. He had not been born a seafarer. His father had been a deshmukh, a minor lord charged with the care of 100 villages. His business had been passing judgment on farmers' disputes and protecting villagers from the depredations of brigands. But Angria was not made for the stiff rituals and prescriptions of rural life. The peasants grovelled to his father grovelled to his overlord, and all that ever mattered was the next rice harvest. There was no glory. The first time Angria had seen a ship, a Portuguese merchant, scudding across the bay in full sail, he had known that was his destiny, to fly free, unencumbered by laws and custom, unanswerable to anything but the wind and the sea. That was his dream. 25 years later, he had achieved it with infamy. The hall was testament to his success. Trophies from the ships he had taken lined the walls, Dutch, English, and Portuguese ensigns, ship's bells and lanterns, and even the carved figurehead of a bare-breasted mermaid. Thickly woven rugs covered the floor, sometimes piled 3 deep. His men lay sprawled out on them. Usually they would be playing at dice, drinking arak, or smoking the hookah pipes they imported from Arabia. Now, though, all were quiet, their attention fixed on the man who stood before Angria. He had arrived that afternoon, riding up to the castle on a horse that had once been a fine mount, but was now lamed by weeks of hard riding. He had a long, dark beard, though the hair on his head had been burned off, leaving him bald. Even when he dismounted his horse, tossing the reins to a stable boy, he towered over the other men in the castle. He had demanded to speak to Angria. The guards admitted him, for who could deny a man with such a fabulous sword about his waist? Now Angria studied him from the dais where he sat. Beneath the beard and the fresh scars that shone pink on his skin, the visitor was still almost a boy, not yet 20, but already battle-hardened, a warrior, no question. Perhaps the way Angria had looked at that age, before he learned to appreciate the merits of subtlety as well as strength. "What is your name?" the pirate asked. "Rudra," said the visitor. Rudra was an avatar of the god Shiva. Looking at the youth, the wildness in his eyes, Angria could imagine him as an incarnation of that god, the destroyer of worlds. "Why have you come here?" "To serve you." "What do you offer?" "I have studied the ways of the hat-wearers," said Christopher. "I have sailed their ships, and I can train your men to fight as they do, with discipline and precision." Angria shook his head. "I have fought the hat-wearers more seasons than you have lived. I do not want my men to fight as they do. I need men who fight in our own fashion, with spirit and bravery. You cannot teach a tiger to spit like a cobra." "I have trained in the Kalari. I can fight like a tiger or like a cobra." Christopher drew his sword. "I will take on any man in this hall to prove it." At that, half Angria's men were on their feet, clamouring for the chance to put the rascal in his place. A few, though, stayed seated, older, wiser heads that had taken the measure of the new arrival and saw plenty in him to give them pause. Angria stood and quieted his men. He stepped down from the dais and approached Christopher, circling him like a buyer at a country fair. "That is a fine sword," he said. The lamps in the hall shone on the sapphire. "You must be a brave man to bring such a weapon into a house full of strangers." "I trust your honour," said Christopher. Angria nodded, accepting the compliment. "And if any man touched it, he would lose his hand that instant." A growl went through the room, though no one moved to take the challenge. Angria hushed them again. "How do I know you are who you say? I have many enemies. You might be a spy sent by the Raja Shahuji, or an agent of the hat-wearers whose ships I plunder." Christopher stared him down. "How can you be sure of any of your men?" That brought several of them to their feet again, knives in their hands. Angria laughed. "Truly, a spy might be expected to try to ingratiate himself more with his hosts, unless, of course, that is what you wish me to think." He made a gesture with his hand. A side door opened, and 4 guards bustled in a gaunt man with unkempt hair and a wild beard. He was naked, except for a breech clout around his middle, and judging by the scars and scabs on his body, he had suffered many torments. The guards threw him down between Christopher and Angria. "This man was caught stealing from my treasure store," said Angria. "What should his punishment be?" The prisoner whimpered. Christopher looked bored. "If he stole from you, he should die." He drew the sword. A soft gasp went around the room as the men saw the perfection of the blade and the gold inlay rippling down it. "Do you wish me to do it for you?" "Put your blade away," said Angria. "That would be too easy. I keep a special place for men like this down at the foot of the castle by the water-gate. I have an iron collar fixed to the rocks, so I can bind the traitor there, near the high tide mark." "You say you were a sailor?" The question caught Christopher off guard. "Once." "You know of spring tides?" "Twice a month, at the time of the new and the full moons, the tide sinks lower and rises higher than usual," said Christopher. Angria nodded. "The collar keeps the man's head fixed where it will not be covered until the flood of the spring tide. Each day he comes a little closer to drowning. The rocks down there are covered with limpets and barnacles. The waves dash him against them, flaying his skin on their razor-sharp shells. When the tide goes out, the sun shrivels his skin and dries the salt into his wounds. Salt water gets in his mouth. He is so thirsty he cannot help but drink it, but it only makes him sick. If I put him out at the time of the lowest tides, halfway to the full moon, it might take a fortnight for the water to come high enough to drown him, and by the time it does, he will thank me for my mercy." The prisoner had started to speak, mumbling pleas and imprecations under his breath. One of the guards silenced him with a slap across the face. Above him, Angria and Christopher gazed at each other. Looking into the pirate's eyes, Christopher saw nothing but a limitless appetite for power. He did not know that Angria, returning his gaze, saw almost the same reflection. "I offer you a bargain," said Angria. You came here freely, and freely I will let you go. You may walk out of my castle without hindrance. If you stay and serve me well, you will be a rich man. But if you betray me, then you will pay such a price that even the sharks will have little left to feast on." Christopher hesitated. Angria thought he was frightened. "If you have any doubts, there is no place for you here," he warned. But Christopher had none. Looking on the treasures and trophies in the room, he knew this was where he belonged. He knelt before Angria. A servant put 2 dishes of rice and milk before him. He dipped the rice in the milk, ate it, and repeated the oath that Angria administered. "I will eat rice and milk, and remain always at your feet." They reached Bombay without misadventure. Tom paid close attention as they sailed into the harbour, observing the master as he lined up the 7 trees on Malabar Point to steer a safe course through the reefs and islets that guarded the approach. Features Tom had only seen on charts slid past: Sunken Rock, the Oyster, the Middle Ground. And so they came into Bombay roads, under the castle on Dungaree Hill. Tom stripped down to his shirt and breeches and removed his stockings, so he looked like a sailor in short trousers. Going ashore, he pulled on an oar with the other men, while Francis and Anna sat in the stern with the master. Tom felt exposed, more vulnerable even than in the fort in Brinjone. This was Guy's domain, and he did not know what eyes might be watching unseen from the governor's house behind the walls. The stench of swamp mud and rotting fish rankled his nostrils. As they beached the boat, he averted his face. The waterfront was quiet that afternoon. The lascars and stevedores lounged in the hot shade, with no great enthusiasm for unloading the ship. Francis, Anna, and the master fell into conversation with a group of company officials. They were exceedingly surprised to find Guy Courtney's nephew so suddenly come ashore. They mopped their faces and shot each other anxious looks, each calculating how this new arrival would change the balance of power in the settlement. Guy ruled the island as absolutely as the great Mughal in Delhi ever ruled his empire, and his courtiers survived by reading the shifting tides of his mood. The company men bustled Francis off to the governor's house. When he was sure no one was watching, Tom slipped away towards the little cluster of taverns and punch-houses in the lee of the castle. He found the busiest and took a seat in a corner. A few minutes later, Merridew, one of the few sailors who had survived the wreck of the Kestrel and the siege at Brinjone, ducked in. "No one followed you, sir. I'll keep a watch outside the castle for Master Francis." Tom nodded and settled down to wait. Francis stepped through the castle gates and felt a shiver of apprehension as they rang shut behind him. His misgivings mounted as he crossed the courtyard, past various storerooms and guard huts, and climbed the steps towards the imposing governor's house, which stood against the southern wall of the castle, overlooking the harbour. News of his arrival had raced ahead of him. He was admitted straight away to the governor's office on the top floor. He had never met his Uncle Guy before. The one picture he had seen of him, a painting that had hung in High Weald, had showed a cherubic boy dressed in a white smock, standing beside a puppy. It was a far cry from the man who sat in front of the great windows now, tall and slim, dressed in a dark green coat with tailoring that was so impeccable it seemed almost unnatural. Even seated, he carried himself with grace and menace, like a cat pretending to sleep. He was handsome, with fine features and a full head of hair, yet the cast of his eyes warned against intimacy. Francis searched the face for any echo of his twin brother, Tom, and found nothing. "Step into the light where I can see you," Guy growled. He studied Francis, with an appraising gaze that made him feel like a piece of livestock at an auction. "Yes, you are Billy's son, no doubt of it. I will try not to hold that against you." Francis hardly dared speak, lest his voice betray him. Looking around the room, his eye was caught by a portrait on the wall. Sir Hal Courtney, dressed in the fashion of the late King Charles, with a flowing wig and a feather in his hat. One hand rested lightly on the hilt of the magnificent sword he wore. The artist had painted it with rare skill, capturing every facet of the sapphire on the pommel. Guy followed his gaze. "You like my painting?" "I liked it better when it hung in high-wheeled," said Francis, despite himself. Guy chuckled. "Recognize it, do you? I had it from your stepfather. He was only too happy to part with it, given his need for ready money." He put down the quill he had been writing with. "I confess I have been expecting you these several months. I received a letter commending you to the company's service before the last monsoon. I was detained in Cape Town." Guy studied Francis. Even before the boy had left London, Childs had written to Guy in secret, informing him that Tom was alive in Cape Town and that he had dispatched Francis to kill him. The news had left Guy in a black mood, caught in a vice of uncertainty and hope. He had awaited further news for months. "I understand Lord Childs gave you an errand to run in Cape Town," he said. Francis marvelled that Guy could discuss the murder of his own twin so casually. Again he wondered what could have come between the brothers. "I did." "And did you conclude it successfully?" Francis nodded. "I have had no report of it." "We hid the body on the mountain. The jackals and hyenas will have ensured no man can identify him. Afterwards I took passage on a country trader, but she was shipwrecked in a storm near Brinjone. I reached the fort only to be swept up in the events I am sure you are well aware of." "Indeed." "Perhaps you know that my Aunt Agnes and her husband, Captain Hicks, were at Brinjone." "Captain Hicks' death was a terrible blow," said Guy, without emotion. "And I do not know if this intelligence has reached you. Agnes has been captured by the pirate Angria." Guy stroked his chin with the plume of his pen. "In fact, I have known it for some time. We received a ransom demand from Angria weeks ago. As well as Agnes, he holds Foy's wife and another woman he claims is Captain Hicks' sister." He frowned. "I was not aware Captain Hicks had a sister." "She sailed on the same vessel as I from Cape Town," Francis improvised hastily, trying to allay Guy's suspicions. "She lived in Dorset, but had been widowed, so came to seek succour from her brother." The lie served its purpose. Guy lost interest. "May I ask," said Francis, "how much ransom Angria expects for the three ladies?" 30,000 rupees. Francis gaped. "That must be more than £5,000. "Nearer 6,000, Guy answered. Francis marvelled that Guy could keep so cool. "How are you to pay it? Have you made arrangements?" "Arrangements?" Guy laughed, as though it was the most astonishing notion he had heard in months. "I sent back to Angria and told him the only payment he could expect from me would be in lead from the mouth of a cannon." "Then you intend to attack the fortress?" "Certainly not. Tiracolo is impregnable. If we attempted the assault and failed, it would humiliate us before the world. Every pirate from Bantam to Zanzibar would have license to prey on us. The damage to our commerce would be inestimable." "Then what will you do?" Guy twiddled his pen, until Francis understood. "But surely you cannot mean to abandon the prisoners? Agnes Hicks is my aunt, your sister-in-law." Guy gave him an icy look. "Do you not think you can play on my heartstrings? I have had my damned wife pleading with me every night this last month, begging me to relent, until I had to beat the notion out of her. I would not expect a woman to understand the dictates of business, but you—" He fixed Francis with a stern glare. "You come here seeking my patronage, asking for employment with the company. I should have hoped you would appreciate the delicacy of the situation. It would be a shame if I had to write to Lord Childs to say I could find no position for you here." Francis bit back his anger. It would not help advance his cause. "I apologize, uncle. I will not question you again. I am new to this country and ignorant of its ways." "Yet you have already seen so much action." Guy leaned back in his chair, eyes half closed. "Tell me about the man who saved the fort at Brinjone. I've had various reports, but none seem to know who he really is." Francis froze. His mind raced, thinking what he could say without betraying Tom to Guy. "His name is Tom Weald. He was master of the vessel I boarded at Cape Town. In truth, I know little about him. He kept his own counsel. Even in those long months pent up in the fort, I should have thought men who survived such a siege together would know each other's most intimate secrets." He folded his fingers together and rested his chin on his hands. "The men I spoke to said you were most familiar, that he relied on you like no other. Every man did his duty. They said you called him Uncle. They are mistaken. I called Captain Hicks Uncle. The men must have confused their memories." Francis forced himself to look Guy in the eye, hoping his face would not reveal the deception. "And this Mr. Weald, he accompanied you to Bombay?" There was no gain in lying. Guy would already have seen the ship's manifest. He did. "And do you know where he intends to stay?" "He did not say." "No matter." Guy looked pleased. "Bombay is a small settlement, and he will not be hard to find. I should very much like to meet this man, who emerges from the sea to save the company's trade and honour. No doubt we shall have much to discuss." "If I see him, I shall inform him of your interest." Francis made to take his leave. "But now, if you will excuse me, Uncle, it has been a long voyage. I will find lodgings in the town." Guy pretended shock. "I will not hear of it. You are my nephew, and a hero besides. You will stay in this house as my honoured guest until I can find a home that befits a member of my family." Francis tried to conceal his horror. "You are too kind," he demurred, "but I have already sent my effects to a boarding-house. I shall retrieve them and rejoin you forthwith." "I will have a servant fetch your baggage," Guy answered. Then he seemed to reconsider. "But you are a young man, and you have been a long time at sea. I know you will be eager to explore the delights Bombay has to offer." He winked at Francis, with a knowing leer that made Francis shudder. "Go with my blessing. We dine at 6. "I shall see you then, Uncle." As soon as he had gone, Guy rang the bell and summoned one of his clerks. A young blue-coat boy entered, a lanky lad with greasy hair and a face scarred by smallpox. His name was Peter Peters, and Guy had already established there was little he would not do to advance his career. "Follow young Francis and see where he goes," Guy ordered him. "Report back on any men he associates with." Peters wiped his face on the back of his sleeve and bowed. "Of course, sir." "Most especially, see if he contacts a man called Tom Weald. If you see this Weald, do not approach him, but bring me word at once of his whereabouts." Guy stood and stared out at the ships in the harbour. A fly crawled across the windows. A terrible thought had been growing in his heart ever since he had word of the mysterious saviour of Bryn Joan. That he had arrived in Bombay with Francis only added more fuel to his burning suspicion. Would he dare come here after all this time? Would he risk his life in Bombay, the seat of Guy's authority? Yes, he thought grimly. Tom had proved more than once that he had no shame, no depths he would not plumb to take what was rightfully Guy's. With a sudden movement, Guy lashed out with the flat of his hand. He crushed the fly, smearing it against the glass. When he looked at his palm, he saw a streak of blood. "You will not escape this time." Francis found Merridew loitering outside the castle. Together they went to the punch-house where Tom was waiting. Tom's face darkened as Francis recounted his meeting with Guy. "I would not expect him to lift a finger for Sarah," he said, "but to abandon Agnes after her husband lost his life defending the company." Not for the first time in his life, he wondered how he and Guy could have shared the same mother's womb, yet emerged so different. "But we cannot delay here," Francis went on. "Guy asked many questions about you. I think he suspects that Tom Weald is not all he makes himself out to be." Tom groaned. "I should have chosen a better pseudonym. A child could see through that. You could not know you were destined to become a hero of the East India Company. But I knew I had entered Guy's domain. It was folly to think he would not get to hear of me. I think he is as yet uncertain. I told him I killed you in Cape Town, though I am not sure he believed me. But he will speak to the man from Bryn Joan and the ship we sailed on, and it will not take him long to piece together the story." Francis stared at his drink. "What are we to do?" Before Tom could answer, Anna entered the room, leading a gangly man with a stooped back and a bright red nose. She pulled 2 stools up to their table. "I went to the bazaar and spoke with some trading acquaintances," she said without preamble. "They introduced me to Mr. Berry." The gangly man gave a formal bow. At a nod from Tom, Francis went to the bar and fetched 2 more glasses of punch. "Thank you kindly," said Berry, slurping down the liquor. "Much obliged." "Mr. Berry worked for Governor Courtney," explained Anna. The others stiffened. "Can we trust him?" said Tom. Berry took no offence. "I have no love for Governor Courtney, but I know a thing or two about his money." "That is no use," said Francis bitterly. "I saw my uncle. He would not pay a shilling to save Agnes or the others from Angria. He said he would not treat with pirates." Berry looked up from his drink. "Ha!" he spat. "Governor Courtney says he'll have no truck with pirates, but that's not the real reason he refuses to pay the ransom." "What do you mean?" Francis demanded. Berry studied the inside of his glass, which was already empty. Tom took the hint and slid his own drink across to him. Berry winked. "I was a bookkeeper at the Bunda, the company's warehouses over by the pier. I did well for myself, steady promotions. One day, going through the books, I noticed some discrepancies. Goods paid for that never came in, goods marked lost in transit, that I'd seen with my own eyes. Of course, being an honest man, I brought it to Governor Courtney's attention." "I presume he did not thank you for it," said Francis. "Threw me out on the street, he did." Berry looked around the table, inviting their sympathy. "Told me he'd see me dead of the flux in 3 months." "That sounds like Guy," said Tom. "But what has this to do with Angria?" Berry held up his glass to show it was empty again. Tom waved to the serving girl, who brought another. Berry reached for it, but Tom was faster. He held it just out of the man's reach. "Tell me about Guy and Angria. Then I will buy you enough liquor to drown yourself in, if you so wish." Berry tottered on his stool. Tom put out a hand, thinking he might fall, but Berry regained his balance. He straightened himself, and a crafty look came over his face. "How much is Angria asking?" 30,000 rupees, said Francis. "Pah!" An alcoholic mist of punch and spittle sprayed across the table. 30,000 rupees is nothing to Guy Courtney. In the vault in the castle, beneath the governor's house, he has built a strong room filled with wooden chests. Each chest contains 1 lakh. Know what a lakh is?" He leaned forward, jabbing his finger on every syllable. 100,000 rupees. "Then why will Guy not pay the ransom?" said Francis in frustration. "He would hardly notice such a sum." "If even 1 penny dropped through a hole in his purse, Guy Courtney would feel the loss, but that is not his game. The reason he does not move against the pirates is because it suits his plans to have Angria at large, threatening the seas." "But that is nonsense. They threaten his own commerce," Francis protested. "The Indiamen are the biggest, best-armed ships in these seas. Angria leaves them well alone. Instead, he preys on interlopers and country traders, thus removing Guy's competitors and driving up prices." Tom whistled, though he knew he should not be surprised. For as long as men had taken to the sea in ships, the Indian Ocean had been a hunting ground for the world's most fearsome pirates. Only a few years earlier, an Englishman named Henry Every had captured the Great Mogul's treasure ship on its pilgrimage to Mecca. The pirates had taken 3 days to loot it, and the treasure had never been recovered. But even in that villainous company, Guy was as ruthless a man as had ever sailed those waters. Berry drummed his fingers on the table. "That's not the half of it. You have heard of Shahuji?" Tom and Francis shook their heads. "Shahuji is the Raja of Satara, the king of the Maratha people," Anna explained. "For the past 30 years they have waged war against the great Mughal to free themselves from his empire and create their own kingdom." "But what has that to do with Guy?" asked Francis. "Shahuji controls most of the ports on the Malabar coast," said Berry, "and all the routes overland. Guy Courtney wants to negotiate a firman with him, a treaty to guarantee safe passage for his goods and reduce the customs he pays. Now, Shahuji's sworn enemy is Angria. Guy dangles the possibility that he could take action against Angria as part of his negotiation with Shahuji. But until he has the firman, Angria's piracy weakens Shahuji and strengthens Guy." Tom began to get an inkling of the labyrinthine web of politics that bound the region. No doubt Guy was a master puppeteer, pulling strings across the continent and setting one man against another to further his own interests. But to Tom, it was a distraction. "All this talk of firmans, Rajas and Moguls serves no purpose," he declared. "All that matters is to rescue Sarah and Agnes." "How?" said Berry. "You sailed here from Madras. You'll have seen his fortress. It's impregnable." "I do not intend to take it. Angria is a man of business. I will buy their freedom for 30,000 rupees. Francis slammed the table in frustration, rattling the cups. "But we do not have the money. All this talk has simply brought us back to where we began." Tom grinned, feeling a familiar devilry warming his blood. "On the contrary, we have moved on considerably. We now know where Guy keeps all the money we could possibly need." The others stared at him. "You mean to rob his strong room?" said Anna slowly. "It is no easier to penetrate Guy's strong room than Angria's fort," Berry warned. "There's only one key, and Guy keeps it hidden, in his office. But unlike Angria's fort, we have a man who knows the way in." Tom turned to Francis. "Round up the rest of the men and have them assemble at the docks. It is time Guy learned to support his family." His confidence affected them all. They left the punch-house happy, fired with a new sense of purpose. Francis and Merridew went to find the others, the 4 men from the Kestrel who had survived the storm and the siege, while Berry took Anna and Tom to a man who could supply arms and other things they would need. Even if they did manage to get into the strong room, Tom did not think they would escape without a fight. In their good mood, no one noticed the pox-scarred man sitting in the corner of the punch-house. He watched them go, then hurried away. A little before 6, just as night was falling, Francis sauntered into the castle. The sepoy guards saluted punctiliously, fear in their eyes. Word had already spread that he was Guy's nephew. They closed the gates behind him. Halfway across the courtyard, Francis swerved off into a small storeroom under the walls. He emerged a few moments later and hurried back to the entrance. "I left my purse in the punch-house I visited," he stammered, feigning embarrassment. "If my Uncle Guy finds out, he will be furious with me." The sepoys unbolted the gate. As it swung open, Francis half turned and glanced over his shoulder. "Look!" he cried. Caught off guard, the sepoys spun about. Smoke was billowing from the storeroom. Flames licked out through the open door. "Fire!" shouted Francis. The others took up the cry. At once the courtyard became a frenzy of panicked shouts, men running everywhere to fetch buckets and pumps. In the confusion, no one noticed the open gate, or the 3 men who slipped through, Tom, Berry, and Merridew, followed Francis to the governor's house and through the door. No one challenged them. From the hallway, Tom saw the servants busy in the dining room, hastily packing the silver and other valuables in case the fire spread. Francis led them up the grand staircase to the 3rd floor and along the dimly lit gallery to Guy's office. He had hoped the fire would have attracted every man in the building, but he was disappointed. A sepoy guarded the door, musket held erect before him. "What is happening?" he demanded. He had heard the shouts from outside, but did not dare leave his post to see what they portended. "Fire," said Francis briefly. "Governor Courtney sent me to see his papers were secure." He stepped forward, showing his face to the light. "I'm his nephew, Francis Courtney." As ever, the family name worked like an incantation. The guard stepped aside, then paused. "Who are they?" he asked, gesturing to Tom and Merridew. "I do not recognize their faces." "Tom Weald, the hero of Bryn Joan." The guard stood his ground. "Governor Courtney did not tell me about him." He glimpsed Berry, trying to hide behind the others, and angled his musket towards Francis. "I cannot permit you to enter." Francis did not flinch. "I have a note from my uncle that will explain the matter." He opened his coat and reached in. The guard leaned closer to see. Francis' coat shielded his arm, so the guard never saw the punch coming. It connected with his jaw and knocked him off balance. Before he could recover, Tom stepped forward and gave him a sharp blow that laid him flat on his back. "That was a smart trick." Tom stepped past the unconscious guard and put his hand on the door. Downstairs, the servants were rushing to and fro, seeing to Guy's valuables. Soon someone would surely think to look in the office. Yet still Tom hesitated. What if Guy was on the other side of the door, frantically gathering his precious papers? What would he do if they came, face to face? An old thought echoed through his mind. "The last 2 times you met, he tried to kill you. And if you meet a 3rd time, you know one of you will die." He gripped the handle and pushed open the door. The room was empty. Tom felt almost sick with relief, but he had no time to waste. "Guy keeps the key for the strong room somewhere in here. We must find it." They spread out across the long room. Tom made for Guy's desk, then stopped, transfixed by the portrait of Sir Hal Courtney on the wall. "My father," he murmured. Hal had died almost 20 years ago, but the sight of him here, so sudden and unexpected, brought a pang of loss. "That belonged in High Weald," said Francis. Tom gazed at the Neptune sword in the painting, the soft glow of the sapphire in the canvas. Frustration boiled inside him to be confronted with the legacy that had been torn from him. As soon as he had rescued Sarah, he would return to Bryn Joan and find the man who had the sword. But that was for another time. He put the thought aside. Francis had already begun to search Guy's desk. He pried open drawers with his dagger, scattering papers to the floor. The key must be somewhere. Berry stared out of the window. "We do not have much time. They are bringing fire under control." Tom heard him. He knew he had to act. But the picture hypnotized him. To find his father and the sword here, in Guy's office, brought such a collision of memories it left him dizzy. But he could not linger. Reluctantly he tore his eyes away from the painting, and as he did so, noticed something. He stepped up to it and ran his hand along the side of the heavy gilt frame. 2 hard lumps bulged out of the line of the wood. "Hinges!" he exclaimed. He felt the other side, running his knife up the crack between the frame and the wall. Halfway up, the blade caught. There must be some kind of lock or mechanism. Tom jiggled the knife, prying and twisting to force the latch. Something gave with a crack. The knife blade fell and struck the floor an inch from his foot. Francis had come up behind him. "Will it open?" he asked. Tom showed him the broken hilt of his knife. "The lock is stronger than my blade." He tried to work his fingers into the gap, but it was too narrow. Francis stood back and studied the frame. "Does Guy have a penknife or a letter opener?" Tom called to Merridew. Francis reached forward and took a firm grip on a piece of the frame's gilded mounting. He twisted it in a half-circle. With barely a whisper, the frame swung out on its hinges. Tom gave Francis an admiring look. That was smartly done. They all crowded round. Behind the painting, a recess opened in the wall, piled with ledgers and papers. Tom took them out one by one, passing them back to Berry and Francis. Berry turned the pages in one of the books. "These are Guy's secret accounts," he said in wonder. "All the transactions he makes to his own profit, away from the eyes of his masters in Leadenhall Street." "Never mind that," said Tom in excitement. "This must be what we need." He held up a brass key with many teeth that bespoke an intricate lock. "Now to find the vault." "I can take you there," said Berry, "if we can find a way past the guards." By the noises outside, Tom could tell the fire was coming under control. Soon the garrison would return to their duties. Tom took the pistol from his belt and wished he had a better plan. "We may have to—" The door to the office slammed open. A dozen guards in the red coats and green facings of the Bombay Army burst in. Before anyone could react, they made a line across the front of the room and levelled their muskets at Tom and his companions. "Stay where you are," bellowed their sergeant. "Nobody moves until Governor Courtney arrives." All four men stopped where they stood. Looking at the sepoys, Tom saw they had not been called from fighting the fire. There was no soot on their faces or their gleaming white crossbelts, no sense of haste or surprise. They had been waiting for him. Despair crawled down Tom's spine. He glanced at Berry. "Did you betray us?" But one look at the fearful shock on Berry's face told him it could not be true. He was as surprised as the rest of them, and even more terrified. It did not matter now. However Guy had learned it, he had them trapped, and he was coming. Tom started to back away. He reached his hands behind him and felt the pistol tucked in his belt in the small of his back. "Stand your ground," the sergeant ordered. Sweat beaded on his brow. He would not want to open fire before Guy arrived to see his prisoners, not unless he had to. Tom edged back another foot. The others took their cue from him and retreated in step. The sergeant looked angrily from one to the other. "If you move another inch, I will order my men to open fire, and Governor Courtney's orders be damned." Tom kept his eyes locked on the sergeant's, even as he moved again. Now he was behind Guy's desk, almost against the back windows. The sergeant relaxed a fraction with the knowledge there was nowhere else for Tom to go. "Governor Courtney has a chamber in his dungeon for men like you," he told Tom. "By the time he is finished with you in there, you would eat your own shit if he ordered it." Outside the door, a heavy footfall sounded on the stair. The sepoys stiffened, aiming their muskets straighter. "They are going to fire in a moment," Tom told his companions. "Be ready." "The devil you say," the sergeant snarled. "I would not give you so easy a death." The footsteps reached the top of the stairs. Tom glanced at the others. What he intended was a desperate plan, but it was his only hope. If Guy caught them, he would visit a lifetime of hatred upon them, and Tom most of all. Worse, it would kill all hope of ever rescuing Sarah and Agnes, unless, in the torments of the dungeon, Guy discovered who they really were. He might ransom them purely so he could use them to torture Tom. "And I will not kill Guy," Tom promised himself. "I will not repeat the mistake I made with Billy." The feet approached the door, the ponderous gait of a heavy man in no hurry at all. He is savouring his victory, Tom thought. He edged the pistol out of the belt, trying to hide the movement. He would have only one shot. "Are they all there?" Guy's voice boomed down the hallway. "This is an acquaintance I have long waited to renew." At the sound of the voice, Tom almost lost his nerve. The last time he heard it, He had been sailing out of Zanzibar harbour in a small felucca, clutching Sarah, with 100 of Guy's musketeers firing on them. Guy's parting words were still seared in his memory. "One of these days you will pay what you owe in full. I will see to that. I swear it." "I'm sorry," said Tom. In a single fluid movement, he raised the pistol and fired straight into the sergeant's heart. The response was almost instantaneous. The sepoys were already on edge. At the sound of the pistol shot, they all fired their muskets in a furious fusillade. Tom had expected it. Even as he fired the pistol, he had already started to dive behind the desk. He landed on the floor as the musket balls sailed harmlessly over his head. To the deafening report of the guns was added the sound of glass shattering as the balls struck the long windows overlooking the bay. Smoke choked the room. Tom shouted for Francis and Merridew, but with the shots ringing in his ears, he could hardly hear himself speak. A figure came out of the smoke. Francis, bleeding from a cut on his face where a piece of glass had struck him, but otherwise unhurt. Merridew followed. Tom pointed to the window. He charged towards it and jumped, spinning in mid-air, so that his back went through first. The jagged glass tore at his shirt, but only for a split second before his momentum carried him through and out into mid-air. When they had sailed into the bay that morning, Tom had studied the fort carefully. Now the attention repaid itself. He had noted the high windows facing the harbour and assumed that Guy would place himself where he could observe all traffic. But between the windows and the harbour stood the castle wall, low enough that it did not impede Guy's view from the third story, but high enough that the rampart ran only a few feet below the windowsill. Tom landed there in a shower of broken glass. He started his feet and was promptly knocked down again as Francis came down on top of him. Merridew landed beside them. "Berry?" Tom mouthed. Francis drew a line across his throat. Berry had reacted a moment too late and paid the price. Tom glanced up at the window. Smoke billowed out. He heard shouts, then a shot. Without the sergeant to keep discipline, the sepoys must be shooting at shadows or each other. But they would not be deterred for long. Tom looked along the wall for a stair or a ladder. They were trapped. Jealous of his privacy, fearful of being overheard by a sentry under his windows, Guy had caused this stretch of wall to be bricked up at either end. There was no way through. From above, Tom heard Guy bellowing orders. If the sepoys reached the window and looked down, they would find Tom and his friends trapped like rats in a barrel. "Into the sea," Tom shouted. "It is our only chance." He clambered onto the embrasure between two battlements. Below, white surf frothed on the rocks where the sea lapped the foot of the wall. He did not know these waters. How quickly did they drop off? "I command you to halt!" shouted a voice from the window. Tom did not even bother to look. He knew whose it was. He crouched, tensed his arms against the battlements on either side, then leapt, springing as far from the wall as he could. He fell for what seemed an age. The moment he hit the water, he was kicking and flailing upwards, terrified of breaking his legs on the submerged rocks. He broke the surface unharmed, just in time to see Francis splash down behind him. Merridew followed. Fortunately, he was a strong swimmer, and together the three men kicked out into the bay. The tropical night had fallen, sudden and complete, hiding them from the guards in the castle. Occasional musket shots sounded from the walls, but none came anywhere near them. Ahead, Tom heard the squeak of rowlocks. He pushed his head well out of the water and whistled the first few bars of Spanish Ladies. Anna's voice came straight back out of the darkness. "What happened? Are you hurt?" Tom felt giddy with relief. According to their plan, Anna and the other survivors from the Kestrel were meant to stand off in the harbour until Tom and the others had stolen the gold from the strong-room. On a signal, the boat would have come into the watergate in the castle walls, and they would have made their escape. But Anna had heard the shots and brought the boat in sooner. She steered the boat towards them. Tom let Francis and Merridew go aboard, then heaved himself over the gunwale. Guy knew we were coming. "Did Berry betray you?" asked Anna. "If he did, he paid for it with his life." Tom shook his head to clear the water from his ears. "But I think otherwise. It was folly to think we could come to Bombay, right into the heart of Guy's dominion, without him hearing of it somehow." Tom looked back. The castle hid the pier from sight, but he did not doubt it would be busy. "Guy knows we went into the water. He will have boats looking for us, even if only to gloat over our corpses. We must make our escape while we can." "What about the gold?" said Francis. "Perhaps another time," said Tom. But even as he spoke, he knew it was futile. Guy would be waiting, and every man in Bombay would be watching for Tom and Francis. Even if they did penetrate the fort again, there would doubtless be a whole battalion of sepoys guarding the strong-room now. The boat had a small sail. Merridew and the men raised it, catching the evening breeze that blew off the sea. "We could try to rendezvous with Dorian and Aboli," suggested Anna. "If they have had a profitable voyage, they might have the gold to pay for Angria's ransom." "That could take months," said Tom. "We do not have a ship to reach the Lagadivas Islands, and even if we did, we are later than we arranged. Dorian might have given us up and sailed for Cape Town already." "Then what can we do?" blurted Francis. Tom looked out across the water. Even now, the fire in the castle was not wholly tamed. It smouldered in the courtyard, filling the sky with a red glow that silhouetted the governor's house. Ahead, across the channel, the sea lapped the mangrove swamps and open beaches of the coast of mainland India. Somewhere along that coast, Sarah and Agnes were waiting for him to save them. He could not fail them. "We cannot buy their freedom," he mused. "Therefore, there is only one alternative." "Free them by force?" said Francis incredulously. "But Angria's fort is impregnable." Tom sat forward on the thwart. "Is it? Everybody says so. But how can they be sure? It is rumoured to be impregnable, so no one ever assaults it. No one captures it, so men continue to insist it is impregnable. The reputation sustains itself, but I have never yet seen a fortress that could not be taken." "Maybe if we had an army at our backs," said Francis, doubtfully. Tom clapped him on the shoulder. "Exactly." He took the tiller from Anna and steered the ship towards the dark Indian shore. Francis stared at him. "Where are we going?" "To find ourselves an army." Though it was always night in the caverns beneath Tirracola Castle, Lydia Foy had learned to infer the passage of time and the rhythm of the days by the faint sounds that reached her sharp ears. Even through the massive stone walls, she could differentiate between the ebbs and flows of the castle coming to life, the activity of the days, and the long stillness of the night hours. Now the castle was asleep. By the light that seeped in from the distant lamp, Lydia saw the two sisters lying together, Sarah with her head resting on Agnes' chest. By now, the bulge of Sarah's belly was obvious, even in the gloom. She could not pretend to hide it any longer. Both women slept, breathing softly. It was time for Lydia to act now. She lifted her skirts and wrapped them around her manacles so that the chains would not rattle when she moved. Neither Agnes nor Sarah stirred when Lydia padded through the cave to the gate that barred the entrance to the dungeons. A lamp hung from a bracket on the outer wall. Through the grille she saw the guard slumped on the stairs, snoring. She found a small pebble on the floor and threw it at him. It struck him on the forehead, and he started with a grunt. His hand jerked to the pistol musket propped on the wall beside him. He scowled at Lydia and waved her away with the gun, but with his other hand he rubbed his forehead. Lydia refused to move. "I must speak to your captain," she said, in halting Portuguese. The guard inspected his fingertips for traces of blood, ignoring her. She could not tell if he had understood or not. She tried the few Indian words she knew. Subadar, Jagirdar, Havaldar. The guard shook his head and snarled at her persistence. Lydia reached a hand under her skirt. The guard's expression changed to one of interest. Lydia felt around between her legs. The guard licked his lips and rose to his feet. He came to lean against the gate from where he could get a better view. Lydia brought her hand out from under her clothing with a bright golden pagoda held between her fingers. She had secreted the coin inside herself when capture by the pirates seemed inevitable. She wiped it on her skirt and then proffered it to the guard. He grabbed for it, but Lydia snatched it back through the iron grill. The guard glared at her in frustration. Havaldar, Lydia repeated, and then in Portuguese, I have something he must hear. The guard hesitated, but the lure of her gold was irresistible. He took a ring of keys from the wall and unlocked the gate. He held out his hand for the coin. Havaldar, Lydia insisted, keeping the coin clutched behind her back. The guard did not insist. He led Lydia up many flights of stairs. The construction of the walls changed from hewn rock to slabs of cut stone. The lamps were hung at more frequent intervals. Tapestries and cloths began to appear on the walls, so ornate and beautiful that they could only be plunder. Despite her predicament, Lydia found herself valuing them with a knowledgeable eye. Finally, they reached the guardroom, where half a dozen or so men were playing dice. Their captain had angry words for the guard when he saw Lydia, but she held herself erect and looked him firmly in the eye. "Can you understand me?" she said in Portuguese. "I have important news for your leader." The captain shrugged. Obviously he did not understand, and he did not care. He said something to his men, who laughed unpleasantly, and the captain fondled his own crotch. Lydia subdued her own unease and stamped her foot. "Does anyone here speak English?" she said, in a show of anger. "I have intelligence your captain must hear." She knew they would not understand her words, but hoped they could read the sense of them. The captain squinted at her and nodded. Then he snapped an order at his underlings. Two of his men sprang to their feet and grabbed Lydia's arms. She started to scream, but the third man stepped behind her and clamped his hand over her mouth. The captain drew the curved dagger from his belt and held it to her throat. He ran the point of the knife down inside the neck of her dress. She went still as she felt the steel cold against her skin. Then he drew the blade sharply downwards. Her bodice fell open as far as her waist. Her breasts bulged out, heavy and pendulous. Her arms were pinned behind her. She could not cover herself. She stared at the captain, trying to shame him with her gaze. He smiled and ran the knife back into its sheath on his belt. Then he reached out and took one of her breasts in each cupped hand. He weighed them as though they were ripe papayas. Then he pinched one of her nipples so sharply that she winced. The captain reached down to his own crotch, and despite herself, Lydia's eyes followed his hand down as he began to massage himself. She could see the bulge of his cock swelling and stiffening under his dhoti. Lydia rocked back in the arms of the men who held her from behind. Instinctively, they pushed her forward again, and she used the impetus to drive her right knee up into the captain's crotch with all the savagery of her anger and outrage. The captain screamed like a girl and reeled back against the wall, clutching his damaged genitalia with both hands. But he retaliated almost immediately and launched himself back at Lydia. His face was twisted into a mask of agony, and in his right hand he clutched the knife that he had drawn from the sheath on his belt and held poised to strike her down. "Stop!" A loud and authoritative voice rang out. "Release that woman at once." The guards responded instantly. They backed away from Lydia with their hands clutched behind their backs and their expressions terrified and abject. Even the captain of the guard opened his hand and dropped his knife to the floor, then cringed back against the wall. All of them were staring at the man who had entered the guardroom and was standing in the doorway. One of the guards muttered a name as he touched his forehead, submissively. Rhodra. In the week since Rhodra had appeared in the castle, he had risen astonishingly fast in Angria's service. First, he had gone to a village that had resisted Angria's demands for tribute, and come back with 2 years' worth of tribute and the headman's head mounted on a stick. Next, he had been sent out on a raiding expedition with one of Angria's captains. When he returned, it was with 5 captured vessels and over 100,000 rupees in plunder. Angria's captain was dead. In the smoke of battle, no one could say exactly how he had been killed, but men cast suspicious looks at Rhodra and muttered when they thought he could not hear. When Angria heard the rumours, he only laughed and said, "A man must be bold to survive a nest of vipers." He promoted Rhodra in the dead captain's place, and nothing more was heard of the rumours, especially after one man, who had spoken less carefully than the others, was found floating in the sea at the foot of the walls. Now Rhodra stared at Lydia. "Who are you?" he asked in perfect, unaccented English that startled her. He was tall and broad-shouldered. There was a fresh burn scar on his head, which had left a bald patch on his scalp. However, his beard and his eyebrows were dark, dense, and bristling. He was naked to the waist, with only a leather crossbelt slung across his muscular chest. Lydia realized that he was much younger than he looked, but even more dangerous than he seemed. "My name is Lydia Foy," she told him, hugging her arms across her chest to cover her nudity. Then, before he could lose interest, she hurried on, "I have news that your lord would want to hear." "What news?" he demanded. "I wish to speak to you in confidence." She nodded significantly at the other men. "Somewhere we can be alone." Christopher acceded and led her to his chamber high in the northeast tower. It had been uninhabited when he found it. Like wolves, the common pirates mostly hunted, ate, and slept together in packs. They shunned such lonely places, but for him the solitude was perfect. And now it afforded him privacy. He told himself that he had brought her here only so he could hear Lydia's story without interruption, but that was not the whole truth. He could not forget what he had seen as he stepped into the guardroom, her naked breasts, her dress torn open down as low as her thighs. Now she had managed to tie the laces of her bodice together to give herself some semblance of modesty, but he could still see bare skin through the gaps in the fabric. He had not been with a woman since the morning Pula captured him with Tamana. Not for lack of opportunity. The pirate castle attracted plenty of whores and other willing women. But he had not felt any attraction towards them, as he did for this woman. "What do you have to tell me?" Christopher asked. Lydia was once again perfectly poised, despite her disarray. "How is it that an Indian pirate comes to speak such refined English?" she asked him. "I served some time on a coastal trader," he explained. "Were you ever in Bombay?" Christopher tensed. Could she know him? But that was impossible. He had glimpsed his reflection in a bucket of water that morning. His own mother would not recognize him. "I have visited Bombay," he answered carefully. "Then you have heard of Governor Courtney?" "Yes," he said tightly. "Of course I have." "Are you aware that 2 of his wife's sisters are held prisoner in this castle?" Christopher stared at her speechlessly. Lydia, who missed nothing, saw the astonishment on his face, but could not guess the reason for it. "Their names are Sarah and Agnes, except that Sarah will not reveal her identity because—" She had been about to tell him the truth, to explain Sarah's fear of Guy, but her good sense made her cautious. "Because she fears Angria will take advantage of the connection, to increase the ransom he demands," she lied. "You are betraying her confidence," Christopher observed, but his tone was not judgmental. Lydia edged towards him, so close her full breasts almost touched his bare chest, and she could feel the heat coming off his body. "Please," she implored him. "My husband was killed in the massacre at Chichatinkara, and I am all alone. I do not expect charity. All I ask is a chance to earn my freedom." She bit her lip like a small girl and opened her eyes wide. She touched his forearm, feeling the hardness of his muscles. "I do not know how you came to be here, but it can only be Providence that brought us together. I am sorely in need of a good man to give me protection." Christopher stared down at her. Her statement had left him in turmoil, yet at that moment all he wanted was to have her, and it was clear that she was reciprocating his attraction to her. He reached for her and untied the laces of her torn bodice and drew them apart. She made no effort to pull away as he bowed forward and took the nipple of one of her breasts in his mouth, sucking on it as he undid his own belt and let his dhoti drop to the floor. Lydia's wrists were still manacled. She raised her arms and looped the chain of the manacles over his head, so they were bound together. Then she moved backwards, drawing him after her, until she felt the back of her knees come up against the mattress of his bed. "Be gentle with me," she murmured, but Christopher barely heard her. With both hands he reached down and spread the lips of her sex. He ran his forefinger deeply into her, and she was wet and lubricious, slippery to his touch. She toppled over backwards onto the bed, and he was drawn down on top of her. She opened her legs and immediately felt his penis probing blindly at her. She wanted to take it in hand and guide it into herself, but of course her hands were manacled. "Put it into me," she whispered urgently into his ear. "Quickly, I can wait no longer." He reached down and she felt the glands of his penis pushing her lips apart. "Yes, like that," she whispered urgently. Abruptly he speared his full majestic length deeply into her, and Lydia screamed with terror and ecstasy. For the first time in her entire life, all the cunning and duplicity that she had built into a formidable bulwark against the world was swept away like so much trash before the roaring flood of her lust. She carried Christopher with her into the tempest so that they climaxed at the same moment in time. Her cries almost matched his animal roarings. Afterwards, still manacled to him, she fell at once into a death-like sleep. Christopher could not sleep. He lay beside her, stroking the long braids of her hair, trying to make sense of what Lydia had told him. Though he had only dim memories of his Aunt Agnes, from before she left Bombay, he could imagine how she might have been captured and brought to Tiracolo. But Sarah Courtney. Caroline, his mother, seldom ever spoke of her second sister. Christopher had been 12 years old before he heard her name mentioned. When he asked, his mother had told him that Sarah had died many years earlier, in Africa, with her husband, his uncle, Tom Courtney. But now it seemed that she was not dead, and if she was alive, might Tom not be also? The moon beamed through the turret window and shone on the Neptune sword that leaned against the far wall. The gold inlay showed silver in the moonlight. Could Tom have brought the sword to India? Was he here now? And if so, what did that signify for Christopher? Guy hated Tom. Christopher hated Guy. Did that mean that he and his uncle could join forces against his father? Could he use Sarah somehow, bring her to Tom as part of a bargain? Or should he pass on Lydia's intelligence to Angria? It would bring a better ransom, and he would rise in the pirate's favour. The moon dipped, the stars turned, and the sky outside his window began to brighten. Christopher slipped out of the circle of Lydia's manacled arms and stood up stiffly. He gazed down at Lydia, her skin so pale and smooth. His loins stirred again. There was time, all the time in the world, he told himself. He lay down behind her. He squeezed her breast, and she moaned softly. He kissed the nape of her neck, and she pushed her naked buttocks back into his belly. Even in her sleep, she was seeking out his manhood. A low sound drifted through the window like thunder. In an instant, Christopher was on his feet. It had sounded far away, but he knew that noise better than his own breathing. It was the distant roar of cannon. He went to the window and peered out. Beyond, past the castle walls, across the narrow promontory that connected it to the mainland, the sun was rising over a low hill. And on that far hill, war banners fluttered from the tips of thousands upon thousands of upraised lances. They fluttered in the morning breeze, while the horsemen who carried them reined in their mounts and gazed down at Tirracola Castle. A mighty army was on the march. The travellers made their way along the passes through the mountains. The paths were narrow, so they walked mostly in single file, dark shapes in the mist, making for the great fortress that crowned the mountain ahead. Tom Courtney led the way, with Anna and Francis following him. Merridew and the 4 other sailors who had survived the wreck of the Kestrel came after them. They had travelled many days since leaving Bombay, following the coast until they reached the foothills and this path, which led them to the high peaks of the Western Ghats. "It is like some fairy-tale kingdom, where a terrible curse has befallen the land," Francis remarked. As a boy, he had devoured the romances of the Arthurian knights he had found in the library of High Weald. The landscape they had passed through reminded him of the wasteland where the Fisher King lived in the Grail Castle. So soon after the passage of the monsoon, all should have been green and verdant. Instead, the pastures were blackened and barren. Most of the villages had been abandoned. Sometimes they passed 3 or 4 days without seeing a soul, and at night very few fires or lamps pricked the darkness. The people they did see were mostly naked and starving, crawling out from their mud hovels like animals from their holes to stare at them as they passed. The only signs of civilization were the forts that overlooked every valley, perched on the mountain tops like the nests of eagles. "What has happened here?" Francis wondered, on their second morning in the wilderness. "War," said Anna. "This is the kingdom of the Marathas. They have been fighting for survival against the Great Mogul these past 30 years, and it has cost them dearly. And now they have their kingdom. They cannot agree who should rule over it. They are racked by civil war." Now at last they had reached the fortress of Satara, climbing a road that wound steeply up the face of the mountain. Guards challenged them at the gate. Tom stepped forward. The time for hiding his identity had passed. He spoke slowly and clearly, pausing while Anna translated. "I am Thomas Courtney, the brother of Guy Courtney, the governor of Bombay. I have come to speak with the Rajah Shahuji." From the guards' impassive faces, Tom could not tell if the name meant anything to them. However, they were led into the fortress and admitted to an antechamber, while servants scurried deeper into the castle precincts. "What do you know of this Rajah?" Tom asked Anna. "His kingdom is in ruins. Will he have the stomach for more fighting?" "Do not underestimate him," Anna warned. "There was a time when the Great Mogul's army captured this fortress. To prove they meant to stay, the Mughal general brought his wife and children. Shahuji besieged it. He captured the Mughal commander's wife and daughters and tied them over the mouths of his cannon below the walls. In full view he primed the touch-holes and had his gunners light their linstocks." "What happened then?" Francis asked. "The Mughal commander surrendered. Shahuji regained his capital, and he has stayed here ever since." She swatted a fly that had landed on her arm. "Also, I have heard that he is a master of letting men see in him only what he wants them to see. Whatever impression he gives you, do not be deceived." She fell silent as the servants returned. Guy Courtney's name evidently carried much weight. Leaving Merridew and the men, Tom, Francis, and Anna were led through more corridors and anterooms into the very heart of the castle. "What does this mean?" Francis asked in a whisper. "It speaks of Shahuji's self-confidence," Tom answered. A lesser man would have sought to impress us with his authority by keeping us waiting. At the top of a grand staircase, and through a pair of ornately carved doors, they entered the throne room. It was austere by Indian standards, though that was still lavish enough to make any European palace seem like a convent. In the centre of the room, surrounded by courtiers and guards, a throne stood on a raised platform. It seemed to be made of solid gold, draped with lion and tiger skins. The man who sat on it wore rich robes, ivory silk sewn with silver threads and strung with pearls, lapis lazuli and garnets. He was younger than Tom had expected, not yet 30, his youth accentuated by his clean-shaven cheeks. He held himself erect, tense, conscious of his image, proud of his estate. He studied his 3 visitors. His gaze was inscrutable. The only sound was the clicking of the magnificent pearls on a string around his neck, as Shahuji shuffled them between his fingers. "You are Governor Courtney's brother." He broke the silence at last. It was a statement, not a question. He spoke in Portuguese, the lingua franca between India and Europe. Tom had learned a little of it from the Portuguese settlers he had traded with at Mozambique and Sofala, on the east coast of Africa, but he let Anna translate. He did not want any misunderstandings. "I am Guy Courtney's twin brother. He has sent you to claim the firman he demands of me," Shahuji suggested. "I am not here on my brother's behalf," Tom admitted. "I am here to suggest to you how you may gain an advantage over him." The Rajah blinked. "If you are Guy Courtney's brother, how can you wish to betray him?" Tom remembered what Anna had told him of the civil war among the Marathas, how Shahuji's aunt had tried to wrest the kingdom from him. "I believed you would understand, Your Highness, how different branches of a family do not always work in accord with each other." Tom waited patiently while Anna translated. He wondered if perhaps he had gone too far, if the Rajah would take umbrage, or worse. The shuttered eyes gave him no hint. Shahuji stared at him for a while, and then he leaned forward a fraction on his throne. "What is it that you have really come to me for?" "I wish to speak to you in private," Tom said boldly. He knew that the throne room was a political theatre, not a place for real bargaining. Shahuji pursed his lips. Then, without a word, he rose and stepped down from his throne. The courtiers parted. A door in the far wall opened before him. Tom and the others followed out onto a high stone balcony overlooking the valley. Tom remembered Anna's story of the Mughal general's family. Was this where he had stood, looking down as his children were tied over the mouths of the guns? Had their cries risen high enough that he could hear them here? The guards left them there and retreated into the throne room, and closed the doors behind them. The only sound was the wind across the mountains, and the clicking of the Rajah's beads. "Why do you wish to betray your brother?" Shahuji posed the question without judgment, as calmly as if he were inquiring about Tom's health. "I believe you and I have an enemy in common." "Governor Courtney is not my enemy." "I was speaking of the pirate Angria. He molests your shipping and terrorizes your coasts. He is also an ally of your mother-in-law in her campaign against you." Shahuji gave the merest fraction of a nod. "Angria has captured my wife and her sister," Tom went on. "He holds them in his castle at Tiracola." A flash of annoyance passed over Shahuji's face, the first emotion he had showed. "Tiracola is my castle," he said. "That is why we have come to you," said Tom quickly. "You desire to have your castle back. I want my family back." Whether Shahuji was intrigued or insulted, Tom could not tell. "My brother Guy wishes to make a treaty with you," Tom said. "He allows Angria to commit his crimes with impunity, so you will be forced to negotiate. But if we drove Angria out of Tiracola and broke his power, you would have the upper hand over Guy, and furthermore, you would recover your castle." "Why do you tell me this?" Shahuji asked. "Because Angria offered to ransom the hostages, and Guy refused to pay the ransom money," Francis intervened hotly. Only you have the power to seize Tiracola from Angria and free our family." Tom shot Francis a cautioning look, although Shahuji gave no sign of having taken offence. He merely raised an eyebrow. "Why do you not think that if I had the power to take Tiracola, I would not have done so already?" He stared down the mountain, into the mist that still swirled through the valley. "Let me explain to you about my kingdom," he continued. "In the lands you passed through to come here, did you see any crops?" Tom and Francis shook their heads. Shahuji continued, "Why grow crops when your lord cannot defend your village? Once this was a rich kingdom. Now the peasants farm only what they can take with them when they flee into the jungles. For 30 years my grandfather, Chhatrapati Shivaji, fought the Mughals for this kingdom. When he died, my aunt proclaimed her son the new king, though in fact the throne was mine. Now the great Mughal is dead and his empire is in disarray, but we cannot have peace because we fight amongst ourselves. We call this Balerai, the rule of the spear. Every local chieftain thinks he is a warrior. They gather their own war bands and fight each other for the scraps. In places, my authority is less than the lowest patil, the headman." He picked a loose piece of stone off the parapet and let it fall into the void below where they stood. "Ever since my grandfather started this war, the Mughals dismissed us as bandits, rats in the attic, they called us. I have seen how rats, when they have nothing else to eat, will devour each other. Perhaps the Mughals were right. That's what we are." He never once raised his voice or allowed any emotion to inflect it. "You triumphed over the mightiest empire in the world," Tom pointed out. "Have you ever seen a Mughal cavalryman?" Shahuji did not wait for a response. "Their horses are the biggest and strongest mounts that exist. They are bred that way, for the weight of a cavalryman and his armor is immense. Our horses are small, light-footed beasts, made for mountain paths and quick escapes. We never fought the Mughals in open battle. When they sent armies against us, we let them pass, and then harried their supply lines. When they besieged our fortresses, we let them in, then burned our crops, and slaughtered our own livestock so that the occupiers would starve. That is how we wage war. Against a fortress such as Tiracola, we would smash ourselves to pieces." "Have you no pity?" Francis protested angrily. "My aunt has already suffered for weeks at the hands of those pirates. Would you leave her to die in that dungeon?" Shahuji gave him an impassive look. "As a boy I was sent as a hostage to the court of the great Mughal. I lived my whole childhood there. Every morning for 18 years I woke wondering if my guards would cut me down, and every evening I went to bed unsure if I would see another dawn." "I did not know that." Francis dropped his gaze, chastened. "When I was 11, the great Mughal captured my father. My father refused to do homage, so the Mughal had him torn limb from limb by a pack of hunting dogs. He made me watch. Then he made me sit at his right hand at the celebratory banquet. So you see, I know what it is to be a prisoner." Francis mumbled an apology. Tom bowed his head in acknowledgment. Now he understood why Shahuji could discuss the ruin of his kingdom with such bloodless calm. Growing up a hostage, a sword always inches from his neck, he must have learned to bury his emotions so deep they might never come to the surface. "I do not ask for sympathy," Tom began. Shahuji said nothing, but his eyes flickered with impatience. "But I believe our interests have aligned." Anna joined in the discussion. "The pirate Angria supports your aunt and her son the Pretender in your civil war. If you are ever to unite your kingdom, you must destroy Angria first." "My father wore out the Mughals. I will defeat Angria the same way, by attrition. Tiracola is impregnable." Tom grunted with exasperation. "Every man I meet says that. Has anyone ever attacked it?" "No one has lived to tell the tale," said Shahuji, with the ghost of a smile. "Give me an army and I will break open the fortress for you and for my family." Tom spoke flatly. I have heard you are well schooled in withstanding a siege. Are you so confident you can prosecute one as well?" Tom saw the look Shahuji gave him, and finally began to get a measure of the man. The siege of Bryn Joan had been fought hundreds of miles away, in a distant kingdom, and under a false name, yet Shahuji knew of it, and knew Tom had been there, though he had only arrived that morning. Tom could not help but be impressed. "Did you ever hear of another pirate named Al-Auf?" Tom asked. "The evil one," Shahuji translated effortlessly from the Arabic. Growing up at the Mughal court, he must have learned the language fluently. "I confess I have not." "That is because he died many years ago. Until his death he was the most feared pirate in the Indian Ocean. Even the mighty ships of the East India Company were not safe from him. He ravaged their trade from a great fort on the island of Flor de la Mar, defended with mighty batteries and a garrison of 1,000 pirates. Men said that it was impregnable too, but my father and I burned his fleet and broke open the fort. I myself severed Al-Auf's head from his shoulders." It was the last battle Hal Courtney had fought. He had lost his legs in the explosion that blew open the gate, and soon gangrene had set into his wounds, but Tom did not mention that. Behind Shahuji, a ray of sun pierced the cloud and lit up the mist, like the glow of cannon fire in the smoke of battle. Tom looked at the Rajah, but his smooth face gave nothing away. He seemed to reach some decision. He straightened and called over Tom's shoulder. Turning, Tom saw 6 retainers standing at the back of the balcony, though he was certain they had not been there earlier. The servants bowed, and gestured to Tom and his companions to follow them. Evidently the interview had finished. "What did he say?" Francis asked Anna, as they were escorted back inside the palace. "He announced he wishes to go hunting." Francis stopped short in the corridor. "We came to make war, not hunt," he protested. "You do not understand," said Anna. "The one is preparation for the other. The Rajah is considering your proposal, but he is allowing himself options. When he summons his lords for the hunt, they will bring their retainers, their captains, and their arms. He is assembling his army without committing himself. Also, success in the hunt will be a good omen for battle. And if the hunt is unsuccessful?" Anna shrugged. "Let us pray that it is not." Over the next few days, from where Shahuji lodged them in the palace, they watched dozens of bands of armed men climb the treacherous road up the mountainside. Soon the castle rang with the sound of the great host, while the elephants trumpeted from their stables at the foot of the cliff, and the horses kicked up their heels and frolicked in their paddocks. Tom chafed at the delay. Shahuji was a generous host. He sent them plentiful food and drink, served by beautiful attendants with inviting smiles, but the Courtneys were not allowed to leave the precincts of the palace. Tom sent the serving girls away, and spent hours at the window, watching the legions assembling. When he tired of that, they played chess. Francis was a tolerable player. Tom had played since he was a child, so the main conflict was between him and Anna. "If only taking a castle were as easy in real life," she said, as she swept Tom's rook off the board. The pieces were all carved from ivory, beautifully detailed, unlike any set Tom had ever played with previously. All the pieces were shaped like elephants or gods or common soldiers, with ever more elaborate distinctions of rank. Tom retaliated by attacking swiftly with his queen. In quick succession he took 2 pawns, a bishop, and her rook, then found his king isolated. "You play like an Englishman," said Anna, amused. "Like all the hat-wearers. You charge in and do not fear for the consequences. The Indian way is to wait and be patient." She picked up her knight, kissed it, and took his queen with it. "Patience is so pathetic," Tom told her. His bishop slithered across the board into the square guarded by his knight, and brought her king under attack, leaving it with no avenue of escape. "Checkmate," he smiled at her. On the morning of the hunt, Shahuji's attendants fetched them and carried them on palanquins down the mountain and some miles through the jungle to Shahuji's hunting lodge, which was a many-storied pagoda set in a walled garden by a limpid lake. As boys, Tom and Francis had both been hunting and shooting on the high-wheeled estate. The routines were familiar: the gathering of the beaters, the blare of horns, and the excitement that charged the air as the hunters assembled. However, this was on a different scale to anything they had seen before. The beaters numbered in the hundreds. Musicians played trumpets and stringed instruments, and serving girls gave them cups of arak spiced with cinnamon and trays of dates and almonds. Elephants stood placidly, munching the great bundles of leaves their keepers fed them. They carried ornately decorated boxes mounted on their backs, which Anna told them were called howdahs. "That is how we will ride out," she said. Francis stared at the huge animals. "Is it safe?" "Considerably safer than coming eye to eye with a tiger," she assured him. The beaters, armed with sticks and small axes, trooped off into the forest. The others waited as the morning wore on. The musicians had stopped playing. The laughter and talk had lapsed to a few quiet conversations. The loudest sound was the elephants masticating their leaves. All the hunters watched the forest and listened expectantly. "Should we not mount up and chase the tiger?" Francis wondered. Anna put this question to the Rajah. "You cannot simply venture into the jungle and seek a tiger," he explained. "You must lure him out. My men have tethered water buffaloes at different places in the forest. When a tiger comes for the kill, they will inform us, and then we will go to that place." Shahuji was in a happier mood that morning, more relaxed than he had been in the palace. Though he still bore himself with the same dignity, he could not hide his pleasure and excitement in the hunt. Tom could imagine how the freedom of the forest, the simple pursuit of man against beast, would appeal to a man who had spent more than half his life as a noble prisoner. Then a messenger ran into the clearing in front of the lodge. He was drenched with sweat and panting for breath. He babbled out his message, and then he collapsed to his knees. Shahuji turned to his guests, his face lighting up with excitement. Already the attendants were readying the elephants and guns and making the final preparations. "The tiger has made his kill," they shouted to each other. Tom had shot more elephants than he could count, but this was the first time he had ridden on one. It was smaller than the great African elephants he was accustomed to, but still majestic. A big bull with a crimson caste mark painted between his eyes that gave him a wise, almost human air. Out of habit, Tom found himself sizing up the tusks and calculating how much they would fetch in Cape Town. The mahout, the driver, patted the elephant's flank to make it kneel. Tom stepped onto the animal's outstretched hind leg, then onto his haunch, and finally into the howdah. A young boy clambered in, carrying a pair of fine firelocks with silver chasing. Tom squinted down the barrel and saw it was rifled for greater speed and accuracy. The mahout vaulted over the elephant's head like an acrobat, settled on the neck, and tucked his knees behind the beast's ears. He barked a command in a high, lilting voice, and the elephant lumbered to his feet. Tom looked back and saw that Francis and Anna had climbed onto their own animals, while the Rajah led the way in a magnificent howdah with gilded woodwork and a cloth of gold awning. Tom soon got used to the elephant's rolling gait as it stamped through the jungle. He marveled at the animal's ability. If a branch threatened to catch the howdah, the elephant would reach up with his trunk and snap it off. Sometimes, where the way became narrow, he pushed over whole trees to make a wider path. When the way became boggy, he lowered his head and felt the ground with his trunk for the safest footing. After a few miles, they crested a ridge and came down into a gully formed by a dry riverbed. They followed it another mile or so, winding through the jungle. In the mud and river sand, Tom read the tracks of many varieties of animals. Monkeys screeched from the trees. Jungle fowl preened themselves at the river's edge. A master of peacocks flew low overhead, their necks gleaming brilliant sapphire blue in the sunshine. The sight gave Tom a pang, as it reminded him forcefully of the jewel in the pommel of the Neptune sword. The Rajah called a halt at a place where the dry stream met the riverbed. The elephants knelt, and the hunting party dismounted. Tom stretched his legs and looked around, scanning the undergrowth for any sign of their prey. Shahuji missed nothing. "Have you ever hunted the tiger before?" he asked through Anna. "I've hunted lions." Shahuji nodded. "I have seen lions. The great Mughal kept them for his pleasure at the court in Delhi. But the tiger is more dangerous. He is larger, stronger, and fiercer. The lion hunts in packs, but the tiger hunts alone, so he must be stronger and more cunning. I have seen a tiger kill a buffalo and pick it up in her jaws like a cat carrying a mouse." He saw the skeptical look on Tom's face. Once, in Delhi, the Mughal arranged a fight between a lion and a tiger. It was the talk of the palace. All the nobles arrived in great excitement to see such a contest. When the beasts were unleashed in the arena, every man was on his feet. "What happened?" asked Francis. "The tiger killed the lion with a single swipe of his paw. His claw severed the artery in the neck, and he bled to death." Again, Tom saw Shahuji's ghostly smile, the most emotion he ever permitted himself. "The Emperor was furious. You have never seen so many disappointed amirs and jagirdars." While he spoke, his attendants had unstrapped the royal howdah and unloaded it from the elephant's back. They carried it between them to a tall tree, where they rigged ropes and hoisted it 10 feet into the air, so that it came to rest on the outspread branches. They erected a ladder beside it. "This will be our machan," said Shahuji, "our hide." They climbed the ladder. The servants had rigged 2 howdahs side by side, one for Tom and Shahuji, and one for Francis and Anna. The gun-bearers and other servants perched in the branches behind them, all of them constantly scanning the jungle from their raised viewpoint. "The tiger likes to follow the watercourses," Shahuji explained. He pointed to the place on the opposite bank where the stream joined the river. "If the beaters drive him correctly, he will come out there." Tom began to understand why the hunt was such fine preparation for war. With over 800 men spread across miles of jungle, all hunting unseen prey, communication was paramount. If one portion of the line moved too quickly or too slowly, it would create a gap for the tiger to slip through. If the tiger changed course, the whole line would have to wheel about. The understanding that developed, the practice in transmitting orders between the different commanders and maneuvering the units, would be priceless in battle. The mahouts led the elephants away. "They will join the beaters," Shahuji explained. "They are trained to take branches in their trunks and clash them against the trees to make a noise to frighten the tiger." They settled down to wait. A symphony of birdsong rang through the forest. Insects buzzed about them and crawled over their skin. Tom stayed as still as possible. A nilgai, a small horned antelope, grazed along the riverbed. Tom sighted his gun on it, but did not waste the shot. "I have a previous history with Angria," Shahuji said suddenly. "Perhaps you know of it?" Tom shook his head. "Before Angria became a pirate, he was a captain in my navy. With the Mongols pressing us hard by land, the sea was our one refuge, vital for our supply and communication. Then, when we needed him most, Angria spied his opportunity. He mutinied, took his ships and crews, and overthrew our garrison on Tiracolo. From there, he scoured the coast, seizing our fortresses and capturing our ships, while we were too hard pressed by the Mughals to retaliate in strength. I can never forgive him, for in his greed he nearly destroyed our kingdom in order to make his own lawless empire of the sea." Shahuji's fingers drummed on the stock of his gun. Yet I was willing to forgive him. For the sake of the kingdom, I would have put aside our quarrel. I sent emissaries under a banner of truce to offer peace. Do you know what he did?" Even the memory made his face grow pale with anger. "He sent my men back. He had put out their eyes and branded their foreheads with his sign. So deep you could see the mark burned into the bone of their skulls. So deeply had he burned them that their brains were damaged, and they were like little children again, unable to talk and incontinent, so that they soiled their clothing." Tom tried not to think of Sarah and Agnes in the hands of such a man. "It would gladden my heart to see Angria trampled by elephants," Shahuji went on, "as the great Mughal sometimes executed his prisoners in Delhi. But I will be candid with you. You see me on a golden throne, amid hundreds of courtiers, and you think I am a great man." He thumped his fist on his chest. "I am a great man. I have taken the sacred thread, and I am the Chhatrapati, the emperor of the Marathas. And yet," a mournful expression flitted across his face, "beyond my palace, my power is not what it ought to be. In a civil war, every man's loyalty is in play. If I attacked Tiracolo and failed, it would strike a mortal blow against my authority." "Guy Courtney makes the same argument," said Francis. "He would rather men believed him to be strong than risk his dignity proving it." He spoke ardently, but Shahuji did not take offence. "When you are older, you will understand that the appearance of power is often more real than its substance. But if you have power and do not use it, it is no power at all," said Tom. Shahuji did not answer. A new sound had penetrated the din of the jungle, a percussive clanking like 1,000 blacksmiths hammering on their anvils. Tom wondered if it might be some unknown species of bird. Then, from Shahuji's reaction, he realized it must be the beaters tapping their axe heads to drive the tiger towards the machan. To Tom, it was merely noise, but from the way Shahuji listened, he could see the Rajah was following the sound precisely, working out exactly how the hunt was progressing. Clapping and shouts started up on their left. It was the stops, men placed in the treetops to stop the tiger veering off course. Shahuji took a gun from his bearer. Tom, Francis, and Anna did likewise. Tom felt the thrill of the hunt rising in his blood. A furious roar rang through the forest. The noise of the stops increased, beating the tiger back towards the riverbed and the waiting guns. Like a flash of golden sunlight, the tiger burst from cover. For an instant, Tom forgot the gun in his hands as he marveled at his first view of the creature. It was an enormous animal, moving much too fast for him even to hazard a guess at its size. But it was much bigger than any of the lions he had seen in Africa. It bounded across the clearing in the forest, not 20 paces from where they stood, and snarled when it saw the men in its path. It spun around. The white ruff around its neck was erect and bristling. The fangs in its jaws sparkled as it roared. Even at such close range, it was a difficult shot, but the Rajah fired. Tom saw the ball strike, but much too far back behind the shoulder blade. The heavy ball bowled the animal over, but in the same movement it somersaulted back onto all 4 feet and kept on running without seeming to miss a stride. Both Tom and Francis fired simultaneously, but the tiger was moving too fast, and their shots kicked up dirt and dead leaves several feet behind it. The tiger reached the forest edge and disappeared into the dense vegetation. Shahuji jumped down from the tree, heedless of his own safety, and ran to the place where he had hit the tiger. He scanned the ground for a blood trail. "He is hurt," he declared, "but not killed. This is when he is most dangerous." "What do we do now?" Tom demanded. "The tiger will be thirsty after the chase and the wound I inflicted upon him. There is a water hole not far from here. I think he will go there." Before Anna had finished translating, the mahouts had brought up the elephants. There was no time to rig the howdahs. They all clambered onto the elephants' backs, sitting on folded blankets and clinging to the rope that circled the girth as the animals strode forward. In a short while, the gully opened into a wide meadow with high grass that brushed the elephants' bellies. Up on its back, Tom felt as if he were on a ship sailing through a rustling sea. He gripped his firelock and searched the ground ahead for a blood trail or pug marks. He knew that the tiger itself would be invisible. His stripes would blend almost perfectly with the long grass. One of the huntsmen, running along ahead of the elephants, shouted and pointed at the ground without checking his speed. "He has found the tiger's trail," Anna called. The mahouts kicked the elephants into a faster pace. Soon the grass gave way to bare earth, trampled by many hooves and paws. Even from high on the elephant's back, Tom could make out the tiger's tracks. Ground water was oozing into the freshly made depression that its paws had left, and the animal was beginning to bleed. Dribbles of bright blood sparkled in the sunlight like rubies. "He is a male in his prime, about 14 years old, but he has lost the toe on his left front," Shahuji mused softly, and Anna translated. Tom gave the Rajah an approving nod of the head. To have gleaned so much from a casual glance high on the back of an elephant demonstrated his exceptional hunting skills. The tracks ended at the edge of a muddy hole half filled with water. A pair of kites watched from a lone bare tree. The tiger was nowhere to be seen. Every nerve in Tom's body tingled with anticipation. This was the overwhelming thrill of the hunt, and he had never lost his addiction to it since the first time his father put a gun in his hands. The tiger must be near. The elephants had caught its scent. They twitched and shuffled anxiously, huffing through their trunks. The motion would make any accurate shooting well nigh impossible. Shahuji slid down to the ground. Tom and Francis followed him. Shahuji consulted with his huntsman. "There is another watercourse, a little to the north," Anna translated. "It leads through a ravine into the next valley. The tiger may attempt to go that way to escape our net." While they were talking, the beaters started to catch up with them, and within minutes there were 100 or more half-naked men in the clearing, armed only with sticks and machetes. The Rajah's elephant was thirsty. Without warning, it walked to the edge of the pool and began slurping up water through its trunk. The mahout shouted and hauled on its rope. More of the attendants clustered around it, but the beast was immovable. Distracted, everyone turned to watch. This was when the tiger took the moment to attack its tormentors. It had been lying hidden behind a bank of low saplings, no higher than a man's knee, so thin that Tom could hardly believe it had hidden the huge creature so effectively. Even in the African lion, he had never seen such lethal speed. It charged in with snarling jaws and bristling white whiskers. Its tail was held like a scimitar, curled over its back. Its great paws, each the size of a soup plate, with claws fully extended, tore up the loose earth with each bound. It knocked down one of the mahouts and bit him in the back of his neck as he sprawled, severing his vertebrae and killing him instantly. But the tiger did not fixate on the corpse beneath it. With its next bound, it bore down upon a second running man and killed him with a bite that took the top of his head. And then he took down another man and another. Total pandemonium reigned over the field, with men running and shouting, and the elephants trumpeting and squealing, knocking down and trampling anyone who stood in their way. Tom ran sideways, trying to get a clean shot at the tiger, but the frenzied crowd blocked his line of fire and threatened to knock him off his feet. He saw Francis throw up his gun and chance a fleeting shot at the enraged beast, but one of the beaters ran in front of him as he fired and took the heavy ball squarely in the chest. He was thrown backwards with his machete spinning from his hand, dead before he hit the ground. Shahuji stood his ground in the rout and turmoil, holding his firelock at high port, shouting at the tiger to attract its attention. "Come to me, Shaitan! I will send you as a messenger to your foul gods. Come!" The tiger seemed to hear him, and it swerved towards him. It opened its mouth as it roared at him, as if it accepted his challenge. Its fangs were encrimsoned with the blood of the men it had killed, and it flattened into its charge. Shahuji leaned forward and raised the butt of his gun to his shoulder, his trigger finger poised, ready for the precise instant to fire his shot. Only then Tom realized that Shahuji had not seen the elephant. It was one of those that had been drinking at the pool, and it had been panicked by the scent and the roars of the tiger. It was rushing down blindly on the Rajah. Tom shouted a warning, but Shahuji was oblivious to all but the great cat in his gun sight. Likewise the elephant had the scent of the predator in its nostrils, and the sounds of its roars ringing in its ears, and was oblivious to the man standing in its path. One of its great swinging feet struck Shahuji in the back, lifting him off his feet and throwing him in a heap 15 feet away. The loaded and cocked gun was sent spinning from his hands, and by chance it landed at Anna's feet. She stooped and swept it up. The elephant rushed away into the long grass. The tiger had lost sight of the Rajah, and now it checked its charge and swung its head left and right, seeking an alternative quarry to Savage. It saw Francis. It swung towards him and roared. Francis was fumbling with his weapon, and Tom saw by the pallor of his face and his staring eyes that he was terrified witless. He had probably never fired a heavy gun before, and he had certainly never stood down the charge of a great ravening beast such as this. From where Tom was standing, it was a long and awkward shot. Furthermore, Anna was in the line of fire, but Francis was in mortal danger, and Tom had to take the chance. He swung up his own gun and fired in the same moment, yet he knew at once that something was dreadfully wrong. Smoke spurted from the muzzle of the gun, but there was no recoil at all. Either his shikari had not loaded the ball on top of the charge, or the ball had been shaken loose from the barrel when he dismounted from the elephant. In any event, the tiger was untouched, and continued its charge at Francis. At the last possible moment, Francis seemed to rally his wits and his courage. He flung up his gun and fired in the same movement, but his eyes had been fixed on the tiger and not on the gun sight. Tom saw the ball kick up a spurt of damp earth 6 feet behind the charging animal, and at least 3 feet to its left. Untouched by the shot, the tiger was still charging in on Francis, who threw down the gun and began to turn away. The great striped beast launched itself into the air, springing at him with its jaws wide open, and Francis covered his face with both hands and stood helplessly screaming, "No! No!" Another shot boomed out from nowhere, and the tiger seemed to crumple up in mid-air. However, its momentum carried it onwards, and it crashed headlong into Francis, slamming him to the ground and piling up on top of him. Tom reached the man and beast only seconds later. He seized the tiger's head, and by some superhuman effort dragged the massive carcass off of Francis. "Are you all right?" he shouted at Francis. "I think so," Francis stammered as he crawled back onto his knees. "You saved my life. Thank you, Tom." "Not me. My gun was not even loaded with ball." He looked around him, and for the first time became aware of Anna. She was standing 10 feet behind where Francis was lying. She was still holding the butt of the Rajah's long gun to her shoulder, and a cloud of blue gun smoke seeped from the muzzle. "Anna Duarte." Tom went to her and took the gun from her trembling hands. "Did you fire the shot that killed this monster?" She nodded, too overcome to speak. "That was a shot of which any man could be proud." Tom reached down and seized the tiger's head with both hands and twisted it around. Anna's musket ball had struck the great animal squarely in the forehead and gone on through the centre of its brain. "And a shot of which any woman should be doubly proud," Tom went on. "I had to do it. Francis is the only man I have," Anna explained reasonably, but her voice was shaky. Tom's skin prickled as he entered the courtyard of the Rani's palace at Chittatinkara. He thought of the men who had died there, Captain Hicks, Lawrence Foy, and so many others. Then he wondered if he might have dreamed it. The bullet holes in the brickwork had been patched up, blood scrubbed from the stones, and the shattered balconies replaced. The only sign that a battle had ever taken place was the fresh plaster on the walls. It made him angry to remember the carnage that they had lived through. The throne room brought back many more bitter memories. The last time he had been there, he had fought Tunga for the Neptune sword and nearly died for it. Now the Rani received him cordially, as if history were a blank page. Like Shahuji, she had the ruler's art of forgetting everything that was no longer convenient. Tom was not sure if he detested her for it or envied her. He did not waste time with pleasantries. "The Raja of Satara, Chhatrapati Shahuji, demands the return of the cannons you seized from the wreck of my ship. He has a vessel standing off the coast near Brinjone, ready to take them aboard." This was the same ship that had brought Tom from the coast near Satara. Francis and Anna had stayed with Shahuji as he mustered his army and prepared for the siege of Tiracolo. The Rani smiled at Tom's outburst. She was so lovely when she smiled that Tom was thrown off his stride for a moment. "The cannons were mine, by right of salvage," she explained reasonably. "All wrecks on this coast and their cargoes belong to me." She lifted a hand to stay Tom's retort. "I assure you, Captain Courtney, that I have no quarrel with you. On the contrary, I find myself exceptionally well disposed towards you. If it were within my power, I would return your guns to you without a quibble, but alas, I no longer have them. When my men fled the siege of Brinjone, they also abandoned the guns there. The hat-wearers have them. My scouts report they have mounted them on the ramparts of their fort." Tom cursed inwardly. He had feared that might be so, but he had come to the Rani first in hope of being mistaken. If Guy had sent word to the fort of Brinjone of his escapades in Bombay, he could expect a hot reception if he ventured there to reclaim them. "I am sorry you have wasted your time by coming to me," said the Rani, "but from my own point of view I have enjoyed renewing our acquaintance. Is there any other way that I might be of service to you?" She leaned forward on her throne, and the movement accentuated the size and shape of her bosom. "There is another matter." Tom was confused and mollified by her change of attitude towards him, so he decided to take full advantage of it. "Your captain, Tunga, stole a weapon that belonged to me. It belonged to my grandfather and my father before me. I place a very high sentimental value upon it. It is a gilded sword with a sapphire in the pommel." "I know it well," she nodded. "It is truly a magnificent weapon. Tunga was inordinately proud of it. He carried it into battle." "Yes," Tom agreed, "but I found his body after he was killed in the assault on Brinjone. Tunga did not have the weapon with him." "One of your men must have looted it?" "None of them had reached his corpse before I did. If it was looted, it must have been by a man from your army." The Rani made an elegant but dismissive gesture. Tom watched her hands. They were lovely, almost as beautiful as her face. No subject of mine would dare hide such a treasure from me. And what would a peasant do with such a weapon, and where could he sell it, that I would not hear of it? If it has not been found, that is because either the sea took it, or it has been looted." Tom flinched at the thought, though he knew she spoke good sense. He had one more question. "There was a man in your service. He spoke English and wielded a strange sword with a blade like a whip. What became of him?" "His name was Absalom. He disappeared in the final battle. We did not find his body. Perhaps he lies buried under the rubble of the gatehouse." Her words hit Tom with surprising force. Of course it did not matter. Absalom was just another pirate, yet his mind refused to let it go. He had some unfinished business with the man, Absalom. Avenging Hicks, certainly, but something else besides. He turned to go. "Wait." The Rani's tone was imperative. Tom paused. "There are many hat-wearers who have settled in India to sell their skill as warriors." "I serve the Raja of Satara," Tom answered. "Whatever he pays you, I will triple it. I could make you a great man in my kingdom. You would want for nothing." Her cheeks had flushed lightly. Her jewelled hand reached to her throat, resting on the valley between her breasts. "Stay with me, Thomas Courtney." Her voice sank to a whisper. "I have need of you." He was riven by guilt and temptation. He felt the very foundations of his honor shaken. She was so very beautiful, but also so very evil. Tom doffed his hat and made her a courtly bow. "Alas, your highness, I must leave you now to rescue my wife." Returning to the fort at Bryn Joan was even stranger than revisiting the Rani's palace. The sentry on the gate stared at Tom as if he were a ghost. "Mr. Weald," he stammered. Tom recognized him, one of the sepoys who had survived the siege. He tried to remember the man's name. "Akal?" The sentry beamed with pleasure at being recognized. "Welcome back, Saab. Is the new governor here?" "He came 3 weeks ago," he grinned, as if at a private joke. "However, I do not think he will be happy to see you." "Then take me to him." The East India Company had been busy repairing the fort, though the work was not yet finished. Gangs of half-naked labourers toiled with stones and mortar, reconstructing the gatehouse, but the governor's house, which Tom had torn down, was already rebuilt. He was glad to see that, this time, they had used bricks and tiles instead of wood and straw. One hard lesson learned, at least. No one guarded the door to the governor's office. "Wait outside," Tom told Akal. "Better if he does not know you let me in." Without knocking, he stepped inside. The governor's desk was stacked high with papers, but they could not have been urgent. The governor himself lounged on a daybed, half asleep, holding a goblet of wine against his chest. Some had spilled, leaving a red mark spreading across his shirt front, like a wound. Tom slammed the door shut. The governor woke and sat up with a start. More wine spilled from the cup. He gaped at Tom. "Mr. Weald!" he squeaked. Tom nodded grimly, hiding his surprise. "Mr. Kiffin." Why—" Kiffin scrambled to his feet. "I have come for my guns," said Tom boldly. "The 9-pounders the Rani salvaged from my ship, those that the company recovered from the battlefield." Kiffin stared at him speechlessly. "Are you going to tell me they are your property?" Tom asked. "After everything I did for the company, the least you could do is permit me to reclaim what is my own." Kiffin finally regained the power of speech. "Hublada!" he shouted. The door opened. Tom looked back and saw another familiar face, the sergeant with the bristling moustache who had fought beside him in the siege. The man frowned. He drew a pistol from his belt and trained it on Tom. "This man is a murderer, a thief, and an impostor, charged with high crimes in London and Bombay," screeched Kiffin. "Clap him in irons." The Hubladar gazed at Tom while he twirled his moustache thoughtfully. Then he barked an order in his own dialect, and Tom heard the scurry of feet outside. Tom's mind raced with possibilities. He had his own pistol and a knife in his boot. but he had too much respect for the Hubladar to think he could draw them quickly enough. "I need those cannon to rescue Mrs. Hicks and my wife from the pirate Angria," he told Kiffin. "The man who captured them because you abandoned them while other men were dying to save your precious factory here." 2 sepoys came in from the corridor, each with a pair of manacles. There was nothing Tom could do. He put out his hands. "Is this how the East India Company shows its gratitude?" Kiffin did not answer. As Tom was speaking, the Hubladar suddenly switched the aim of his pistol from Tom to Kiffin. At the same time, the 2 sepoys stepped past Tom, seized Kiffin's wrists, and snapped the manacles on him, passing the chain through the arms of his chair. "This is mutiny!" cried Kiffin. "When Governor Courtney hears of this—" "It will not change Guy's opinion of me one jot," said Tom cheerfully. He pulled a handkerchief from Kiffin's coat pocket and stuffed it in his mouth to gag his complaints. Then he embraced the Hubladar. "Thank you, old friend," he said, "though you should not have done that. They will hang you for mutiny." The Hubladar grinned, untroubled by the prospect. "Is it true that Angria has captured Mrs. Hicks?" "I'm afraid so, and also my wife, Sarah. They are being held at the fortress of Tiracolo." "And you have a ship to carry the guns there?" "She is waiting in the bay." "Then if you have space for another man aboard, I will join you." Tom clasped his hand. "Bless you." He looked down at Kiffin, squirming in his chair and struggling ineffectually against his bonds. "I am going to take my cannons," he told him, "and while we're about it, perhaps we will relieve the company of some of its powder and shot." Kiffin raged and writhed. He tried to spit out the gag, but Tom pushed it firmly back in and bounced it in place with Kiffin's belt. "When we have finished, I will free you. But if you're thinking that I cannot remove those guns alone, even with the Hubladar's help, be warned. If you so much as touch one sepoy because you suspect him of aiding me, I will get to hear of it, and I will avenge it. You remember how the Rani treated Mr. Foy? That will be as nothing compared to the torments I will visit on you. Do you understand?" Kiffin stopped struggling, and he nodded hopelessly. "I will give your regards to Mrs. Foy," Tom assured him. Flame spat from the cannon's mouth. Through a telescope, Tom watched the ball strike to the left of the castle gate. Another small shower of rubble trickled down from an area of wall that was already pitted and broken, speaking to the gunner's impressive accuracy. Behind him, Tom heard Merridew exhorting the Maratha artillerymen to work faster, to the chant of "Worm and Sponge, powder." He had already cut their reloading time from 10 minutes to close to 5, encouraging them with tales of the treasure to be had inside the pirates' castle, if only they could get inside. It had been 5 weeks since Shahuji's army had arrived with the guns and powder that Tom had fetched from Brinjone. 5 weeks trying to reduce those mighty walls. So many men had said the castle was impregnable, Tom had almost begun to believe it. But now, seeing it made real and with time to study its weaknesses, he had reason to hope. True, any assault by sea would be sure to fail. There was no landing place at the foot of the sheer cliffs, save for a tiny jetty and heavy floating booms that had been strung across the little bay to the north, where Angria kept his fleet anchored. Coral reefs ran far out to sea, showing above water at high tide, so that any ship which tried to bombard the castle would be in constant peril. From the landward side, too, the defences were formidable. The promontory narrowed to a thin neck of land before the castle gate, making a tight approach which was well covered by falconets and other guns on the walls. Groves of prickly kalagi trees grew thick in front of the walls. Not only would they impede attackers, but their springy branches would absorb much of the cannon shot. Iron spikes 4 feet long protruded from the gate to counter the favourite Indian tactic of using elephants as battering rams. But no attempt had been made to extend the defences further out. A low hill rose 1/2 mile inland, offering a commanding field of fire over the fort. Hungria had placed a small watchtower there, but that had mostly been to spy out ships at sea. Shahuji's cavalry had easily overrun it, driving out the defenders and claiming the hilltop, where his men had now dug gun emplacements and erected the battery of the Kestrel's 9-pounders. Now they kept up a barrage day and night, opening the breach inch by inch. Tom prayed it would be enough. Down on the jetty that protruded from the promontory, fishermen unloaded the catch from their boats. The siege had allowed them to increase their prices, with eager buyers on both sides of the walls. Every morning the boats clustered at the jetty like birds on a freshly planted field, while the pounding of the guns sounded like distant thunder. It had become such a constant background chorus that Christopher, supervising the unloading, barely noticed it any more. Spray splashed his face as a wave crashed onto the rocks by the jetty. Out at sea, he saw the sail of a merchantman slowly beating up the coast. He felt a surge of frustration at its brazen freedom. The Marathas did not have the resources to blockade the castle by sea. But still, Hungria could not let his ships out. He needed their crews and their guns to defend the castle. So the fleet stayed anchored behind the boom, and the local merchants could conduct their trade without fear. The only reason Christopher had come to Tiracola was the promise of riches. Now, with the fleet confined to its anchorage and no hope of plunder or prizes, he chafed at the enforced inactivity and poverty. He knew he was not the only man who felt that way. Many of the pirates had started to complain, quietly at first, but now ever more audibly. They knew the Marathas would not take the castle. It was impregnable after all, and they could not be starved out while they could be resupplied by sea. But they did not like losing their livelihoods while the siege dragged on. Christopher had decided to do something about it. Most of the fishermen had cast off, heading back to their fishing grounds for another catch, which they would take to the Marathas in the evening. For them, war was merely a commercial opportunity. The barrels of fish had been loaded onto a crane, which hoisted them up the walls to the keep. Christopher lingered, chatting to the boatmen, while the pirates drifted back to their stations within the castle walls. When they had gone, Christopher took one of the fishermen aside. He knew he could trust the man. For the past week they had been running a scheme whereby Christopher let him overcharge for the fish, and the two of them shared the extra profits. Now Christopher led him to a place at the foot of the cliff, where the breaking waves blotted out their conversation. "You will go to the Maratha camp later?" The fisherman nodded. "I want you to take them a message from me." Christopher said what he had to say, and made the fisherman repeat it twice. He did not dare commit it to paper. "If you are caught, I will deny everything. If you betray me, I will find your family, and I will gut them each in turn like one of your fish. Do you understand?" The fisherman trembled. Christopher smiled and clapped him on the shoulder. "If all goes well, we will share the profits, and you will never need to cast another net in your life." That night Shahuji summoned Tom to his tent. It was a magnificent structure, as befitted a king, with many spacious rooms draped with silk hangings and filled with gold and mahogany furniture. Incense burners smouldered in the corners to keep the stench of the camp from intruding. Inside you could almost forget you were on campaign at all, except for the sound of the guns. Each time a cannon fired, the walls shivered, and gold plates and goblets rattled on their trays. "How is the siege progressing?" asked the Rajah. "We are widening the breach," Tom answered. "It is slow work. The walls are 15 feet thick in places, but the gunners are breaking it down." "Not fast enough," said Shahuji. "The powder and ammunition you fetched from Rinjone is dwindling. My army are far from the mountains. Men who were eager to fight last week now grumble about missing their homes." "They will stop complaining when they see the pirates' treasure store," said Tom. "If it comes to that." Tom's eyes narrowed. This was the fear he lived with every hour that the siege endured, that Shahuji would lose faith or interest, or that he would no longer trust Tom. "I hope you're not thinking of giving up the siege, Your Highness." Shahuji went over to a tray of dates. He popped one in his mouth and dipped his fingers in a small silver bowl of water to wash them. "I have heard that in your country battles are fought to the death," he said. Tom thought of the Battle of Blenheim, which had been fought a few years earlier between the armies of France, Britain, and the Holy Roman Empire. According to the reports he had read and heard in Cape Town, the French had lost over 30,000 men, more than half their army. He nodded. "In India we are more civilized," said Shahuji. "Sophisticated, perhaps. As our great sage Kautilya said, intrigue is a better way to win battles than force. Why beat down the door if someone will open it to you from the inside?" Tom started to understand where the conversation was going. "Do you think there is such a man in Terracola?" Shahuji nodded. "I have had a message." It had never been the Courtney way to profit from treachery, but Tom saw the sense of what he said. If the castle could be taken without a frontal assault, it would cost many fewer lives, and increase the chances of finding Agnes and Sarah unhurt. "Who is this man?" A fisherman brought the message. "He says the traitor is one of Angria's lieutenants, a man who entered his service seeking riches, and now understands he can be richer still if he betrays his master. Can such a man be trusted? We will buy his trust." Shahuji took a small silk bag and tipped it out in his palm. A handful of cut diamonds glittered bright against his dark skin. "How is it to be arranged?" "He cannot escape the castle by land without being seen. But there is a water gate down among the rocks, which Angria uses to bring in supplies. Tomorrow night a fisherman will bring the traitor to a beach down the coast. You will go and meet him." "And if it is a trap?" Shahuji funneled his fist and let the diamonds trickle back into the bag. "I am sure you will know what to do." The next night was calm and clear. A waning moon hung low in the sky, but the stars shone bright on the white sand and frothing waves. Tom hung back among the palms that fringed the beach, so as not to offer a target from the sea. He glanced up at the cliffs overlooking the little cove. He had stationed Francis and Merridew up there, armed with flintlocks, so that the glow of matchlocks would not expose them. "Do you think he will come?" said Mohit, the Hubladar, beside him. He had shed his East India Company uniform coat and replaced it with a traditional Indian dhoti. From somewhere in Shahuji's armoury he had acquired a heavy mace. Something squeaked out to sea, faint, so that the rush of surf almost drowned it, but Tom's senses were sensitive to the least disturbance. He peered into the darkness and saw a dim shape solid against the shifting sea. It was a small boat, one of the Indian masulas, so light and shallow that when it caught a wave the surf carried it almost clean onto the beach. Two men leapt out and dragged it above the surf. One squatted down beside the boat and waited. The other strode confidently up towards the trees. He was tall for an Indian, almost as tall as Tom, in fact. By the starlight Tom could make out a full beard, a tightly wound turban, and a sword at his belt. There was no reason Tom should ever have seen him before, yet, even in darkness, something familiar nagged at him. A shiver went down his spine, the same foreboding he had felt waiting for the tiger to emerge from the forest. He tried to see the man's face, but it was hidden in shadow. "What is your name?" growled Mohit. "Rodra." "Ask him how he will open the gates," Tom said to Mohit. Opposite him, Christopher was so surprised to hear Tom's voice, he almost answered in English. He caught himself and pretended to listen while the hubladar translated. His mind raced. Against the trees it was hard to make out the man clearly, yet he knew instinctively he recognized him. Was he someone from Bombay? The others were waiting for his answer. I cannot open the main gate. They are too well guarded, and you would be seen approaching. What then? Said Tom impatiently. Why did you bring us here? Again, Christopher forced himself to wait until the hubladar had translated. It gave him time to study the Englishman more closely. He was tall and broad-shouldered, with dark hair, a dark beard, and a commanding, confident air, not dissimilar to Christopher, in fact. And with a sudden shock, he realized who the man was. Tom Weald, who had defeated him at Bryn Joan, the man he had last seen crossing the smoking rubble of the fort, the man whose sword now hung from his belt, pressing against his thigh. How could he be here? Weald was examining Christopher just as closely. Had he recognized him, or was it simply the same nagging feeling of familiarity? Angria keeps his ships in the cove to the north of the castle, protected by a wooden boom, Christopher said, forcing calm into his voice and looking down so that his face would be in shadow. We know that. In 3 nights, when the moon is full dark, I will cut the boom. The ebbing tide will carry it away. You can enter the harbour in small boats and cut out or burn his fleet. Without ships, he cannot protect his supply line. Better, if you can moor your own grabs and gallivats in the cove, their guns can cover the approach on land. Angria does not wish to die a martyr. If he thinks he cannot win, he will sue for peace. It is the Indian way. It was a long speech. When it was translated, Tom took a small pouch from his belt. The Raja Shahuji has given me these. He tipped out the bag in his hand so that the cut diamonds sparkled in the starlight. Christopher stared at them hungrily. If you do what you have said, Shahuji will see you are well rewarded, said Tom. You— He broke off. As the pirate leaned in, drawn by the diamonds, the moon caught the hilt of his sword. The white light gleamed off the polished stone set in the pommel, and the gold inlay traced down the scabbard, a pattern Tom had known all his life. It was the Neptune sword. The blue sapphire had turned jet black in the night, but he could see the cut of it. More, he knew the shape of that sword like the curve of Sarah's hips, as well as the bulge of the grip, the taper of the blade apparent even through its scabbard. It was his blue sword. He almost snatched it off the pirate. "Where did you get that sword?" he cried. Christopher straightened up and placed his right hand on the hilt. "I won it in battle." But as he spoke, Tom suddenly knew why he seemed familiar. Everything was explained. This was the man he had seen at Rani's palace, who had salvaged his cannon and killed Captain Hicks. And now, by some devilry, he had appeared here at Tiracola, and he had the Neptune sword. He stared at the sword. After his return to Bryn Joan, he had given it up. He knew the hurt of the loss would never heal, but he had resigned himself to the fact he could never hope to get it back. And now, here it was, within arm's reach. He knew he should keep silent, but he could not help himself. "That is my sword," he said fiercely. "It belonged to my father, my grandfather, and his grandfather before that." Christopher stared at him. "Your father?" He spoke in English, though in their mutual shock neither man remarked on it. The implications were so immense they left him numb, unable to comprehend the situation. Christopher collected himself. "The sword belongs to me," he said curtly, "and I would not give it up for all the diamonds in the Golconda mines." Tom's mind raced. With the hubladar, he had the advantage of numbers. Better, Francis and Merridew were watching from the cliffs, with their rifles sighted on the pirate. All he had to do was call out, and the pirate would die. The sword would be his again. He opened his mouth to give the command. Deep inside, part of his soul screamed warnings this was a mistake, that the cost would be something he would regret all his life. But the sword was in front of him, the sapphire reflecting the stars in its facets, winking at him. He had lost it, and now Providence had delivered it into his power once again. What sort of man could pass up such an opportunity? It was his birthright, and more than that, the whole honour and legacy of the Courtneys was at stake. The pirate knew something was wrong. He stepped back. His hand went to the hilt of the sword. It would not save him from the sharpshooters. Tom filled his lungs with the warm night air to shout the command to Francis and Merridew. The words would not come. Tom's sense rebelled. If he killed the pirate, then the harbour boom would not be cut. The fort might not fall, and very probably Tom would never see Sarah and Agnes safe again. And what was the honour of the Courtneys worth, if he would sacrifice the woman he loved most for it? He closed his mouth, suddenly hardly able to swallow. Shame flooded through him, coupled with relief he had not given the signal to fire. "Hungria has 2 prisoners," he said. "They are 2 Englishwomen. You know them? Are they safe?" Christopher relaxed his grip on the sword. He did not know what had come over Tom, but he had felt the danger in the air. "Yes," he muttered. "Yes, the women are healthy and unhurt. One is—" he had been about to say, "with child," but stopped himself. In the last 5 minutes, his situation had changed beyond recognition. He needed time to gather his thoughts. He should hoard his knowledge until he had decided how best to use it. "One is a little thin, but she is not in any danger," he said blandly. "See that no harm comes to them," said Tom. Inwardly he was thinking, "Who are you?" This man, who spoke English, allied himself with pirates and brigands, and now possessed his sword. What strange fate kept pitting them against each other? Opposite, Christopher did not need to wonder whom he spoke to. "The sword belonged to my father," the man had said. If he spoke the truth, and the passion in his voice left Christopher in no doubt of that, he could only be one of Guy's brothers. William was dead, and Christopher knew from family law that Dorian had had red hair. This could only be his uncle, Tom Courtney, to whom he was speaking. Christopher was immediately seized by a terrible fear that Tom would recognize him. It ought to be impossible. Tom had never seen him before in his life, possibly did not even know of his existence. But then Christopher had never thought it possible he would find himself standing on a beach, talking to his dead uncle. He had to escape. Without apology, he turned and hurried down the beach towards the boat. So abruptly, Tom almost gave the signal to his sharpshooters for fear of some trick. "Wait!" Tom called. Christopher halted. Again, his hand went to the hilt of his sword as he turned, tensed like a panther about to spring. Something flew through the air. Instinctively, Christopher reached out and caught it, one-handed. It was the purse of diamonds. He could feel them bulging through the soft silk when he closed his fist around it. "I had almost forgotten," he mumbled in surprise. "Be sure you do not forget to cut the boom," Tom warned. Waves rippled around Christopher's ankles as he slid the boat into the sea. The cool water clarified his thinking, waking him from the dream he had slipped into. "I promise you, the boom will be open." Christopher scrambled out of the boat, gave the boatman a gold coin for his silence, and climbed the stairs, cut in the rocks. They were slick with the spray, thrown up by the breaking waves. Swamped by his thoughts, he almost lost his footing. He swore and forced himself to concentrate. He was not out of danger yet. He rapped on the little gate and called his name. A face appeared at the small barred window in the door. Was she worth it? Christopher had almost forgotten the lie he'd told. He forced a satisfied smile. And more, you should try her. Heavy bolts slid back. The door opened. He gave the guard a gold coin and thought of the little bag of diamonds tucked in his belt. Not a word to Angria, he cautioned. If he knew I was out of the castle, he would kill me. She must be something to be worth risking your neck, said the guard, hoping for details. Sweeter than honey and roses, Christopher agreed. He went up through the castle to the turret room. Lydia was waiting for him, lying on the bed. He unlocked her manacles. It had become routine now. During the day she stayed in the dungeon, but each night the jailer brought her up to his chamber. Christopher did not understand why, but he craved her company more than he liked to admit. After so many months and years of living a deception, it was a freedom to speak English again and be understood. But it was more than that. She had something that he responded to, a spark that touched the dry paper deep in his soul and set it alight. She was also the most imaginative and uninhibited lover he had ever had, wilder even than Tamana. She stroked his back. She reached forward and slid her hand across his thigh, between his legs, taking his cock and rubbing it between finger and thumb. He did not respond. She came around and knelt in front of him. Lifting the skirt of his dhoti, she took him in her mouth. She was no ingenue. She had survived 2 husbands already, and 10 times as many lovers, but she had never taken a man as well endowed as Christopher. Though she had seduced him with clear-eyed determination to survive, she found he genuinely excited her. She spent all her days looking forward to the moment the jailer would come to take her to the tower. She ran her tongue down the length of his manhood. It did not stir. She rose, wrapped her arms around him, and rubbed her breasts against his chest. She tipped her head back and stared up at him. "Is something wrong?" In his turmoil, Christopher hardly realized she'd spoken. He pulled away from her and took out the long Neptune sword, brooding on his reflection in the blade. "Have I displeased you?" said Lydia, anxiously. As much as she was attracted to Christopher, she knew she could not afford to leave him unsatisfied. Her life depended on it. He looked up. "I learned something this evening which I cannot quite comprehend." She stroked his arm with her long fingers. "What is it, my love?" "You would not understand." She felt the muscles in his shoulder, thick as anchor cables. Her fingers worked harder, probing into his flesh. He grunted with satisfaction. "Try, my love," she said, in her most girlish voice. "There is so much knotted up inside you. Why will you not let me share your burden?" He had not meant to say it, but her touch released something, like uncorking a bottle. "Tom Courtney is here," he blurted out. Lydia's fingers stopped moving. "Tom Courtney?" "Guy's brother. I saw him this very evening. He is here with the besieging army." "How can you be sure?" He recognized the sword. He said it belonged to his father. It can only be him. Now that he had started, the words spilled out of him like a river bursting its banks. "You said one of your companions is Sarah Courtney. She is his wife. He must have come to rescue her." Lydia's mind raced, trying to absorb this information and discern its import. "Do you think the governor sent him?" she asked cautiously. "Could it be that Guy has raised this army to free Agnes and Sarah?" Christopher laughed. "That is unthinkable. Guy hates Tom even more than he hates me. If Guy knew Tom was here, he would come himself and serve his head on a platter to Angria." "You know a great deal about the affairs of the Courtneys," Lydia said tartly. "Have you had intercourse with Sarah without me knowing?" Christopher's face went dark again. He gazed at Lydia, raking her with his eyes so hard she suddenly feared for her life. In that mood he might be capable of anything. "Tell me, my love," she begged. "I am on your side." He could not keep it pent up inside him any longer. "Sarah Courtney is my aunt," he said. "I am Christopher Courtney, Guy's son. 2 years ago, I defied Guy and ran away from Bombay." Suddenly, everything became clear to Lydia. "You must hate Guy very much." "With all my heart." The conversation was moving too fast. With so many possible paths, Lydia could no longer calculate her advantage. Perhaps she should keep the secret, but if she did not say it now, and Christopher found out later, he would never forgive her. She leaned closer towards him. Even her self-control wavered at what she had to say. "There is a reason that Guy hates you that you do not even know yourself. Guy is not your father." Christopher was so surprised he almost laughed. Then his face hardened, as if he meant to strike her. "What mischief is this?" His voice rose. "Do you think because I allow you in my bed you can insult me like this? I can have you chained back in your dungeon this instant, or give you over to Angria for his sport." "Sarah Courtney told me," screeched Lydia. "Her sister Caroline, your mother, lay with Tom when they sailed from England. She was pregnant before Guy ever touched her." She saw the realization dawning on his face. "With you." "That is impossible." But even as he clung to the certainty, it disintegrated around him. The truth of it resonated deep in his soul, and he could not block it out. Everything came into place. Like a captain lining up the marks to guide him into harbour, he could chart the course of his life anew. Guy's moods, his resentment of his wife and his hatred of his son, the way the company men whispered over his head, ever since he was a child, and the way they always fell silent when Guy entered the room. The fact that his father was red-haired and pale-skinned, while Christopher was dark and strong. "Did you think that came from your mother?" he chided himself. He was the mirror image of the man on the beach, Tom Courtney, if he had but seen it. His whole life was rewritten. He leaned on the windowsill for balance, staring out into the night. Lydia wrapped her arms around him. "Tom is your father," she said again. "And he is here, waiting." She pointed out the window to the watchfires burning in the besiegers' camp. "Surely now you cannot deny him his wife, his aunt, and his own son? Let us go to him this very night. I am sure you could get us past the guards. He would be overjoyed to see you. He would embrace you as his son." She waited. Christopher rested the Neptune sword on the window, blade pointing to the horizon, and gazed out. "This should have been mine by right," he murmured. "Tom Courtney had it from his father, and I would have had it from him, if he had not abandoned me." "Now he has found you," said Lydia. Christopher looked at her like a man waking from a dream. "No," he said softly, and then, with gathering certainty, "No." Lydia had never seen such ferocity in his eyes. She shrank back. "I do not understand." Christopher rammed the sword home in its scabbard. "What sort of man is Tom Courtney?" he said viciously. "He sated himself on my mother, and then discarded her like a dirty rag when she got with child, with me. No wonder my father, Guy, hated me so. However hard I tried to please him, whatever I did to win his affection, he could not love me, because I was not his." "You could not have known?" "How I loathed him!" The words came out ragged, each one wrenched out of him. "I did not understand. He saved my mother's honour when he could have left her to her shame. It was too much to expect him to love me as well. I was a living rebuke, the proof of his brother's crime, yet still he accepted me as his own. He did his best. He treated me as his son. And all I repaid him with was hatred. If you had not come to me, I would never have found it out." He held her face tight in his hands. Lydia did not breathe. She looked into his eyes, and could not tell if he meant to kiss her or snap her neck. "I'm sorry," she gasped. Christopher kissed her on the forehead. "You've done nothing wrong. Thanks to you, I have a great opportunity." Her hopes rose. For reconciliation? For revenge. The boats made no sound as they glided in towards the harbour. Francis had had the men oil the rowlocks and wrap rags around the oars to muffle them. The Mahratta crew were mountain men, unused to boat work. Tom and Francis had drilled them all day, out of sight of the castle, and distributed the Kestrel's men among them to guide. But at night, on the open water, they were still clumsy. One of the rowers missed his stroke. Unbalanced, he let go his oar, fell off the thwart, and landed on a pile of weapons, stacked in the bilge. He cursed. The oar banged against the gunwale. The blades underneath him clashed and jangled. "Quiet there!" Francis hissed. The man, chastened, scrambled back onto the thwart. The crew held their oars level for a moment, not daring to breathe, while they listened for any sign they had been discovered. All they heard was the chatter of birds and insects from the shore, the lap of waves, and the dripping of water from their oars. Beside Francis, Merridew whispered a command, and the rowers took up the stroke again. "I hope they can keep calm when the musket balls start to fly," whispered Merridew. "If the boom is not cut, we will need to row away in a hurry." "It must be cut," Francis insisted, more to reassure himself than his crewmate. Off the starboard beam, the castle loomed high on its headland, black against the starlit sky. A solitary light glowed high in one of the towers. Francis imagined a watchman looking out from the window and wondered if he would notice the small vessels stealing towards the boom. 4 longboats, Indian gallivats, each packed with 50 armed men. "I wish Tom were here," he thought. For all they had suffered together, he felt safe with his uncle. He had assumed Tom would lead the attack. Tom had demanded it, but Shahuji had forbidden him. "You are the man who brought us the great guns and showed us how to fire them like the hat-wearers," he had said. "If you went astray in the dark, or found a wandering patrol, or were sighted by the sentries, it would break the soul of my army." "My wife is out there," Tom had protested. But before he could argue it further, Francis had stepped in. He knew what he had to do. "I will lead the attack." Now, in the boat, he did not regret it, though he felt mortally afraid. Ahead, he heard the creak of ropes and timbers. They were approaching the anchorage. He scanned the darkness, looking for the boom and hoping it was not there. "At least they do not seem to be expecting us," Francis murmured. None of the ships carried lights, and no watchfires burned on the shore. Perhaps Angria had pulled all his men back into the castle. He felt the sack at his feet. It contained clay pots filled with oil, each with a slow fuse protruding from its lid. They had not dared carry fire in the boats for fear of being seen, but in each boat they had a tinder box. As soon as they were among Angria's ships, they would light the fuses and hurl the bombs aboard. They had come past the promontory and into the cove. The land rose on both sides, solid black against the speckled sky. They must be nearly at the boom now, or maybe they had passed it without realizing it. Perhaps the traitor had been as good as his word. Francis rose from his bench, swaying with the motion of the boat. He stared forward. Was there something ahead? Or was it just a patch of calm on the dark water? With a bump, the bow struck something solid. Francis was pitched back and sat down hard on his seat. The men murmured in alarm. Some let go of their oars and reached for their weapons. "Is it the boom?" called Francis in alarm. Merridew reached out and felt around in the darkness. "It's a boat," he answered. "We're inside the harbour." Francis took a deep breath of relief. He did not doubt the traitor's greed, but still he had not trusted him. Until that moment, he had not been sure the boom would be open. "Shall I make ready the grenadoes?" asked Merridew. "Wait until we're further in," said Francis. "Once the first ship goes up, we will need all haste to make good our escape. He checked back to see that the other boats had followed. Rows of wet oars glistened faintly behind. "Pass the order back for the last boat to wait here and guard our escape. For the rest, on we go." The boats worked their way through the anchorage. Merridew knelt in the bow with a boat hook, ready to fend off any unexpected obstacle. Now that they were among Angria's fleet, Francis could see the ships more clearly. Many were small craft, no bigger than his own Galivat, but several were the larger grabs, snub-nosed vessels whose masts towered over the men in the boat. Francis guessed they would carry substantial magazines of powder, unless Angria had taken it to supplement the castle's supply. He would want to be well away before those blew. They rowed on. There were no more grabs ahead now. They must have come to the shallower waters at the back of the anchorage, near where the river flowed in. Francis ordered the rowers to stop. "This is far enough," he declared. "Ready the grenados." He hesitated. This was the moment of maximum danger, deep in the cove, with 200 ships between them and safety. And now they had to spark a flame, announcing their presence to anybody with eyes to see. But it was what they had come to do. Francis produced the tinder box and laid out a small pile of kindling. Merridew emptied the sack and lined up the grenados on the stern thwart. Francis scraped the flint against the steel. The first spark had not yet touched the kindling when a shot shattered the still of the night. Francis' head snapped up just in time to see the flash of a muzzle flare somewhere near the mouth of the bay. Was that our men? But even as a second report reached his ears, he knew it could not be. The boat he had left to guard their escape should have been in the middle of the channel. The shot had come from nearer shore. "Turn the boats around," he yelled. "We are discovered." The men dropped their weapons and grabbed for the oars. In the dark, many collided with each other. Some pulled in opposite directions and knocked their oars together. The boat spun in an aimless circle. "Together, damn you!" Francis shouted. Everything before him was a dark chaos of bodies, blades, and oars. He could not even see to straighten them out. But suddenly everything was illuminated. All down the bay, along both shores, huge bonfires burst into life. Their flames rose so high, so bright, Francis was temporarily blinded. More lights appeared on the moored ships, drummed on by the sounds of many feet rushing on deck from their hiding places below. Night became day. As his vision adjusted, Francis saw the men in the boat frozen in their panic, as if glimpsed in a flash of lightning. Except the light only got brighter. More fires were lit, beacons on the hilltops, lights came on inside the castle keep. From the ships he heard the ominous rumble of cannons being run out through the gun ports. "It's a trap!" Francis cried. Tom could not sleep. Knowing Francis was out on the water in the dark, risking his life to save Sarah and Agnes, he was not prone to anxiety, but now it devoured him. He had tried to lie down in his tent, hoping a nap would make the time pass quicker. In fact, it had slowed to a crawl, as every black thought and worry crowded his mind. What if the boom was not open? What if the pirate had played them for fools, or been found out by Angria, and tortured to reveal their plan? What if? Eventually, he left his tent and climbed to the top of the watchtower on the hill. From this height he could see over the rim of the bay and down into the cove below, where Angria's fleet was moored, and where Francis would be by now. Tom had no doubt he would be leading the way. He was proud of his nephew. The last few months they had rarely been out of each other's sight. Now, with Francis gone, he realized how keenly he felt the boy's absence. He had come to rely on him, his youthful passion, his determination, his calm good humor. A son any man could be proud of. A pang of guilt twisted in his belly. Once more he replayed that dreadful scene on the banks of the Thames so many years ago, seeing the pistol in the caped man's hand, hurling the Neptune sword like a javelin, and seeing it pierce the man's heart. Aboli lifting the dead man's hat and finding Billy's face on the corpse. I killed Francis' father. It was his original sin, the one inescapable fact that confronted him every time he looked at Francis. But Billy would not have loved Francis as he is, Tom thought. Billy would have hated the goodness in Francis' heart and beaten it out of him until it deformed the boy's very soul. Francis would have become a twisted, cringing wreck, or worse, the mirror of Billy, a black devil who cared only for power, who drew his strength by inflicting pain on others. I killed Billy, but I also saved Francis. The realization was like a key turning in Tom's heart, opening a lock that had been fastened almost 20 years. He had not understood how tight it had bound him, until it fell away. His spirit seemed to grow inside him, filling out his body. The cool night air in his lungs felt fresh and clean. Smells in the night he had not been aware of were suddenly fragrant in his mouth. The guilt for Billy's death would always be there, but now, at last, he had the promise of redemption also. A light flared in the darkness below. Tom gripped the watchtower's parapet, all thoughts of Billy driven from his head. Francis must have got past the boom, deep into the cove, and started hurling his incendiaries. Tom searched the night for Francis' small boats. This was the most dangerous part of the plan. If Francis could not make good his escape quickly, he would be trapped under Angria's guns. But the flames had not come from the anchored ships. They came from shore, a huge bonfire shooting sparks into the night. A second one went up beside it, then another and another, until the whole bay became a cauldron of light. Men appeared on the ship's decks, not drowsy night watchmen, clumsy with surprise, but squads of well-drilled men who raced to the tackles on the cannons. Tom stared, sickened. Then he acted. He slid down the ladder, burning his hands, and ran to Shahuji's tent. "They were expecting us," he blurted out. He did not have to explain. The boom of a cannon echoed through the tent walls, followed by many more, an unrelenting barrage. Tom could not bring himself to think of Francis in a small boat under those guns. Shahuji rose from the couch where he slept and pulled on a robe. From the cove, the gunfire continued unabated. "Give me 500 men," said Tom. "I can lead them down into the bay and create a distraction, or at least try to draw their fire." Shahuji shook his head. "I know your nephew is down there, but the cove's sides are sheer cliffs. You would never get down them in the dark, and the approaches are covered by the castle's guns. If they were expecting the boats, they will surely also expect us to try and rescue our men. Their gunners will be crouched behind those walls this very instant, waiting to cut you to pieces." Tom knew he spoke the truth, but fear for Francis drove all reason out of his mind. "I will go myself." "You may do as you wish, but dying a martyr's death will not save your nephew or your wife in the castle." Tom paused, rebuked by the Rajah's implacable calm. He should not need lessons in restraint from a man as young as Shahuji. "You said if this attack fails, you may have to break off the siege," said Tom. "I told you once before, we are like rats in the attic. We nibble away at our enemies, and when the cats come, we run back to our holes. That is how we survive." The noise of battle sounded louder than ever. Tom felt the posts of the tent shivering with the vibrations. He had no time. "Angria knew we were coming to attack the harbour," he said suddenly. "It seems so." "Then he will have sent men from the castle to reinforce the fleet." A plan was hatching in Tom's mind, a desperate gamble, but he could think of no other. Francis, Sarah, and Agnes, all their lives hung in the balance that night. Shahuji saw the intent on his face. "What are you proposing?" "The last thing Angria will expect." The fires in the cove burned so high that their light touched the clouds. Smoke drifted across the water. The echo of the guns resounded around the bay. At the back end of the bay, Francis' boats were caught like kittens in a sack. To escape, they would have to run the gauntlet past the line of Hungria's anchored ships, the big grabs with their heavy broadsides. The men worked the oars to bring the gallivats around. But it was agonizingly slow work. Cannonballs sang through the air all around them. One took a man's head clean off and carried it into the sea like a coconut from a shy. Another scored a direct hit on the boat behind. It snapped in two, tipping its crew into the water. Screams added to the roar of battle. Few of the Marathas could swim. Francis grabbed the tiller and put it over. The gallivat's bow turned towards the line of anchored grabs. "What are you doing?" bellowed Merridew. "This is madness." "We must head closer in among the fleet," Francis said. "Their cannon will not be able to bear on us there." The men pulled on the oars. Facing the stern, they could not see where Francis was steering them, but they could tell by the deepening roar of the guns what he intended. Now they could feel the heat of the guns on their backs, blasts of hot air as the cannon belched fire behind them. Iron balls tore the air around them. Shot screamed overhead, terrifying, but it no longer threatened the men. The boat had come so close that the gunners on the grabs could not depress their weapons low enough. The bass note of the cannons gave way to the crack of musketry. Some of the men aboard the grabs had climbed the rigging, taking position in the tops and the crosstrees, where they could fire down at will. All around the boats, a heavy rain of lead struck the sea and made it boil. Many of the shots went home. In an open boat packed so tight, there was nowhere for Francis' men to shelter. Soon the bilge ran red with blood. The gunwales were ground to splinters. Limp oars hung abandoned from their rowlocks, dragging on their progress. "Aim all your fire on the nearest grab," Francis shouted, though few men could have heard him above the screaming of the wounded. If they could not pin down the marksman aboard the ship, the pirates would be able to empty their muskets into the small boat at will. Francis looked ahead. The faces of the rowers stared back at him, hunched over their oars and spattered with blood. That they were still able to move at all under that onslaught was testament to their courage. But they were close to breaking. To take the fight to the pirates, they would need something more. For the first time in his life, Francis understood the true burden of leadership. He would have to show them the way, even if he died in the attempt. He rose to his feet, crouching to keep under the flight of the cannonballs. The wind they made ruffled his hair, scant inches overhead. As he stood, his foot knocked something hard in the bottom of the boat. It was one of the incendiaries, forgotten when the pirates sprang the trap. He grabbed one in each hand. "Give me a light." Merridew struck a flame and lit the wicks. Aiming carefully, Francis hurled the 2 pots at the ship. Under fire, from a boat that pitched and bobbed with the turmoil of wounded men, he could barely keep upright, but all their lives depended on it. His aim was true. The pots struck the ship's bulwarks just below the gunwale and exploded in 2 great flashes of flame. The pirates at the side were thrown back, spattered with the flaming oil. Some caught alight and rolled on the deck to try and smother the flames that leapt from their hair and their clothes. The gallivat bumped alongside the grab. "On me!" Francis yelled. A rope hung down over the side. He grabbed it and swung himself up to the channels, the wooden platforms that fixed the standing rigging to the side of the ship. He had no time to be frightened. The oil had burned quickly, but it did not set the ship alight. The pirates would already be regrouping. He climbed the shrouds, leapt onto the deck, and drew his sword. A pirate stumbled towards him, still blinded by the brilliance of the exploding oil. Francis aimed a deft cut at his neck and dropped him with a single blow. He fought without mercy, for his life, for his men, for Sarah and Agnes, and for the hope that he might see Anna again. He leapt up on a cannon, feeling the heat of the barrel through his shoe, kicked a pirate in the face, and then ran him through the belly as he stumbled back. With a scream, a body thudded to the deck beside him. He looked up. More of his men were aboard now, and some had climbed the ratlines to dislodge the sharpshooters. They tore them from the rigging and hurled them down to their deaths. The grab had not carried her full complement. Trusting to the number of his ships, Hungria had spread his men thinly through the fleet, only enough to serve the guns. They had not expected to be boarded. Francis' men fought with unbridled fury, fired by their betrayal and the terrors they had suffered in the small boat. Soon all the pirates were dead or driven into the water. Francis looked down the deck and realized the ship was theirs, but they were still deep in the anchorage, with many of Hungria's vessels still between them and the mouth of the bay. "Cut the cable," he ordered. It was the dark of the moon, and the spring tide was ebbing fast. It might yet carry the ship clear if the pirates' cannons did not sink it first. With a shock, he realized he was almost the most experienced sailor aboard. That did not speak much to their chances, but Merridew was with him, and he knew what was required. He showed the Marathas the anchor cable and where to cut it. While they did that, Francis found the sheets and set men to hauling on them. The mainsail came loose. Merridew ran out onto the yard and overhauled the clew lines. Awkwardly, haltingly, the ship began to make headway. Merridew slid down the backstay and landed cat-like on the deck. "Might want to go below, sir." He pointed to the line of grabs moored ahead. "We still got to get past those to make open water." The bonfires had started to burn lower. The pirates on shore, unable to see clearly what was happening on the ship's deck, had held their fire for fear of hitting their own crew. Now, though, they would surely guess that the Marathas had taken her and turned their fire on them. Francis looked at the open hatch. "I will not hide," he said firmly. He looked to the grab's bow. A square forecastle was built above it, open at the rear. Inside gleamed the long barrels of 2 9-pounder cannons. "Perhaps we can improve the odds." He picked out a dozen men whom he knew had crewed the siege guns and sent them forward. The pirates had left plenty of powder and shot on deck. Working quickly, as Tom had drilled them, the men loaded the bow chasers and trained them on the stern of the ship ahead. "Aim as low as you can," Francis ordered. "We'll rake her fore and aft." The ship shook as the guns roared out. To his delight, Francis saw the balls strike home through her stern, right in the line with the main deck. He knew, from being schooled by Tom and Aboli, that the balls would fly unimpeded down the length of her deck, cutting down any man in their way and leaving a bloody shambles. "Reload," he ordered. Most of the men could not speak English, but they understood the commands. They worked quickly, cleaning out the barrel, ramming home the new shot, and hauling on the tackles to run out the gun again. The pirates, unused to such standards of gunnery, were not expecting another onslaught so quickly. They were now so close that Francis heard the screams coming back from her gun deck. Merridew had taken the wheel. Now he altered course to bring them past the other ship. But rather than head for the clear channel to larboard, he made for the far side of the enemy grab. Francis nodded his approval. They could use Hungria's ships to screen them from the castle's guns. Even so, it was a dangerous course to steer. As they came level with the next grab in line, they passed so close that their yardarms clattered against each other. If the pirates had had their starboard guns ready, they could have broadsided Francis' ship at point-blank range. But as Francis had anticipated, all their guns were aimed at the clear channel on the other side. He saw the crews hauling on the tackles, moving the guns with handspikes. "Let us see how they like this strong medicine," he muttered. He found another grenado, lit it, and hurled it across the narrow gap onto the other boat. It landed on a coil of ropes and exploded. In an instant, the pirates forgot all thought of the guns and raced to douse the blaze before it reached the casks of powder they had intemperately left on deck. One man poured a bucket of water over the fire and was engulfed by a great sheet of flame that reared up from the burning oil. A steady breeze blew off the land, funneled through the narrow cove into something stronger. The grab, designed to maneuver in the lightest of winds, gathered speed. Now they had passed the last of the big ships and were heading for open sea. A few cannons on shore opened up, but they did not trouble Francis. The guns in the castle could not depress low enough, while those across the bay were poorly aimed. None of the balls came near them. They looked back, surveying the anchorage. They had sprung the trap and made the pirates pay for their treachery. They had cut out one ship and burned another, which had drifted among Angria's gallivats, sinking or burning half a dozen more. But over half the pirate fleet still survived, and of the 200 men who had rowed into the bay, only 30 or so were now escaping. It was a heavy price, and Francis felt the full weight of it on his shoulders. He wondered what had happened to the boat he had left to guard their escape. He looked forward again, scanning the dark sea. That was where the attack had begun, he remembered, shots fired at the mouth of the bay. He could not see the boat, but as he searched for it, he became aware of a thick, dark line drawn across the sea. For a moment his unwilling mind tried to believe it could be a shadow or a trick of the waves. But that was a lie. He could not deny the evidence of his eyes, thick tree trunks fastened with chains, shutting off the whole mouth of the bay. "They've closed the boom," he cried. The ship shuddered as Merridew put over the wheel. "Hold your course," said Francis wildly. "But that'll take us straight into the boom," protested Merridew. "Then we will ram it. It'll stave our bow. We'll sink." They had both observed, reconnoitering earlier in the day, the pattern of ripples that spoke of vicious undercurrents where the bay met the open ocean. "We'd be swept out to sea and drown." Hope died in Francis' breast as he realized the truth of what Merridew said. He thought they had escaped the trap. In fact, it had closed around them. Now their only choices were to smash their ship to pieces, or sit there and let the pirates blast them out of the water. A cannonball from the shore battery struck the bow. Angria's gunners were finding their range at last. Astern, a flotilla of gallivats swarmed after them, like sharks converging on a wounded whale. Francis thought of Anna. He thought of Agnes and Sarah. Most of all, he thought of Tom, and how he had failed the Courtneys. What shall we do? Tom had never seen an army assemble as fast as Shahuji's. They swarmed from the camps, forming up in silent ranks on the slopes of the hill. He should not have been surprised. The Marathas were mountain warriors, men who slept with their swords in their hands and their spears at their sides. Mohit, the Hubladar, was there too, with the men who had followed him from Brinjon. Tom was glad to have them. Mohit had put on a padded cotton cuirass borrowed from the Marathas. His firelock was slung across his back, with the ammunition pouches on his belt next to the curved dagger. Most terrifyingly of all, he carried a mace with a grip like a sword and a tip like an iron fist. The Maratha warriors were passing small jars along the line. They dipped their fingers in and daubed streaks across their faces. "What are they doing?" wondered Tom. "It is turmeric," Mohit explained. He took the jar he was given and drew 3 parallel yellow lines across his cheeks. "It is sacred to the gods. By putting it on, we dedicate ourselves to them. Then we need have no fear of death, for the gods hold us in their hands." He handed Tom the jar. Tom scooped out the sticky yellow paste and copied the pattern Mohit had made. He offered a silent prayer to whichever god or gods held sway over that continent. He did not fear death, only failure. He could not leave Sarah, Agnes, and Francis to die. A heavy blow shook the earth under them. Tom flinched instinctively, fearing that the castle's defenders had spied their preparations and opened fire. But the walls on this side were silent and dark. All the battle was being waged down in the bay. 3 great war elephants paraded out between the men and halted at their head. Apart from their footfall, they made no sound. Tom marveled at the animals' training, that they could keep so quiet. Shahuji slid easily down from the lead elephant's back and came to Tom. "Are you ready to lead the assault?" Tom started. "I thought you—" Shahuji spread his hands. "This is your battle. You asked for my army, I give it to you, if you mean to go through with this plan. I must. The breach in the walls is not low enough, Shahuji warned. My gunners wanted another week at least to make it passable. We can climb it, Tom insisted. Shahuji nodded. He gestured to the elephant he had dismounted. If that is your course, then here is your mount. Tom stared at the beast. There was no doubting it was magnificent, terrifying, a creature to strike fear into any enemy. But it made a vast, cumbersome target. Up on its back, he would be easy prey for every gunner and marksman in the castle. Shahuji read his thoughts. The men need to know their commander is with them, he said softly. If they cannot see you, they will fear you have given up the fight, and if you will not fight, why should they? More cannon fire sounded from down in the bay. Tom felt the eyes of the army watching him. He had no time to argue. It is safer than you think, said Shahuji. A war elephant is different from a hunting elephant. The mahout made the beast squat, and Tom clambered on. At once he saw what Shahuji had meant. The ornate howdah he had used on the tiger hunt was gone. In its place was an armoured box sheathed with iron plates and with a falconet mounted on a swivel at the front. Mohit clambered in behind him, while the mahout crouched in front of the box. The elephant rose and began to move. Peering down, Tom saw the army surge forward around them. The men in the front rank were utterly naked. Their bodies were smeared with ashes, their hair torn and wild. They writhed and twisted, their dappled bodies like smoke in the night. "Who are they?" he asked Mohit. "Ghozias," the Hubladar answered. "They are untouchables, devotees of Shiva the Destroyer, madmen who fear nothing." A howl rose in their throats, an inhuman wail that chilled the sweat on Tom's brow. The Ghozias slapped their chests with the flats of their swords. "Angria will hear us coming," Tom fretted. "You cannot stop them," Mohit said. "It has already begun." As they spoke, their advance had gathered pace, moving down the hill and towards the neck of land that led out to the promontory. The fires in the bay lit up the night sky, casting a ghoulish glow. From the elephant's back, Tom could look down into the anchorage and saw the battle raging. One of the big grabs had broken loose from its moorings and was drifting towards the sea. Another had caught fire. He could not see Francis' boats, though the water was strewn with wreckage and the bodies of drowning men. The iron box rang like a bell as a musket ball struck the armour plating. Tom ducked, cursing himself. They were already in range. Angria's men were not sleeping. They had seen the Marathas approaching and hurried to their defences. Now they poured their fire across the little isthmus. Cannonballs tore through the Maratha ranks. Tom saw one of the Ghozias, still capering like a berserker, plucked out of the air and smashed backwards into the men behind. His companions howled and ran forward. The isthmus had become a killing ground. Men were dying all around Tom. Another cannonball flew a few feet from the elephant's head. The beast twitched its ears, put down its head, and lumbered forward. Musket balls struck it, but they did little harm. Tom knew from experience on the plains of Africa how, even at close range, a ball might do little more than take the dust off the animal's hide. But they stirred its temper. The enraged elephant charged forward. The howdah bounced on its back like a small boat in a storm, shuddering with the impact of each massive step. The wind of their passage rushed past Tom's ears. The iron plating rang with the impact of other bullets. As Tom had feared, it made an easy target. The defenders knew where he must be, but the beast's size also offered protection. The Marathas flocked in behind the animal, using its bulk to shield them from the men on the walls. It reached the kalaji trees planted before the walls and crashed through them, leaving a splintered path in its wake. The elephant slowed. Tom risked a glance above the rim of the box. They had come right up to the walls, though at terrible cost. Bodies lay strewn behind them, all across the promontory. The cannon had mostly fallen silent, but the musket fire was fiercer than ever. Now the men on the walls were almost directly above the elephant. Tom leapt out and slid down the elephant's flanks. To his right he saw the spikes protruding from the gate, long enough to deter even the proudest elephant. Ahead, a rubble slope rose towards the breach in the walls. Tom's heart sank. From the watchtower on the hill, the breach had looked manageable. From the bottom, with musket balls flying all around, it looked like a mountain. He remembered Shahuji's warning. My gunners wanted another week at least. But he could not doubt himself now. One whole section of wall had come down intact, sliding down and landing at the bottom of the slope as a makeshift barricade. He ran there and crouched behind it. Men ran by. The Gauchiers had suffered terrible casualties approaching the walls, but they had not lost their will to fight. Cat-like, they jumped onto the rubble and began hauling themselves up towards the breach. Tom felt ashamed. He could not cower behind shelter while other men risked their lives for his family. A desperate madness overcame him, some taint of the frenzy of the Gauchiers infecting his blood. He sprang out from behind the piece of wall and charged up the slope. Loose stones slipped away under his feet. Musket fire crashed around him, but it was all drowned by the blood pounding in his ears. All that mattered was gaining the summit. He was almost there. One more stride up the treacherous slope, and the rock he stood on gave way. It slipped down the slope in a shower of loose stones, sweeping his feet from under him. He fell hard, knocking the breath from his lungs, and slid away. Dust and mortar filled his mouth. But the Gauchiers had done their work. Carried on by their destroyer god, they had reached the top. Their success dismayed the defenders, and the rate of fire coming from the castle slowed. The Gauchiers capered triumphantly in the breach, bellowing their war cry. All at once, a deeper sound obliterated it. It was the roar of cannons. Angria had known they would make for the breach. He had placed cannons behind it, loaded with grape shot and musket balls, ready to greet any attacker who fought his way to the top. Tom, still sprawled on the slope below, saw the blast of the cannon like a flash of lightning behind the breach. He stared, sickened, as the men at the top disintegrated in an instant. A cloud of flesh and limbs rained down around him. If I had not slipped, I would be one of them. But Tom had no time to be thankful for his escape. Now was the time to move, before the guns behind the wall were reloaded. He found his sword, pushed himself to his feet, and lunged up the slope. Leaping from rock to rock, too fast to let them pull him back, he charged. A noise rose lower down the slope, a shout that began with a single voice and was rapidly taken up by others. Ha! Ha! Mahadev! The men behind him had been shocked to a standstill by the cannon blast. Now they gained new hope. They followed him up, chanting the Maratha battle cry. Those who had lost their weapons scooped up rubble and pelted any defender who dared show his face. Others hurled their spears, threading the gaps between the battlements to strike down the pirates who lurked there. Tom reached the top of the slope and stepped into the breach. Mohit followed a pace behind. A pirate came at them with the bayonet, but the Hubladar swung his mace and crushed his skull like a ripe melon. For a moment the two men stood atop the broken wall, in the valley between two towers. They stared down into the courtyard, lit by the light of many torches and braziers. Tom licked his lips and tasted the dry bitterness of the turmeric, smeared over his face. He raised his sword to the heavens in triumph, and bellowed out the battle cry with his men. Ha! Ha! Mahadev! God is with us! They had breached the castle. Now he had to find Sarah and Agnes. Far below, the sounds of battle carried down through the rock into the depths of the castle dungeon, thunderous groans and muffled roars magnified beyond recognition. Dust and pebbles slithered down the walls, shaken loose by the reverberations. It was like being in the belly of some monstrous leviathan. Agnes and Sarah were alone. The guards had come earlier and taken Lydia away, as they did on so many evenings. The first time it happened, Agnes had stayed awake all night, imagining the things the pirates must be doing to her. But when Lydia returned, she shrugged off Agnes' concern. In fact, she seemed to be smiling. From this, and other brazen hints she dropped, Agnes deduced she had taken a lover among the pirates. She did not condemn Lydia for it. They all did what they had to survive. Agnes would never have done the same, but she had not entirely resigned herself to her fate. Sitting in the gloom, she worked at the lock of her manacles with a small iron nail. She had found it embedded in the rock, a remnant of some door or bracket that had once been fastened there. It had taken her a week to pry it loose, cutting her nails to the quick and chafing her fingertips bloody, working only when Lydia was away, lest she betray them to her lover. Now she had it. Lydia had gone, and so had the guards who usually manned the iron gate. At first she had wondered why. Later, when the guns erupted, she guessed Angria had withdrawn them for the battle. They gave her efforts fresh urgency. She could not know that Tom and Francis were outside the walls, that even at that moment Tom was mounting a great war elephant. All she knew was that the castle was under attack. She had been married to a soldier for 20 years. She understood what the invaders would do to 2 women, chained and helpless, if the castle fell. Beside her, Sarah moaned and shifted her weight. She could no longer roll over. Her belly swelled out of her malnourished body, the skin stretched so tight Agnes feared it might burst open. The baby must be near its term. That gave Agnes added urgency. She did not dare think what sport the pirates would make with a baby born in their dungeon. With her numb, broken fingers, she worked the sliver of iron into the lock of the manacles. She had been doing this for over an hour, prying into the lock, probing for anything in the mechanism that would give. Occasionally, the nail seemed to snag something, and hope caught in her chest, but each time, when she applied pressure, it lost its purchase and slid off without effect. The rumbling coming through the rock seemed to grow deeper. Silt shivered off the walls. The battle was coming to its climax. Almost in despair, she jabbed the nail into the keyhole again. Blood from her torn fingers dribbled into the lock. Before, she had not dared apply too much force for fear of snapping the nail. Now, desperation made her careless. She leaned on the nail with all the force her thin arms could muster, driving it with the frustration of months of captivity. The lock gave. The shackle sprang open and dropped off, so quickly it bruised her knee. She stared at it, dangling from her other arm, hardly able to comprehend her freedom. It was the first time in months she had seen her wrist. The skin was bruised black and raw, almost too tender to touch. Unsteadily, she rose to her feet. Sarah was still asleep, and there was no point waking her yet. Agnes stole through the caves to the iron gate that barred the way to the stairs. Another lock, but this time there was a key hanging from a hook in the wall at the bottom of the stairs. Summoned in haste to the castle's defence, the guards had overlooked it. Agnes could not reach it, but she had the manacle still dangling from her right wrist. She slid her arm out through the bars, then tossed the loose end of the manacle towards the hook, like casting a fishing line. It struck the wall just below the hook with a clang that echoed up the staircase. She tried again, and again the shackle missed. By now, she felt sure someone must have heard it, but that only redoubled her determination. Concentrating as hard as she could, she fixed her gaze on the key and threw. The shackle caught the key ring and whipped it off the hook. It clattered to the ground. Using the shackle once more, Agnes dragged it across the floor until it was close enough for her to grab it. She put it in the lock, and the door opened. Now to get Sarah out. But before she could return to their chamber, a wrenching cry rang out through the caverns. Her sister's voice. She ran back. Sarah lay on the floor, curled into a ball, hugging her knees against her distended belly. She breathed hard, trying to hold in a deep and wounding pain. She could not. A rending sob of agony tore out of her. She tipped back her head, biting her lip until it bled. Agnes knew what that sound portended. In Bombay, and later in Bryn Joan, she had volunteered as an assistant with the surgeon when he tended women in childbirth. She had held their hands and mopped their faces and whispered encouragement in their ears. Sometimes she had presented the happy mother with a newborn babe at the end of it. Other times it had all been in vain. All thoughts of escape were forgotten. She could not move Sarah now. She ripped Sarah's dress open all the way from neck to hem and spread it out to cover the filthy floor. Sarah writhed on the cloth. A sheen of sweat covered her naked skin, glowing in the dim light. The screams came more often. Agnes counted the gaps between them. She knew from experience that the labour was advancing quickly. Sarah was not yet ready to push, but it would not be long now. More cannon fire rumbled through the rocks. Then, near at hand, Agnes heard running footsteps, approaching down the stairs. "What shall we do?" Francis gazed between the boom ahead and the flotilla of boats closing behind. He had no time to choose. The big crabs astern ran out their bow chasers. The boom rushed closer. "We must put about," Merridew shouted. "Otherwise we will do their work for them and drown ourselves." "But then we will put ourselves back among the crabs. They will blast us to pieces. Better to risk death than guarantee it." Francis stared wildly around. As he did so, his gaze caught the extremities of the boom. On one end it was fastened to the small fort that guarded the far side of the bay, but on the other it ran right up to the rocks at the foot of the castle. There, by the light of the bonfires, Francis saw a small jetty and a gate leading into the cliff. "Alter course to larboard," he ordered. Merridew started turning the wheel before he finished speaking, but as the bow came around, Francis grabbed the wheel and pushed it back. "We're not coming about," he said. "Steer for the rocks where the boom is fastened." "But we'll smash ourselves to bits." Francis gave a manic grin. He had thrown off the uncertainty that gripped him. He knew this was the only chance. "We are going ashore." Their ship sailed across the mouth of the bay. Now she was beam on to the approaching fleet, a fat, unmissable target. Shots struck her sides, ripping her bulwarks to splinters. The pirates in the gallivats, seeing they had her penned against the boom, increased the tempo of their oars. Angria would pay an extra bounty to the crew who were first aboard. "What if we run aground before we reach the jetty?" Merridew asked. "Tide's running out. We'll be as easy a prize as you could wish for." "Then we will have to swim for it." Merridew knuckled his forehead and ran to the rigging. Directing the men, he had them brace the yard around for their new heading. Though the sail was rent with many holes, the ship made more headway. Francis set the men to cutting away the broken wreckage that dragged in the water. He wanted every ounce of speed to drive the ship as far up on the rocks as he could. Now they were under attack from a different quarter. The pirates on the jetty had seen their approach and realized what Francis intended. By the light of a fire, he saw them frantically levering one of their cannons with handspikes, trying to bring it to bear. Others knelt and peppered them with fire from their matchlocks. Francis ran forward to the bow-chasers. Under cover of the high forecastle, they were well protected from the musket fire. He urged the crews on as they reloaded. Crouching beside the big gun, he peered out through the gun port. The men on the jetty had manhandled their cannon into position, and were now desperately trying to load. It was like a duel played out in quarter time, each side racing to get their shot off before the other. The grab fired first. The guns belched fire and leapt back on their tackles, but the noise was lost in a greater roar as the grab hit the shore full on. Her shallow draught had allowed her to come so close. Her bow smashed open and drove forward, higher and higher up onto the rocks. The men were thrown to the deck. Francis just missed having his leg crushed by a cannon as it rolled loose on the tilting deck. "Up!" he shouted. "Up and at them!" The grab's flat, open bow had been designed for boarding other vessels. Now it made a clear ramp, projecting over the rocks all the way to the jetty. With Francis in the lead, the Marathas rushed over it. They leapt off the end, bellowing their war cry, and set about the defenders. The bow-chaser's last salvo had done its work. The pirate's cannon was upended, and its crew sprawled in their own blood. The attackers made short work of the remainder. Francis stabbed one of them through the heart, looked around, and realized there were no enemies left alive. The jetty was theirs. "What now?" said Merridew, wiping gore from his boarding axe. He pointed to the iron ring set in the rocks, where the end of the boom was fastened in place. "Cut the boom?" "It would do us little good. We have no ship left to make our escape." A musket ball struck the wall. Out on the water, he saw the pursuing flotilla of gallivats closing in. The lead boat had already moored up against the wreck. Her men spilled out onto the deck, using it as a bridge to gain the jetty. There was nowhere to hide on the jetty, but a small door led into the cliff. "Into the castle!" Francis shouted. He waited until the last of his men had come through, then followed them in, barring the door. 3 musket balls thudded into the woodwork behind him. A lamp burned in a sconce on the wall. He counted his men, a round dozen, of whom more than half were wounded, plus himself and Merridew. A small force for storming a garrison of 1,000 men. The door began to shake under the impact of heavy blows. "That won't hold long," Merridew warned. Francis reloaded his pistol. "They'll find a warm welcome awaiting them if they open it. Maybe there's another way." Merridew cocked an ear. "You hear that thunder up top? I reckon Mr. Tom's launched an attack to draw the pirates off us. He'll be taking a terrible beating under those walls. If we could get up through the castle, open the gate, it could swing the balance." Francis glanced over his shoulder. A steep staircase led up through the rocks towards the castle. It was deserted. He presumed all the garrison had been drawn to the battle. The door shook again. The tip of an axe-blade burst through the timbers, withdrew, and came again. The hole grew wider. "Then let us waste no time." Francis led his men up the stairs, pistol in hand. They had not gone far when he heard a mighty crash of the door giving way, and the shouts of many men pouring in. He doubled his pace, taking the worn stairs 3 at a time, flinging himself around every corner, without thought for what might await him. They came to a chamber where the passage forked. One set of stairs led down to the right, while another led on upwards. Francis pointed up. "This way. It must—" A shrill scream sounded from down the lower steps. Francis paused. "No time to dilly-dally," said Merridew urgently. From behind, they could hear their pursuers gaining quickly. The scream came again, the excruciating sound of a woman in torment. "Make for the gate," Francis told Merridew. "I will follow." Without waiting to explain, he broke away and ran down the right-hand steps. He could hardly find an excuse for leaving his men now. But Sarah and Agnes were somewhere in these dungeons, and he could not leave them to their fate. At the bottom of the stairs he found an iron gate. He stiffened, but the gate was unguarded, and the key was in the lock, on the inside. When he pulled, the gate opened without complaint. The screaming had not stopped. It came at regular intervals, as if someone was twisting a hot knife deep in the victim's guts. With his sword in one hand and his pistol in the other, Francis crept down the passage. He followed the sound through a chain of rock chambers until he came to a bend. The screams were so loud here, they must be coming from the next cave. He pressed himself against the wall, steeled himself, then leapt out from his hiding place, brandishing his pistol. He stopped, in astonishment. Sarah lay on her back, legs spread, presenting her whole body wide open to him. She was completely naked. Agnes knelt beside her, cradling her sister's head in her lap and murmuring encouragement. Sarah's eyes were open, but she did not register Francis' arrival. Agnes saw the shadow fall across her and looked up. "Francis," she said, amazed. He ran to them and crouched beside her. Another paroxysm of pain racked Sarah's body, longer than the last. Agnes wiped her brow. "Is she—" Francis blanched and averted his eyes as he took in Sarah's nakedness. "What is happening? Have they tortured her?" Even in their desperate plight, Agnes had to smile. "She is having a baby, you ninny, and it will not be long now before it arrives." "A baby?" Francis echoed. "But how—" "Do not fear. The pirates have not mistreated us that way. It will be Tom's child, your cousin, if it survives this night." Sarah's screams had given way to lower, sobbing breaths. Agnes lifted her shoulders and coaxed her up. "Help me turn her over," she said. "It will be an easier passage for the child." Francis had witnessed foaling and lambing on the high-wheeled estate. He was not entirely ignorant of the mechanics of birth, but he had not expected to turn midwife in the midst of a battle. He put down his weapons and helped Agnes maneuver Sarah so that she crouched on all fours, panting hard. Guns rumbled overhead. Agnes looked up, belatedly, as if she had only just registered the unlikelihood of Francis' arrival. She said, "Is that your doing? How did you come to be here? Have you taken the fort? Where is Tom?" "In truth, I do not know what has happened," Francis admitted. "I led a cutting-out expedition in Angria's harbour, but we were discovered. We escaped by forcing our way into the castle by the sea gate. I think Tom must have launched an assault on the walls above to draw the pirates' fire, but how he has fared, I cannot say." Sarah groaned, a different sound, lower and more purposeful than her earlier screams, as if she were trying to shift a great weight. Agnes put her arm around her. "The baby is coming." Christopher could not rest easy that night. Knowing the trap was set, waiting for the jaws to close, the uncertainty ate at his soul. He had told Angria about the proposed attack on the harbour, letting the pirate believe it had always been his intention to trick the enemy. He did not mention the pouch of diamonds he had obtained, safe in his room, sewn into the lining of a belt, nor did he reveal anything of Tom Courtney. His revenge would be a private matter. Christopher had wanted to lead the ambush in the anchorage, but Angria had forbidden it. The wily pirate feared treachery, that Christopher, having betrayed the Marathas, might yet make common cause with them. He had ordered Christopher to stay up in the castle. There he paced the walls overlooking the cove, alone with his fears. What if Tom had recognized him? What if he had guessed Christopher's betrayal? What if they did not come? He leaned on the parapet, staring into the night, turning the Neptune sword in his hands. The urumi clenched tight around his waist. He thought of Lydia, waiting in his chambers. She would provide a welcome distraction, but there would be time for that later. Her charms would be all the sweeter when he could exult in his victory. When the first fire went up, he knew the plan had worked triumphantly. From the walls he saw the enemy boats caught deep in the anchorage, Angria's fleet closing around them. They would not escape from there, and yet they did not know they were beaten. He watched in amazement as one boat closed with one of the grabs, then boarded her. Somehow the boarders got her under way, steering a course through the crowded bay. Despite the efforts of the pirate gunners, she was not sunk or dismasted. In fact, she managed to set some of the other ships on fire as she passed. She was getting away. She could not escape. After the boats had entered the bay, Christopher's men had closed the boom. Even if the grab reached it, she would be pinned against it like a butterfly on a card. But as he awaited her destruction, he became aware of a new sound intruding on the night. Shouts, wails, and the jangle of weapons. The sound of an army mobilizing. "What is happening?" Angria's voice hissed out of the darkness. Christopher had not heard him come up. He spun about, but Angria was already on him. Without warning, he grabbed Christopher in both hands and swung him around, pushing him out over the edge of the rampart. He teetered there, with only Angria's grip to keep him from falling. "Is this your doing?" Angria demanded. "Was this whole stratagem a ruse to divide my forces and leave me open to my enemies?" "No, Lord," Christopher pleaded. His toes scrabbled to keep their footing on the parapet. He did not dare look to see how far it was to fall. "I do not even know. The Marathas are coming. While our strength is concentrated in the harbour, they are coming at the walls. I never dreamed they would attack. Our spies saw no sign that their enemy was preparing an assault by land." Angria looked in his eyes. Whatever he saw, it convinced him of Christopher's innocence. He hauled him in and let him slump against the battlements. "Go to the eastern wall. You will take personal charge of the defence of the gate. And I will give an order that if any man sees you falter in your duty, he should cut you down that instant." Christopher ran along the rampart and climbed the stairs to the top of the northeast tower. He could hardly believe what he saw. The entire promontory had become a sea of men charging forward, while in their midst strode 3 mighty elephants. The castle's cannon had already carved bloody holes in the attackers' ranks, but they did not falter. Some of them seemed to be stark naked. Christopher wondered if the Marathas had put prisoners in the front line to soak up cannon fire. "They are coming for the breach," he realized. All the men left in the castle were hurrying to the eastern ramparts. Christopher found one of the gun captains. "Put 2 of your cannon at the foot of the breach. Load them with musket balls, grape shot, anything you can find. If our enemies reach the top, you will blast them off it like birds from a tree." He knew Tom Courtney must be behind this. He searched the darkness for him, trying to pick out his face in the flashes of muskets and cannons. Would he lead the attack, or was he cunning enough to let other men die to achieve his ends? The attackers were now so close that the castle batteries could not touch them. Christopher ordered the gunners to abandon their cannon and join the marksmen on the walls. A furious storm of lead thundered down from the walls. He could not believe any man could survive it. Yet still they came. Through the smoke he saw their pale bodies crawling up the slope, sheltering behind blocks of fallen masonry. However many the pirates picked off, more took their place. He had to break them. "Slacken your fire," he said. "Let them think they have won." The order was passed along the walls. The fusillade of musket fire eased off. Christopher raised the Neptune's sword so the gunners down in the courtyard could see. The Marathas, sensing their chance, broke from cover and scrambled the last few yards to the top of the breach. "Now!" bellowed Christopher. He brought down his sword. The guns in the courtyard blasted out a cloud of musket balls and partridge shot, cutting the invaders to ribbons. The breach was emptied in an instant. The pirates cheered. Sensing victory, they poured down off the walls to harry their broken opponents. "Wait!" Christopher cried, but they did not hear him or heed him. Some of them discarded their muskets, drawing their swords for the close work of killing. They assumed, as Christopher had, that the cannons would break the Mahrattas' will to fight. Yet as the smoke cleared, Christopher saw that the men further down the slope were not in full retreat. One of them had risen, was urging his men forward even as he clambered towards the breach. Other men came up beside him, some with pikes and axes, one with a huge mace which he wielded like some medieval knight. The pirates were not expecting resistance. In their eagerness, they left themselves exposed. Now the Mahrattas took advantage. They cut the pirates' legs from under them, so they slipped down the loose stones. Those who had lost their weapons picked up pieces of rubble and dashed out their enemies' brains. The pirates fell back in confusion. For the second time, the invaders gained the top of the breach. Again, Christopher waited for them to be torn apart by the cannons, but this time the guns were empty. The gunners had been drawn into the fray and had not reloaded. Christopher cursed. In the middle of the breach, sword raised in triumph, he saw a figure he knew must be Tom Courtney. He seized a firelock from the rampart and trained it on Tom's chest. Smoke drifted across the gap, obscuring his shot. When it cleared, Tom had gone. He threw down the weapon in fury. All his plans were in disarray. He knew how the pirates fought. When they had the upper hand, they were invincible. But when the tide turned, they lost all discipline. There would be no last-ditch defense. Already he could see the defenders fleeing across the courtyard, pursued by the Mahrattas, who poured unhindered through the breach. The castle was lost. A wave of loss and fury smote him. Tom Courtney had done this, now and at Bryn Joan, and at every turn of his life, from the very moment he was conceived. Tom Courtney had snatched away everything Christopher had ever wanted. He was his nemesis, his own natural father. But even in defeat, he could make Tom's victory turn to ashes. He ran along the walls and let himself through the door into the keep. The rapine had started, even ahead of the invaders. In defeat, the pirates turned on each other. Every man for himself, each taking what he could in hopes he might escape. They scoured the storerooms and plundered anything they could carry. Christopher glided through the chaos with relentless purpose. One or two of the pirates saw the sword in his hand and were tempted to take it, but they thought better of it when they saw the look on his face. The others were too busy looting to notice him. The chaos faded behind him as he descended into the bowels of the castle. He quickened his pace, then stopped. He could hear footsteps approaching, not from above, but from below. He pressed himself into an alcove, deeply shadowed, and waited. A dozen men ran past. Mahrattas, judging by their garb, led by an English sailor. For a second, Christopher wondered if it was Tom. Perhaps he had not been on the walls, after all. Christopher's hand tightened on the hilt of the sword. He could have taken off the sailor's head simply by stretching out his arm. "This way," said the man, and Christopher relaxed. It was not Tom. He let them go, listening as their steps died away up towards the battle. He continued down to a small chamber where the path forked. But now he heard more footsteps coming, and here there was nowhere to hide. He raised his guard. But these were men he knew. As they came into the lamplight, he saw they were Angria's men, pirates he had sent to the ambush in the harbour. They had not expected to find him there. "Where are the hat-wearers?" they demanded. "We followed them in through the sea gate when they tried to escape." "The castle has fallen," Christopher told them brusquely. "Our enemies are inside the walls." He indicated two of the men. "You and you, wait for me here. You others, go back to the water gate and prepare a boat for my escape. I will join you shortly." He hurried down the left-hand stair to the dungeon. He noted the open gate at the bottom and paused. He could hear screams, the sound of a woman in immense pain. Had some of the pirates already come here to take their pleasure? But no, the screams were too regular. In between, he heard the murmur of soft, reassuring voices, a man and a woman's. He unwound the orumi from his waist. Coiling it in his hand, he advanced stealthily down the passage until he reached that part of the cave from where the noises emanated. He peered around the corner. A man and a woman knelt beside a second woman, who was crouched, naked, on all fours, gasping and moaning. None of them had seen Christopher arrive. He smiled. This would be his parting shot, his gift to Tom Courtney. "Is the bitch going to whelp her pup?" he called. The man turned, saw Christopher, and sprang up. Exactly as Christopher had anticipated. The orumi blade hissed through the air and sliced open his leg. He dropped with a cry, rolling away in agony and clutching the wound. He tried to stand, but the leg gave way. "Francis!" Agnes cried. "Francis?" Christopher repeated. He had been about to run the boy through with the Neptune sword. Now he paused, hardly believing his luck. "Francis Courtney?" Francis spat a gob of blood from his mouth and nodded. "I will enjoy making you watch what I do to your family." Tom leapt down the back slope of the breach, jumping across the lumps of rubble that had once been the castle wall. His sword was raised, but he hardly needed to use it. The defenders melted away in front of him, while behind him the Maratha army flooded in over the breach. The Gosier warriors were in an ecstasy of killing. They fought with the ferocity of demons, naked and wild. Those with weapons hacked their enemies to pieces. Others simply tore them apart with their bare hands. And somewhere in the carnage were Agnes and Sarah. Tom forced his way through the courtyard, Mohit beside him. A few pirates still fought on, pockets of resistance cut off from any escape. He avoided them and made for the keep. "Where do you suppose they keep their prisoners?" he shouted to Mohit. Mohit shrugged. With a sudden burst of speed, he ran forward and grabbed one of the fleeing pirates by the shoulders. With a deft swipe of his foot, he dropped the man to the floor, pinned him down, and put his knife to the man's throat. He shouted something in an Indian dialect. The pirate stared at him, baffled, and then jabbered a reply. Mohit let him go, and stood. "The dungeon is in the caves beneath the castle. There is a stair in the northeast corner of the keep." They did not have to fight their way in. The mass of fleeing defenders swept them there effortlessly. No one paid them any attention. The pirates had lost all thought of fighting. They had turned to plunder, and Tom had nothing they wanted. At the foot of the tower, a stair dropped into the rock of the castle's foundations. Tom hurried down. His hopes rose as they descended. The stairs felt unending, but none of the pirates or the invaders seemed to have reached these depths of the castle. "We may yet be in time," he said to Mohit. But he had spoken too soon. They had come to the bottom of the flight of steps, into a small guard chamber where the passage divided. Looking ahead, wondering which stair to take, he did not see the two men in the shadows. They had heard Tom and Mohit coming, and hidden themselves either side of the door. As soon as Tom and Mohit were in the room, they lunged for them with their heavy, curved swords. Whether it was some sound they made, or a disturbance in the air, or pure instinct, Tom sensed the attack coming a moment before it struck. He had no time to defend himself. He simply dropped to the floor, pulling Mohit down with him. The outstretched blades flew over their heads. The pirates, meeting no resistance, stumbled forward and collided with the men on the floor. Tom and Mohit threw them off and dispatched them with two efficient blows. Tom stared between the two doors, looking for any sign. "Which way?" "You follow the right stair. I will search the left," Tom decided. They split up. Tom raced down the stairs, feeling the weight of every second that passed. Where had those two men in the guard chamber come from? Were there others? In the bitter frenzy of defeat, what might they have done to Sarah and Agnes? An iron gate barred the bottom of the stairs. This must be the dungeon. Tom wondered if he should call Mohit back, but that would take precious time, and the gate was already open. From deeper in the caves, he heard a woman's scream, then a man's cry. All his fears rushed back at him. Abandoning caution, he ran along the passage until it opened into a wider chamber. He took in the sight at a single glance. His wildest hopes and his deepest fears, all made real at once. Sarah, naked, screaming, and covered in blood. Agnes, cowering back. Francis, lying against the wall, clutching a deep wound in his leg. And standing over them all, with the Neptune sword in one hand and the long whip-blade in the other, the man who had betrayed them. He had his back to Tom, but Agnes did not, and she could not, hide the hope that flared in her eyes when she glimpsed his arrival. Before Tom could move, Christopher saw her reaction and turned, a ghastly grin spreading across his face. "Tom Courtney," he said in English. "I had so hoped you would come to see this." Fury seized Tom. He hurled the sword like a javelin, the way he had once thrown the Neptune sword at Black Billy and pierced him through the heart. But the Maratha blade was heavier, lacking balance. The point dipped from its target. Christopher swatted it away with the hilt of the Urumi, and it clattered to the floor. Now Tom was defenseless. Christopher advanced. The Urumi blade slithered after him, rasping across the stones. The only other sound was Sarah, moaning. "I can use this weapon like an artist with a paintbrush," Christopher boasted. "I will sever your limbs one by one, and when you are helpless, I will make you watch as I butcher your wife and dash out your child's brains." Tom stared at him, uncomprehendingly. "Why? What have I ever done to you?" "Do you not know? Can you not guess?" Christopher took another step forward. He pointed back to Sarah, on her knees, with her hands pressed against the wall. The baby's head was starting to appear between her legs. Christopher saw the stricken look on Tom's face and laughed. "There is nothing you would not do for that child, is there? You came to this impregnable castle, and you tore down its walls simply to rescue it. So noble, so heroic." Still Tom did not understand. "But you were not always so loyal." "Were you?" He spat out the words. "When you debauched my mother and fathered your bastard, you could not be away fast enough. You abandoned me and left your brother to cover my mother's shame." Christopher saw the understanding dawn in Tom's face, horror and shame and fear for what he had done. In that moment, he knew everything Lydia had told him was true. He tensed his arm to swing the Urumi, planning where the blow would fall. First, he would lick it around Tom's thigh and slice his hamstring. Then he could act at leisure. "Who are you?" said Tom. His mouth had gone dry. The words came out as a whisper. Christopher's eyes met his, the same eyes, like looking into a mirror. "I am your son." He swung the Urumi. But something held him back. The Urumi did not move. Francis had crawled forward and grabbed its tip, holding on with all his strength. His face was white, blood spilled from between his fingers where they gripped the razor-sharp blade. But he did not release it. With a cry of anger, Christopher let go the Urumi and drew the Neptune sword. Perhaps that was best. He would finish Tom with the Courtney blade and secure his rightful inheritance forever. But in the time that Francis had distracted him, Agnes had sprung up. She ran to where Tom's sword had fallen and threw it to him. Christopher saw her. He swung at her with the Neptune sword, but she rolled away to the edge of the cave. Before he could strike again, Tom lunged forward. A hard stroke, heavy with pent-up rage. Christopher only just managed to parry it. If he could get to Sarah, put the sword at her throat, Tom would be forced to surrender. But Francis had seen that danger. He picked himself off the floor and flung himself forward, putting himself between Christopher and Sarah. Christopher could have disemboweled him with a flick of the sword, but that would have meant turning his back to Tom, and Tom was coming at him again. Their blades rang as he blocked Tom's attempt to get inside his guard. Christopher was outnumbered. He launched a quick riposte, a flurry of well-practiced strokes that drove Tom back, wheeling him around. Christopher still burned for revenge, but other dangers had begun to intrude. The castle had fallen. Soon other men would find their way down here. He had to escape. He had worked Tom around closer to Sarah. Now nothing stood between Christopher and the door. He went at Tom again, a series of precise, well-practiced moves straight from the fencing manual. As he had predicted, Tom blocked them automatically, but as he readied himself for the final lunge, Christopher suddenly sprang back. Before Tom could react, Christopher spun on his heel and fled. Tom heard his footsteps disappear up the stairs. Sarah cried out, a deep groan that rose to a powerful shriek. Tom ran to her. With a belch of blood and fluid, the baby came out of her into Agnes' waiting hands. "You have a son." The face was screwed up like an old man's, the eyes tight shut, the umbilical cord still connecting him with his mother. His skin was alarmingly blue. "Is he alive?" A hurricane of emotions wrenched Tom so hard he felt sick. A minute ago he had been fighting for his life against a devil he had created. Now he was reuniting with Sarah and a father as well. His thoughts pulled in so many directions, he thought they must tear him apart. Agnes gave the child a firm slap on the back. The baby coughed and spluttered. It half opened its eyes and fixed Tom with a drowsy, confused stare. "Take him," Agnes encouraged Tom. "He is yours." She placed the babe in Tom's arms, though he hardly dared to hold it. The child was so tiny he could barely feel the weight. Yet the moment Tom touched his son, he felt such a wave of love and responsibility as he had never felt before. Tears pricked his eyes. The storm of emotions that had roiled him died away, hushed in an instant by the serene peace in those innocent eyes. But his work was not done. Quickly he handed the baby into Sarah's waiting arms. "Go," said Sarah. The pain had left her all in an instant. She sat up, leaning against the wall, cradling the baby to her breast. Her hair was lank, her face covered in sweat, and her legs smeared with blood. She was utterly naked, with the umbilical cord still snaking out of her, yet she glowed with a light Tom had not seen before, an inner certainty, as if some new part of her had come into being. Tom did not think he had ever seen her more beautiful. "My place is with you and the baby," Tom protested. "We are safe," said Sarah, "but that monster still has the sword, and he would have killed us all with it. You, me, and him." She hugged the baby tighter. It nuzzled her breast, its tiny lips searching for the nipple. Someone was coming down the passage. Tom turned. He did not think Christopher would dare return, but there were many others in the castle. In the frenzy of pillage and destruction, every man was a possible enemy. He relaxed as he saw Mohit round the corner, at the head of 4 men. "We chased the pirates down to the water," the Hubladar reported. "As we were returning, we met another on the stairs, but he ran away." He frowned. "I think it was the man who betrayed us. He carried the great golden sword." "Thank you." Tom touched his shoulder. "Wait here, and see that nothing happens to my—" He stumbled on his words, as he saw the baby again, now contentedly sucking at Sarah's breast. "My family. Shall I send one of my men with you?" Tom shook his head. "I will do this alone." He ran back up to the castle keep. Automatically he listened for men ahead, keeping the sword ready. but the greater part of his mind was occupied with a single thought, the baby, so small and helpless, like a feather in his arms. "I am a father." "You were a father before," the cruel voice in his head reminded him. He could hardly credit that the monster in the cave was his son. When he thought of what Christopher had intended to do to Sarah, to Agnes, and the baby, his soul rebelled. "My father gave me no choice." When Hal Courtney discovered Tom's liaison with Caroline, and the hatred it had bred between Tom and Guy, he had taken Guy and Caroline off his ship immediately. He had arranged for them to take passage to Bombay, and arranged a position for Guy as secretary to Caroline's father. None of them had realized that Caroline was pregnant. Tom had not even been allowed to say farewell. Tom did not know it, but his father had deliberately kept it from him. When Caroline's father wrote to Hal to inform him of the child, he had torn up the letter and thrown it out of his cabin windows. He had only told Tom much later, when Dorian was lost, and they were sailing back to England. "I should have married Caroline myself." But even as he thought it, he did not believe it. Then he would never have had the chance to marry Sarah. Probably he would never have found Dorian. And now he would not have the son Sarah had given him. "Look at Francis," he told himself. Born of Black Billy's seed, raised by a wastrel stepfather, he had suffered every disadvantage. Yet he was a true Courtney, willing to die for his family. It was not birth that made a man. It was what he made of himself. "Mr. Courtney?" Tom had reached the upper levels. He turned to the familiar voice and saw Merridew standing in the tower doorway. "Thank God you're alive," he said. "But how—" "Master Francis sent us to open the gate. By the time he got there, you'd done the job for us. We looked for you and couldn't find you, so we was going down to find Master Francis." "Go to him." Mohit was with Sarah and the others, but Tom would feel happier with more men there to protect them. Then a thought struck him. "Have you seen a man carrying a gilded sword come this way?" Merridew shook his head. Tom glanced to the steps that spiraled up into the northeast tower of the keep. "He must have gone up." He followed the stairs, twisting around in a tight climb. Narrow slit windows pierced the walls, and through them he caught glimpses down into the courtyard. Day was coming, and the battle was over. Shahuji's forces had opened the gates and begun to restore order. He saw the Rajah mounted on one of the elephants, barking orders as his men rounded up prisoners. After the din of battle, all was eerily quiet in the blue, pre-dawn light. He reached a door in the wall of the stairwell and paused, listening. He heard voices on the far side, a man and a woman's, talking urgently. He kicked open the door and leapt in. The woman screamed and clutched her gown to her chest. She was naked, apparently in the act of dressing. Despite the outlandish circumstances, she seemed familiar to Tom. With more time he might have recalled the name Lydia Foy. But he forgot her in an instant, for standing by the window, strapping on a heavy belt, was Christopher. Tom lunged for him. Lydia screamed, but Christopher, his reflexes schooled in the Kalari, was faster. He snatched up the Neptune sword and leapt aside, bringing his blade down on Tom's and almost disarming him. Tom sprang back and took his guard. Christopher feinted forward, then turned and ran for the stairs. He could not go down. If Tom caught him, a single kick might send him tumbling and break his neck. He went up. At the top of the steps, he heaved open the trap-door that led onto the roof and climbed through. Before he could close it, Tom had followed him out. They faced each other on the roof of the tower. Christopher bared his teeth. Tom was blocking the stair, and there was no other way down. This would be a fight to the finish. "If you wanted to kill me, you should have made sure I was never born," he spat. A storm raged inside him. Conflicting thoughts of Guy's cruelties, his mother's distance, the men he had killed, and above all else, the man confronting him. He did not know if he wanted to embrace him or run him through. "What is the third precept?" asked a voice from his past. "Self-control." He made himself put aside his emotions, to feel nothing but the blade in his hand. "I do not want to kill you," said Tom. He meant it. In this high place, with the sun licking the horizon and the dawn breeze singing in his ears, he could feel the world being made afresh for a new day. "Whatever you have done, if you are truly my son, I can forgive you." "Forgive me?" Christopher repeated in disbelief. "You should be on your knees, begging my forgiveness. This is your doing. If you had not abandoned my mother—" Emotion threatened him again. He forced it back. "I did not even know Caroline was with child," Tom protested. "Because you did not care." Christopher came at him with a flurry of sharp blows, driving Tom back towards the edge of the tower. "You dipped your wick and then you cast her aside, like a common dockside whore, my mother." "I had no choice." Tom parried Christopher's strokes, every movement hindered by the ungainly weapon he was forced to use. Against it, the Neptune sword danced through the air. "I am sorry," Tom said, and he meant it from the bottom of his soul. From this high vantage, he could look out over the ocean and see how the threads of their lives had unspooled over decades, the myriad choices, chances, and lies that had led them to this place. Surely, if fate had brought them together now, it was to a purpose. "Why did you follow me here?" said Christopher. "Why not let me escape?" "For the sword," said Tom, honestly. Christopher tightened his grip, his face set hard with desire. "It is mine." Tom stared at him. He stared at the gilded blade, and the great sapphire in the pommel gleaming in the sunrise. A perfect weapon, a legacy from his father, the honour of the Courtneys. But what was a sword against the love of his son? "Keep it," he said. "If we can be reconciled, you are welcome to it." Christopher smiled. Tom felt a wave of relief and affection flood through him. Whatever Christopher had done, whatever evils had driven him to this point, Tom would find a way to forgive him. He spread his arms wide. "My son." "Father?" Christopher let Tom take 2 paces towards him. Then he raised the sword and lunged. That near to the roof edge, Tom had no room to retreat, but he was not entirely unprepared. He might have forgiven Christopher, but he did not trust him. He had seen the malevolent light in Christopher's eyes, the twitch of the sword a second before it came up. He sidestepped the stroke, brought up his guard, and parried the sword away to his right. The 2 weapons rang together, very loud in the quiet, at the top of the tower. Christopher swept his sword back into position and attacked again. The blades clashed and locked together. Tom and Christopher pushed against each other, a pure trial of strength, neither able to disengage for fear of letting the other past his guard. Suddenly, Christopher leapt back, hoping to unbalance Tom. Tom stumbled forward and almost caught his foot on the trap-door. He sidestepped the opening, staggered on, and almost went over the edge of the tower. Christopher aimed a kick at him, but Tom's momentum took him out of range. He dropped to the ground, rolled to the side, and sprang back onto his feet, just in time to defend himself against Christopher's next attack, a low thrust that almost caught his thigh. The 2 men circled each other around the open hatch. Christopher attacked, Tom parried, but there was no heat in the exchanges. They were sparring, each waiting for the next real chance. Or perhaps Christopher had another plan. He was 20 and had barely fought at all that night. Tom was nearer to 40 and had been in the thick of battle for hours. The more Christopher slowed the engagement, letting him relax, the more the fire that sustained him cooled in his veins. Tom could feel his strength fading. The realization made him angry. He launched another attack with renewed urgency, gripping the sword two-handed, forcing the energy back into his limbs as he hacked and chopped at Christopher. But though his will was strong, his body was slow to obey. The harder he tried, the more clumsily his strokes landed. He was tiring. His breath became hard and ragged. Christopher pirouetted away from a lunge, knocked him back, and gave a triumphant smile. He was letting Tom wear himself out. Then, like a cobra, he would strike. But time was against Christopher. Down through the trap-door, Tom heard shouts on the tower stairs. English voices, Francis or Merridew, come to find him. "Enough of this madness," Tom called. "You cannot win." Christopher gave him a look of pure malevolence. "Perhaps, but I may yet have my revenge." "What will that gain you?" Christopher stared at him with blank incomprehension. Then with a roar of rage he lunged, straight at Tom's heart. Tom brought down his sword, trying to deflect the stroke. But Christopher had moved so fast he was already inside Tom's guard. The Neptune's sword pierced Tom's left shoulder. At the same time, Tom's blow struck home. Not on Christopher's blade, where he had aimed it, but on the wrist of the hand that held it. The heavy sword, with the full power of Tom's shoulders behind it, cut through the sinews and the flesh, jointed the bones, and came cleanly out the other side. Christopher screamed. The Neptune's sword clattered to the ground, with Christopher's hand still clasping it. Blood spewed from the severed stub of his forearm. Christopher stepped back, pressing his arm into his stomach in an attempt to staunch the bleeding. Tom bled too, from his shoulder, but he knew the wound was not deep. He put one foot on the Neptune's sword, lest even now Christopher tried to reclaim it. "It is over," he said. Christopher stood on the edge of the tower. The height made him dizzy. Loss of blood made him faint. Far below, he saw the green sea surging around the rocks. "Farewell, father." At the last moment, Tom saw what he intended. He reached out to grab him, heedless of his own safety, but he was too late. Christopher stepped out of reach into the air and fell. Looking down, Tom saw him drop for what seemed an eternity, until he vanished into the water with the merest splash of white. Tom stared down at the sea, waiting to see if Christopher would emerge. Could he have survived a fall from such a height? Or were there rocks below the surface that would have smashed his body to pulp? He shuddered at the thought. The heat of battle had chilled in his veins. He felt no victory, only an enormous sense of loss. "My own son," he thought, "and I could not save you, just as I could not save Billy." From the corner of his eye, he saw the gleam of the Neptune's sword lying on the ground, with Christopher's lifeless fingers still wrapped around the hilt. Tom prized them off one by one, amazed how even in death the sinews fought him. The dead flesh made him want to vomit, a physical rebuke for what he had done. With a stab of revulsion, he hurled it off the edge of the tower. He looked at the sword, gleaming in the morning, and almost threw it into the sea after Christopher. The glimmering sapphire seemed to mock him. Was it worth a man's life, his son's life? But a new day had dawned, and a new life had begun. Looking out at the horizon, Tom remembered words he had once spoken with Sarah. "What makes a man?" he had wondered. And Sarah had replied, "From whatever he is made, and whatever he learns, he will be his own man. And all you can do, Tom Courtney, is help him find the right path to follow." Christopher had chosen his path, just as Billy had so many years ago. A family was a living, untamed thing, and like all living things, it could turn on itself with savage ferocity. All Tom had done was protect himself. he took the sword and went down to his family. Sarah and Agnes were still in the dungeon. They were free after so many months of captivity, but Agnes did not think it safe to move Sarah lest it bring on more bleeding. Tom was anxious to find them fresh air and clean lodgings, but he saw the wisdom of staying put. Until the last pirates were scoured out of the castle, the dungeon was as safe a place as any. Anna had joined them, unable to stay in Shahuji's camp a moment longer after the battle was won. She had brought food, bound up Francis' wounds, and given Sarah a salve to help heal her. Now she and Francis sat together, arms around each other, gazing in wonder at the child. From the looks on their faces, the strength of their embrace, Tom guessed it would not be long before he became a great uncle. Oblivious to the life and death around him, the baby slept, still connected by his umbilical cord to the bloody mass of the afterbirth lying on the ground beside Agnes. "Should we cut it?" Tom asked uncertainly. "We were waiting for you," said Agnes. Tom's hand went to the Neptune sword on his belt. It felt almost like sacrilege to use that noble blade in the business of childbirth, and to bring a lethal weapon so close to an innocent babe. But the child was Tom's heir. The sword was the legacy of the Courtneys, and one day the tiny infant would grow up to wield it himself. Tom wiped the Neptune blade until the gilded steel shone flawlessly. Agnes took the slimy cord in both hands and indicated where he should cut. The sharp edge sliced through it. Tom tied off the end and kissed the baby on the forehead. What did his future hold? What sort of man would he grow up to be? All you can do is help him to find the right path to follow. "What shall we call him?" he asked. Sarah looked at Agnes, her sister who had nursed her so tenderly through her long, terrible pregnancy, unflinching and uncomplaining, despite all the sorrows she had suffered herself. "His name is James," she said, "in memory of Captain Hicks." Tears sprang in Agnes' eyes. Sarah leaned forward to allow her sister a moment's privacy. She looked at the baby, with the umbilical stump still protruding from his tiny belly. "Tom Courtney," she said sleepily, "did you tie your son's cord with a rigging knot?" The sentry at Bombay Castle did not recognize the man who approached the gate. With his bald head skin-tanned deep brown, he might have been a high-caste Parsee, one of the agents who flocked to the company's trade, but he was dressed as a European, with a ruby-red coat of fine cloth and white breeches that gleamed brilliant in the noon sun. One hand seemed to be drawn up inside the sleeve of his shirt, the other was clenched in a fist. "His Excellency the Governor is not receiving visitors," the sentry warned. "I have not come to see the Governor. I am here to visit my father." The sentry gaped. His face went pale. "Master Christopher?" "Mr. Courtney." The sentry fumbled with the lock. "Of course, sir. Only we thought you were wrong." Christopher was almost unrecognizable from the callow youth who had left the fortress almost 2 years earlier, let alone the battered, broken man who had dragged himself one-handed out of Tiracola Bay. He strode across the courtyard and mounted the steps of the governor's house with such confidence the guard at the door only belatedly thought to challenge him. Ignoring him and the shouts that followed, Christopher climbed the stairs to the top floor. "Christopher Courtney," he shouted to the uniformed guard outside Guy's office. "Let me in to see my father, damn you, or I will have you tied to the triangle and flogged on the parade ground." The door opened. Christopher went through into the airy space of Guy's office. Paint gleamed on the frames of freshly installed windows. The portrait of Sir Hal Courtney hung slightly askew, and there seemed to be a powder mark on the wainscoting, where a pistol had been fired too close to it. Guy, hearing the noise from the corridor, had started to rise from his chair. He stared at Christopher open-mouthed. Ink dribbled unheeded from his pen, and pulled on the correspondence book lying open before him. "Can it be?" he murmured to himself. He collected himself. His jaw went firm, and his eyes hardened. He gave a cold smile. "The prodigal returns. Ha! I suppose at least your mother will be pleased." Christopher nodded. "Well," barked Guy, "what did you come back for? Expect me to kill the fatted calf, do you?" "I do not need it. I am a rich man now." Christopher opened his fist, showing a handful of bright, sparkling diamonds. Guy glanced at them and snorted. "You mean to impress me with those gewgaws? You think you are rich? You do not know the meaning of wealth." "I am rich enough to marry Ruth." "Who?" "Ruth. Corporal Reedy's daughter." Even then it took a moment for Guy to understand. Then he tipped his head back and laughed so heartily that the window-panes shivered in their frames. "Ruth Reedy? All this time, and you still remember that little trollop?" "I'm going to marry her." "I very much doubt it." Christopher rattled the diamonds in his hand like dice. "I'm a wealthy man now. You cannot stop me." "I would not dream of stopping you," said Guy ebulliently. "You have my blessing. Only—" He broke off into laughter again. "Your sweetheart is already married." Christopher felt as if the floor had dropped from under him. "What?" "She married not long after you ran off, a stevedore from the docks. She has a child now, too. I believe they are very happy, though—" He pointed to the diamonds in Christopher's palm. "She may regret her haste when she hears what she has lost." Christopher gazed at him in disbelief. This must be wrong. It was a lie, a cruel joke made purely from spite. Ruth would never have played him false. But Guy's mirth was too real. Christopher looked into his father's eyes and saw nothing but a cold, plain truth. Guy had won again. In a fury, he hurled the diamonds across the room. They bounced and scattered off the walls, skittering across the polished floor into the farthest corners of the room. Even before they had come to rest, Christopher was making for the door. He could not breathe. He could not think. This moment of triumph he had anticipated so long, dashed from him once more by his father. "Wait!" For all Christopher had grown, Guy's command cut through the years and stopped him as surely as when he had been a boy. He turned. Guy had come out from around his desk and crossed the room towards him. They stood at arm's length, breathing hard, facing each other like a pair of boxers. "I know you were fond of the girl," said Guy. For once he seemed to be trying to make himself agreeable. "But do not let her come between us again. You have sown your wild oats, and doubtless suffered a few scrapes along the way. Now come back to your family, where you belong. I did not return to be some blue-coat boy, fetching and carrying. I am better than that." Guy studied him, and saw something that had not been there before, something adamant and fierce. "Perhaps you are," he mused. "I will give you the chance to prove it. I have received disquieting news that the governor of Madras may not be entirely reliable, that he may have helped one of my gravest enemies. You might be the man to take his place." Christopher swallowed. The governorship of one of the company's 3 great presidencies would be an unprecedented honor for a man his age, a tremendous act of faith on Guy's part. Yet he knew it would irrevocably put him in Guy's debt, everything he had sought to avoid. "Can I rely on you?" said Guy. The question hung between them. Christopher met his eyes and thought of all the things he could say. "I know why you treated me as you did. I know why you cannot love me. I tried to avenge the hurt your brother did you." Under his shirt cuff, the stump of his right arm throbbed with the memory. Guy was still awaiting his answer. His fingers played with the button on his coat. He puffed his cheeks and blew out the air. He was anxious, Christopher realized. It actually mattered to him what Christopher did. Tears pricked his eyes. He averted his face so Guy would not see. Guy thought he meant to leave. He reached out and grabbed Christopher's sleeve, unbalancing him. Christopher stumbled. The two men collided. Christopher straightened. Father and son stood face to face, brown eyes and blue eyes, inches apart. "Can I rely on you?" Guy said again. There were so many things Christopher could say, so many answers he might give. But what did any of them signify? "Yes, Father," he said. He left Guy's office in such a daze that he did not register the woman waiting in the parlour, or notice the way she started at the sight of him. She rose from her cushioned chair and hurried to him, surreptitiously adjusting the neckline of her dress. "Mr. Courtney?" she called. He squinted at her in surprise. A young woman, with a sharp face and full breasts, pressing up out of her stays. For a moment he did not see her clearly, with her hair tucked demurely under her bonnet and the long sleeves of her dress hiding the shackle marks on her wrists. She was almost unrecognizable from the shameless lover he had known at Tiracola. Then, with a rush of horror, he knew who she was. For the second time that afternoon, the bottom seemed to drop out of his world. She knew his secret. She would tell his father, and all the prospects that had opened in Guy's office would be snatched from him. Most likely the company would hang him for having consorted with Angria. "Are we acquainted?" he said stiffly. She beamed at him. "I do not believe we have met, or else, so long ago, I'm sure you would not remember. My name is Lydia Foy." Christopher waited. Perhaps she would be willing to let him buy her silence. "I heard a rumour you had returned to your father," she said. "I am certain the whole colony rejoices in your reconciliation." He eyed her warily. What did she want? He touched his coat, feeling the knife he kept tucked inside. "Perhaps we should continue this discussion somewhere more private." "I'm sure that will not be necessary," she said. "Neither of us has anything to hide. We are two respectable English people, are we not?" He marvelled that she could speak with such serene innocence, giving not the least hint of their history together. What was her game? "I heard you were captured by pirates," he tried, cautiously. "I was freed." "It must have been a terrible ordeal." Her face darkened. "Frightful. Although," she gave a knowing smile, "not without its excitements. But I'm sure you would agree that we should not dwell on what is past. Not when the future holds such promise." Their eyes met, and a spark of understanding passed between them. Lydia reached forward and stroked his cheek. "I do hope we shall soon become better acquainted." 100 miles to the south, Tom stood on the quarterdeck of his new command and took in her unfamiliar lines. She was one of Angria's fleet, a grab that had survived Francis' night attack. Shahuji had given her to Tom, along with a crew of fishermen and Maratha volunteers, seasoned with the last survivors of the Kestrel's crew. Meridew, promoted to sailing master, had declared himself satisfied. "They'll get us to Cape Town," he said, "and wherever you choose to go after that." Above the bay, Shahuji's banner fluttered from the keep, announcing his victory to all passing ships. It had taken his men a week to root out all the treasure secreted about the castle, and some of it was still being loaded onto ox trains to be carried back to the palace at Satara. A goodly portion lay in the hold of Tom's ship, for Shahuji had been extravagant in his gratitude. "It seems we have turned this voyage to our profit after all, uncle," said Francis, arm in arm with Anna. "More than a profit," answered Tom. He stared down at the infant in Sarah's arms, filled with such pride and love as he had never known. "What we have found is priceless." "You are sure we cannot persuade you to stay?" asked Francis. He and Anna had chosen to remain in India, to rebuild Anna's family business as factors. They meant to make their home in Cochin, a Dutch settlement where the English East India Company had little business. Mohit would go with them. "Gather a good cargo for us," Tom encouraged him. "We will return after the next monsoon. As long as you steer well away from the pirates." It was a real risk. Somehow Angria had managed to escape the devastation of Tiracolo. He had other forts and other ships. Some day he would no doubt venture out again to terrorize the Malabar coast. But for now, Tom hoped, he would remain ashore to lick his wounds. "Will you make for the Lakadivas Islands?" asked Anna. She looked well, her cheeks plump and her eyes bright. "She has been letting out the waists of her dresses," Sarah had confided to Tom 2 nights earlier. "I think by the time we return, young baby James may have a cousin to play with." Tom thought he could already see the bump swelling in her belly. "It is too late for that plan," said Tom. "We were supposed to rendezvous a year ago. Dorian will not have waited for us. We will sail for Cape Town and hope to find him there." "Godspeed, uncle," said Francis, "and thank you for all you have done." Tom tousled his hair. "A Courtney makes his own destiny." They all embraced and said their farewells, and then embraced again. A boat took Francis and Anna ashore, while the Grab weighed anchor and nosed out to sea. Tom watched approvingly as the new topmen raced aloft to set the sails. They had the makings of a fine crew. Sarah came up beside him and linked her arm in his. "I know what you're thinking, Tom Courtney." "What is that?" "You are wondering where you might take this ship and her crew, and what profit you might turn once we have recovered from this voyage." Tom shook his head. "When we have disposed of our cargo and settled our debts, we should still have a tidy sum remaining. I thought we might buy land in Cape Town, build a house for our family." "You were not meant to stay ashore," said Sarah. "After a few months you would feel the call of the sea again." Tom thought of the baby, now asleep in the cot in their cabin, next to the hook where the Neptune sword hung. "I believe things will be different now." Sarah smiled and nestled her head against his chest. They stood together at the rail, arm in arm, perfectly content. A rosy sunset spread across the western horizon. The ship sailed into it, while behind them the Malabar coast and the great continent of India receded into the gathering darkness. Tom thought of everything that had happened to them since they were thrown up on its shore so many months ago. "I wonder if Dorian has had such adventures as we have," he mused. Sarah kissed his cheek. "I am sure it will make quite a tale."